come from another world, spawned in the light years of space, unleashed to take over the bodies and souls of the people of our planet, bringing a new dimension in terror to the giant Super Scope screen.
Whatever intelligence or instinct it is that can govern the forming of human flesh and blood out of thin air is fantastically powerful, beyond any comprehension.
A cursed, dreadful, malevolent thing was happening to those he loved.
This isn't just an ordinary body, is it?
I never saw one like it. It looks unused.
Can't you see? Everyone! They're here already! You're next!
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 171 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the most slandered podcast on the airwaves, aka the Toxic Toilet. Yeah. And of course, I have the man who doesn't understand the difference between a reboot and a sequel in franchises, the Mexicant, Double Shot J, aka JP. And back in the house, once again, we have the man who has my back fighting against these transparent pussies on the airwaves, the Sacktown Slaughterhouse Stallion, aka Mike Merriman. What's good? Baby!
What's up, guys?
I fucking silenced you guys there, man.
Glad to be back.
Yeah, dude. It was so funny because today, Jeremy asked who was on the show, and he was like, "So when the new year happens, or like we're gonna like go back to not having guests?" He's already burnt out. He's never even here.
I think it's because I actually said to him, going back to like I think when Mike was on the Dawn of the Dead show until now, which is quite a broad span because we took like 4 months off. But I think in the last 14 shows that we've recorded, 13 have had guests. It's crazy. Or 12.
Insane.
12 or, yeah, it's like almost every show. It's really crazy. But, I mean, this is going to happen. This is kind of the future of the show because Jeremy's schedule's gotten insane and it's also
and we want to
have
have 3 people.
Yeah, and we always want to... 3 people's a great dynamic, 3, 4, whatever. But 2 is... I don't know. I think me and JP did okay on a few shows and stuff, but it is nice to have another opinion or someone to like,
It's very intimate when it's 2 people, you know what I mean? It's just very... It's nice for certain shows, but...
It does feel like we're 69ing a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like... I feel like we're extra nice to each other, too. When it's just 2 people.
I know it's like you need...
It is. It's hard to be confrontational in your discussion when it's...
Yeah, because then it just feels like you're like being mean to each other. But it's like when there's 3, it's more of like a party dynamic. And it's like a
well, you can pass
wild,
the insults around that,
time.
right? Like 1 minute we're ripping on Jeremy.
Yeah,
and then he's ripping on you, and then he's ripping on Jerry or something. Like it's like a circle of rips. So
that's why on Fresh Cuts, like me and Venom can bust out episodes ourselves if we have to, but I always try to get at least one guest because I feel like when it's just us 2, even if we have different opinions, if our differences feel so much softer when it's just us 2 because we don't want to like go at each other. But when there's at least a third person, it's like, well, if there's 3 different opinions, then that makes a whole world of difference all of a sudden.
Man, I think I would honestly really like to have Venom back on a show and kind of get underneath his skin and piss him off a little bit. He just seems like that guy that's like super calm and cool, and he's like, no matter what you say to me, motherfucker, you ain't gonna get mad at me.
Off before when I first kind of started hanging out with him.
No, like on a podcast though, I can see it like in a chat or whatever, but like in a podcast because that shit's going public. Like, do you want to be perceived? Like, I don't know, man. He just seems like that guy that would be really hard to get kind of going.
It's the fucking weed, man.
Yeah, maybe
the Cali weed.
He's got to have a weakness. Mine is when you guys question my ratings, you're like, motherfucker, my rating system's different than y'all's, man. I'd be talking about like how I rate with, entertainment value and shit, man. Like, how the fuck could you give this a 7? That movie is 7. I'm like, oh, it grits on me, man.
Jeremy's dumb because he he does this thing where he'll do that though. He'll do that. He'll do what you do.
He did a last show. He did a last show, and I even heard him go. I think it's when I gave Hell of the Living Dead 9 out of 10. He's like, he does that, and I'm like, motherfucker. And like, no, it's those little things that get me going.
He'll actually give something that is like purely entertainment, and it's like a bad movie, and he'll rate it like high, and then he'll be like, I don't know how you can't love that movie. And I'm like,
yeah, true.
Yeah, but
double standard,
then you
right?
like at least be consistent with your opinions, right?
Yeah,
like, because me, I don't really do that much. but at least like when I ask you, like question you or whatever, at least I'm consistently not doing it ever. He's like 1 minute he's like doing it himself, and then next minute he's like questioning why you do it. And I'm like, that's where you are an idiot.
I just feel like it's hard to question somebody when they're relying so heavy on entertainment value. I mean, if I was rating specifically on technical aspects and, you know, technical filmmaking and shit like that, and I was like, yeah, the shot on video film, I'm going to give it like a 9 out of 10. I'm like, right there, you know, I'm just a piece of shit for talking like that, because that's ridiculous. Right?
I get
shot
what
on
you're
video,
saying.
it's super low budget and it's shitty. Like, I know that, and I will rate those movies high, specifically on entertainment value. Like, something like The Video Dead is one of my favorite movies ever made. I love that movie. I love the cheesy Casio soundtrack, and I just like the cheese and shittiness of it. But
see, here's the thing about that whole technical aspect versus entertainment value is I think that when we say technical aspect, people only think of like, okay, like camera work and lighting and stuff like that, and like just the bare essentials of technical aspect. But like what I mean is like the writing, the pacing, it's literally everything to the movie besides
100%
how much you enjoyed it.
Oh,
it's
100%.
So like
I factor in those, like I take portions of everything, except for when I'm doing super low budget films. I never incorporate acting, because I mean, let's face it, guys. Is it important to tell the audience that
acting in general, like I incorporate it, but I don't lean heavy on it.
Yeah,
it's like one of the things
I will too. I will. You know, I was watching this movie and like they shot on video. I'm like, man, the acting was horrible. It's like, you know, it's definitely implied it's going to be, and you know, you're more or less stating the obvious about it too. It's just something really to say, you know. But who knows? You might even be like, damn, man, the acting was really fucking good in this shot on video film. You know, it might even happen too, right? But for sure, man, all technical aspects are very much, you know, factored in. I know, like, music with me, man, is a really, really big thing. Like, I've had movies make or break. Like, a good example for me, man, is a film that I actually do like, and I would love to get my hands on a raw fucking print of this movie and put a different soundtrack over it. But you guys ever seen the movie The Orphan Killer?
Yeah.
Yeah, so The Orphan Killer has this really obnoxious...
I think they doing it part 2.
Yeah. So it has this, like, it's a good slasher film. I like the effects. It's super brutal and gory and stuff, but when you watch that film, and like, don't get me wrong, I love death metal and stuff. I just feel like it doesn't work for these type of movies at all.
See, that's the one movie where I actually like it.
Yes,
because I don't like death metal, period, usually, or any.
See, isn't that
metal.
odd? Isn't that fucking odd that you don't like the music, but you like it in that? And for me, I just think it doesn't work. And I think it's like, to me, it's almost a cop-out, you know, to put that type of music in there, like, oh, you know, I'll appeal to this type of people and shit. I'm like, really? There's not much thought and effort put into putting soundtracks like that into movies.
It's weird. There was like, I just like,
unless it works.
You know, it like, works for me in that movie.
If you're watching Deathgasm, and your characters are literally in black metal or death metal bands and shit like that makes complete fucking sense. But if you took The Orphan Killer and you actually put, like, you know, a really cool, like, Ennio Morricone, like, just, you know, a really cool score to that, it would change the vibe of it so drastically. It's crazy. Really, really crazy. But so I do weigh on a little bit harder on the soundtracks and shit like that, but more lenient towards entertainment value also. Like a great example today, man. Someone actually commented on one of my older videos, like my top 30 films of like 2016 horror films or some shit. I was like, what the fuck? People are still watching that shit? And this guy comments and he's like, I can't believe that you had The Barn higher than The Autopsy of Jane Doe and The Green Room. And I was like, instantly, I generally don't respond to like old videos like that, like 4-year-old videos and stuff. But I was like, man, you know, I feel like this. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm like, I don't make, you know, best of lists. I make like my favorite lists and shit. And I just kind of explain the way I do things. He's like, oh, dude, that totally makes sense. He's like, yeah, I respect that. It was like this great back and forth. I was like, for once, someone just be like, you're a fucking idiot. You're a homo and thumbs down, you know, but yeah. So where were we?
With the whole, I mean, I think that it's been debated and discussed so much about the ratings thing. I've definitely relaxed. It's funny. I look at it as an evolution.
I think it's because I haven't budged on it either, though, too. You're just like, I think at first you were like completely taken back from it. You're like, how the fuck can you give that shit a 9? Well,
that I've chilled on too, just because, like, I don't know, whatever. I just don't feel like doing it anymore. But what I was getting at was I've relaxed on how I rate things. Over the years, like I used to lean
come
really
on,
heavy.
bad worm placement, motherfucker! You be lying.
I gave it like a 9. I still gave it like a 9, I think. But I think that I have definitely sort of like leaned more towards how I feel about the movie entertainment wise than I used to. I still don't lean on it heavy in my critique and stuff, just because I feel like when you do a review, it's for another person to consume. Mm-hmm. So it's like I don't want to factor in my personal likes and dislikes. I want to be like more objective about it, and like I love movies about like Bliss, for example. I love movies about drugs and stuff like that, but that's not like Jeremy doesn't. You know what I mean? So like I don't want to factor in I like it more because I like movies about drugs. You know what I mean? So I don't factor that in my review of like, you know, actually giving it a higher score simply because it's about a subject matter that I enjoy. I try to be objective. And my old argument has always been the baseball argument, right? If you're going to write a story or an essay about why baseball is one of the 4 most popular sports or whatever, you're not going to factor in whether you like baseball or not. I hate baseball, but it's not a good...
Well, you're stupid for that, though.
Exactly. So it's one of those things where it's like it's not a good look to factor in your personal enjoyment of baseball when talking about if baseball is good or not. Because it's like, why is baseball an important sport or a good sport? Like you get, okay, well, like it's the design of the rules, the fact that it's based on statistics primarily, like the best team throughout a long period of time rises to the top through, you know, averages and stuff like that. So it's like it would be a bad look to be personal about if I like baseball or not.
Man, you've always been like an enigma to me, man, because you know, you're like one of the most American people I know. Like you love America. And it's funny because baseball for the longest time was like America's sport, right? It was solely associated with like that was America's pastime. And like when you first told me that you didn't really care for baseball, I was like, man, I am so confused right now. What's going on? I just couldn't believe it. But I mean, I get why people don't and stuff, but yeah, you know, but for you, it was just like, it was head twitching. It's crazy.
I think I like the other sports because they feel like they can change on a dime more. Like hockey, you know, it's like all of a sudden, you know, you get like two, 3 goals and it just feels like more like possible. But like when I watch a baseball game and a team's down 9-0, I'm like, I'm like, there's no way they're gonna win this, or even like 5-0. I feel like it never happens when I'm watching.
Well, but so that's the misconception. But baseball is like one of the most interesting games when it comes down to. I mean, honestly, 5-0 is nothing in the major leagues anymore, man. Not the way the game's played anymore. Mm-hmm. But it's just honestly, man, even 6-7-0 is nothing. More teams are coming back from those deficits than ever before in the history of baseball now because of the way the game's played with pitching and, you know, limiting your pitches to so many pitches, and it's changed everything. It's crazy.
It's too perfect, right? When someone hits a fly ball out to center, I'm just like, he caught it. You know, it's like there's not enough variables.
You need to invest you need to invest time in watching like the plays of the week and the year and shit like that. Like some of the plays, dude, you're like, what the games, fuck, man? It's crazy.
I do watch the playoffs. Like I do, and I watch basketball playoffs too, and I don't even fucking watch a single basketball game all year.
This year was an interesting World Series because I mean, let's face it, man. Houston.
It was actually a pretty good world. I'll give it that. It was actually pretty.
Well, it was a decent World Series. I mean, for the fact of the matter, like 5 of the 7 games were kind of one way either way. But you know, the games weren't bad and stuff. But it was interesting because, I mean, Washington.
Every team won away games.
Yeah, which is the first time it's ever been done in the form
it's ever happened
in sports history in any sport. It's crazy. But that's part of what was made it so interesting is Washington being a wild card team and being where they were, they started the season like 19-31, and they were the first team ever to even make the playoffs by starting the year like that, let alone win the wild
it didn't
card.
even look like they were going to be a playoff team about halfway through the season.
No, and which is really interesting because this has happened in two major sports in the same year. St. Louis Blues were the worst team in the NHL in January of last year and won the Stanley Cup. They were literally in 31st place out of 31 teams and won the Stanley Cup. So it's very strange how sports have kind of come to this point where you can be a bad team in the first half of the year, make the playoffs somehow, and possibly win it. I mean, really, theoretically on paper, Washington shouldn't have beat Houston. I mean, they have good pitching, but the way that series transpired was mind-blowing to me. Being a baseball fan, I'm not just a Jays fan. I'm a baseball fan. I watch when the Jays aren't playing. I really, really love the game. I love the mentality of it. I love, how everything is based around numbers and shit, and how everything's changing and just evolving so much. And man, that series blew my fucking shitter out, dude. It was fucking crazy how that shit went down.
The Nationals are the best argument why not to reduce the amount of games. Because I know a lot of people are.
That's right.
All the time.
No, reduce them, goddammit.
Well, no, I understand because a lot of, MLB itself is like, we need to look at ways to modernize the game. And I've heard one of the solutions is like, lessen the games.
Dude, if there was like 16 games, I would fucking watch every baseball.
The problem is, though, when you look at the national season and how they started so shitty or mediocre and worked their way back, that's the argument why you need as many games as there are, because some teams are those second half juggernauts where they go from
it's so rare.
Yeah, but it's been happening though.
Of that, Mike, is did they work? Did they get better during that time, or in hockey, right?
Well,
the
they
teams
went on
that
like
are
a
losing
crazy
now,
pace.
the teams that are losing now. Like, it doesn't even like early hockey doesn't even matter. Just like early baseball doesn't even matter to me. It's like if they just did it, if they did like fucking 30 or 40 games or something, is it going to change all that much?
I mean, there's so many factors.
No, see that's the thing with baseball. There's like a million variables, man. Injuries are a big part of it too. And I mean, there's an argument for and against, the games reducing and having the same amount with injuries, but it's crazy in every sport. We know that injuries can make or break teams, right?
Yeah, and it's the same.
Baseball has different pitchers on the mound every day. There's a different variable.
This. If you're not playing 160 games a year, if you're playing like 30, is injuries really that big of a factor at that point?
Well, 30, some guys are barely hitting their groove at 30.
Well,
what does hitting their groove mean?
But that's the thing. But JP, you've never played.
Are you saying that you get better as the season goes on in baseball?
Absolutely.
There's ebbs and flows in the game of baseball because you can go on a hitting slump for like 20 games, and in another sport,
I'm
that's
saying,
like
so if it all comes down to 7 games, why does that even matter then?
You mean
why does all that
because baseball
and dives and ups and that? Why does it even matter if it comes down to 7 games?
It does though. It's about getting into grooves. I mean, statistics show that guys that skip spring training or contract disputes and shit like that take almost half the season, which is like 82 games. To get finally going and shit because they didn't get that fucking playing time and stuff. Especially for pitchers, man, it's tough because you only play every 5 days and stuff. But baseball, you're succeeding. You're considered an all-star player succeeding 3 out of 10 times. It's a fucking tough sport.
That's how hard
you're
it is.
facing variables every night. It's hard.
I feel like then it's like doesn't matter because it's like why is like I don't know. I just think
matter?
football is the best designed sport to me in terms of like regular season and playoffs because it's like these are the best because when you
there's not
think
as
about
much
the
variables
best
in
team,
baseball,
right?
that's
It's in a moment. It's the best team at this moment. 16 games is good enough to see who the top teams are. Well, you know what I mean?
But the reason is the reason why they don't play more games is because of the injury factor, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the contact.
It's obviously the major factor there.
But in MLB, I mean, there's little argument to be made that the Astros weren't the best team in the regular season, but a lot of times in MLB, it's the hottest team when it hits the playoffs because out here.
Yeah, so exactly. So why even have that many games if the first 2 months the hottest team doesn't even qualify and at the end of the year because too much time has passed or whatever? It's just like, to me, it makes it. I think that the only reason there is a lot of games is because it's an easy thing to go see. Like in person.
Well, it's always been. It's not like this is a new thing.
Thing.
It's always been like that. They're keeping. See, baseball is the one sport that's actually kept the original integrity in the professional sports. Like they haven't really changed the game a whole lot, besides changing the height of the mound. Back in the 50s or whatever. Essentially, the game's very much the same as it was back in the
shifting kind of sucks.
Yeah, well, I mean, the gameplay has changed. Obviously, yeah, the shifting is
strategy has changed.
Strategy. Well, I mean, dude, that's technology, right? But I mean, for the actual gameplay,
there's ways to get around that shifting if guys just learn to fucking do what hitters of the 70s and 80s did, hit the ball the other way.
And that's the funny thing about it.
But it's all about mashing now. That's the problem.
Yeah, and well, that's what's happening.
It's doubles and home runs.
Yeah,
they're like, hey, you hate the shift, hit it over the wall. That'll beat the shift.
Well,
that's the mentality.
It's fucking crazy that this last year they set the record, most home runs ever hit in a major league season. And it's kind of an interesting fact. There was the most strikeouts in MLB history this season, and the most home runs hit in the same year.
Yeah, because it's
all or none.
Not valuing batting average anymore. It's just
go
up there and you might strike out. You might strike out 3 times, but on that fourth at bat, if you make contact, you're going to hit it over the wall.
See, the shift has changed the way the game is played, right? So they're pitching a lot different and stuff. And you're right. And actually,
this is boring just talking about.
And
because
in the last third of the season,
the Uber shifting is taking away hits. That's the problem.
The last third of the season, I don't know if you know the stat, but in the last third of the season, man, people were starting to actually get on base a lot more because they were forcing themselves to actually learn how to hit off field and just trickle it through that opening and shit. It's kind of fucked up.
Bunt it down the third baseline because there's
no, we're not doing this. No. God damn it! Hey, our listeners are gonna freak out, and I need to speak for them.
Well, that was fucking 5 minutes. Oh, JP, you can go off about MMA and you don't fucking say shit. But anyways, yes, we digress, man. So, Mike, I heard that you watch trailers. The fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with watching trailers, assholes? What the fuck?
What? How did you hear he watched trailers?
Well, someone was calling him by name on a podcast saying that this guy specifically watches trailers.
Wait, but you don't listen to other podcasts.
Well, I heard through the grapevine.
Oh, yeah, I listened to that show. Yeah, they were talking about trailers and why not to. It was on Watsy. And like why they don't watch them, and they was like, Mike's the type of guy who, it doesn't bother him to watch trailers and stuff like that. And yeah, it's disgusting, Mike.
It cracked me up because I think the comment was like how much I love trailers. I'm like, I don't watch trailers to everything, but for the most part, trailers just don't bother me. Now, I understand we can all pick out specific trailers that do too much or show too much, and yeah, of course. Well, I might feel a little burned on like certain ones, but overall, to me they help they enhance my anticipation for movies I might.
Yeah, but in my opinion, you're trading your anticipation for your enjoyment, even if you don't think that it factors in. I think that it's impossible that it does, and I think that there's no way to prove it. But I think just based on experiences that I've had and really studying, why I don't like trailers and really feeling it, I think that no matter what, surprise does matter. And I think that when you are less surprised, it means you enjoy things less, on a fundamental basic level.
I understand that opinion, but like I cannot recall other than a trailer that like outright spoils like.
Well, you wouldn't be able to recall what I'm talking about because there's no way to test it. Like you couldn't go back and see if you would like it more if you didn't watch the trailer.
It's an impossible way to replicate. But
I think that it's.
I'm just saying, for me personally, I don't remember ever walking out of a movie going like, "Man, I wish I wouldn't have seen the trailer because I only like that movie somewhat, and if I wouldn't have known anything." But it's hard to say. Like
I just know that whenever I see a movie that I like, Climax is a great example. Didn't know a single thing about it. No trailer. Didn't read a synopsis. And like, I think if I had read a synopsis or saw a trailer, I would have never loved that movie as much as I did. You know what I mean? Maybe I would have still loved it, but not as much as I did.
Now, what do you think about like teasers, like when they do like the third, like because a lot of times now before you get the
is a like, honestly, I think teasers are a lost art, and I think that because some teasers literally don't even have any footage from the movie.
Mostly
Like,
teasers avoid story. It's just
it's more just like letting you know this is coming.
Teasers are all right. I still avoid that shit, man. But when it comes to trailers and shit, like, I don't even want to see scenes. I don't want to see what things look like. I don't want to see potential jokes. I don't want to see setups. I want to go, like, I've gotten to the point now where when people are talking about shit, I just avoid it. I don't read the news on here. Like, I want to go in specifically, like, green as fuck, man. Like, I mean, even with the Child's Play, I got to the point where I didn't even know the storyline in the Child's Play remake. I didn't, because I avoided it that much. When I watched it, I didn't even know how the doll becomes what he is and everything. It was awesome. I was like,
hey, Moods, that's an example, because I was gonna bring up the Child's Play.
That's funny.
Because to me, that's an example of when I first heard that the Child's Play remake and all that stuff was happening, I really wasn't interested. Now, it's not like I was refusing to see the movie or anything like that, but I just was kind of like not very interested. And then I saw the trailer, and that's what got me like hyped. Like, holy shit, it actually looks like they might know what they're doing with this, and that's kind of what enhanced or gave me the feeling of like, okay, maybe I should go see this and give it a chance, because maybe I'm being fooled because they just know how to cut a great trailer, but this is kind of what changed my opinion. Same with when they were remaking It. Like, I was kind of like skeptical, like, oh, are they just doing this for, let's cash in on a known thing. And when I saw, maybe it was a teaser, I don't know, it's been a while since It Chapter 1, but that's what kind of changed my opinion. Like, holy shit, like, they are actually competent and they know what they're doing. So I think in some cases, if you're skeptical going into the movie, trailers can help sway you. I
think with somebody like me that is probably going to watch 95% of the movies that are coming out anyways.
That was my point that I was bringing up. So they brought up on Watsy.
I don't think about the way you're thinking about it, Mike. Is that I know I'm going to watch it anyways.
Well, Mike isn't real on that either, because Mike's going to watch it too.
Yeah. For the most part, I'm going to see stuff, but
anything big, you like, dude. You're telling me you're not gonna. There was a chance in the world that you weren't seeing the new Child's Play in the theater or whatever.
No, you're right. I mean, you're right. I was going to see. I mean,
but I get what you're saying. You don't. What it does is it messes with your expectations. Is what it does. So if because again, I thought that it probably wasn't going to be good, Child's Play, when they announced it, and that they talked about whatever, and new writer, director, remake, no Brad Dourif. I thought it wasn't going to be good too. So I did see the trailer and I was like, actually, that looked decent. Like, that didn't look like a pile of shit like I was expecting. So yeah, it can mess with your expectations.
And honestly, I think I purposely didn't, because like right before the movie came out, I think they released like a second trailer, and I didn't watch that one because after the first trailer, I was already on board. Like, I was like, okay, they know what they're doing. So the second trailer came out, and I think I just never bothered watching it. Not because I was like refusing to. It's just like I don't need to anymore because I've seen enough to that kind of has me, on the flip side of disappointment. Now I'm kind of like excited for it. So to me, I think sometimes, and I mean, that's really what trailers and promos and TV spots are used. But I think they're also designed for, the general public or, the general horror fan, as opposed to people like us that are mostly going to see everything. They're out there to draw in.
Who did I say? Oh, dude, there was something, man. And I was like, this person needs to be freaking fired. It was a trailer recently. I know the Pet Cemetery one we talked about. The Black Christmas trailer. Whoever cut that needs to be freaking fired, dude.
I think I watched like 10 seconds of it.
Dude, it shows the first, second, third, 2.5 and a half act. Like, it shows everything. Unless there's some big swerve that they are intentionally trying to mislead you with the trailer, then it literally shows you like twists and all kind of shit.
I think the thing for me, how trailers and teasers and things get, certain people excited and shit, and they get that boner and they break out that KY and shit. What works for me is just hearing the title. You know, when I heard Child's Play, like, you know, I'm not like static, I'm not going fucking crazy, but I'm like, you know what, this could be interesting kind of thing. You know, as long as they don't CG the shit out of it and stuff. Like, I'm going to have those notions in my mind, but I'm still going to see it at the end of the day. But it's more about just hearing a title and just getting excited. That's how I get excited. I don't need the trailers. I don't need the teasers. I don't need the promos. I don't need the fucking the over banter. I don't need all that shit. And that's why just enough. I'm just such a big fan of the genre that just hearing that the shit is coming out excites me. Like, you know, it intrigues me enough that I'm not stepping away from it kind of thing, and, you know, pulls me in. Yeah. So that's all I need.
I mean, sometimes there's a cool aspect to me where, like, and this doesn't necessarily even happen with a lot of horror, but just, you know, big blockbusters in general, like, you'll, especially for like summer blockbusters, like, you'll be at the movies, say like summer 19, and you'll go and you'll get like a 30-second teaser for some big movie that's not coming out to the following summer. And something like that's like just to strictly build hype for it. Like, holy shit, like next year we're going to get this. And usually those are like, well, those might even be less than teasers. It's almost like an announcement trailer, like just saying like, oh, such and such.
Sometimes I don't even fucking care about. I'll be in the theater and you'll see like a quick little teaser or some shit, and you know, by the time it comes out the next year, I've already forgotten about it anyways. So
they do that way.
That's the good thing about having a bad memory sometimes, or getting old. You know, you just forget like little minute things like that, and you're like, oh yeah, fuck that motherfucker's coming out.
That's part of the thing too. Like, a lot of times with teasers and trailers, unless the teaser or trailer especially or implicitly gives away a spoiler, you're not going to forget that. But most of the time, I forget a lot of what was in the trailer. I just remember that I was excited, and
I don't. That's the thing. I remember every fucking, like, I'll remember like what kind of door they're standing by and wait for that to pop up in the movie. So I'm always waiting for the things to see. And like, the further the movie goes on and I still haven't seen things that I remember from the trailer, I start piecing together how the movie ends, and where it's going to end over here at this hospital, because there was a shot of a hospital, like, and we still haven't seen it in the movie. So that's why I think trailers are horrible for me. I'm going back to abstaining completely in 2020. I did spend this year watching trailers, and I probably haven't had as much fun with this year because I started watching trailers again. I just got tired of running out the theater looking like a jackass.
See, I'm not that anal about. I'm honestly not that. I've mentioned this before, man. If I'm in a cinema and a trailer for a horror film comes on, I'm not running out. I'm not even gonna look.
Okay, well, here's the thing, Moods. I see everything, so I see all of the trailers.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, here's a great example, man. So me and Dylan, of course, he's my theater buddy that we see everything together. Yeah, Chris Marquette, and big shout out to Dylan, Godzilla. And you know, we've seen a bunch of movies around this time when The Nun was coming out, and fuck, man, we must have seen that trailer like 3 or 4 times before the movie even came out. It was fucking
3 or 4?
It was fucking well. See, that's the thing. You
3 or 4.
Yeah,
I see shit like literally 15 or 16 by the time the movie comes out.
But you got to remember, man, I'm pretty limited.
I know you don't get anything.
So thank God for that. You know, in a sense, a little bit. But of course, that scene in The Nun where there's like that really fast kind of jump scare scene and shit. Like, I'd seen it like 4 fucking times, man. I'm like, I would have loved to have seen that, and if it actually had made me like really fucking jump, because that was a pretty good one. You know, for The Nun, I don't really care.
That wasn't a jump scare.
But if I had seen that,
see, jump scares still get me even when I know they're coming.
Oh my! It's like 1 in a million, man. Every once in a while, one will get me.
I just
like,
let them
fuck,
get
that actually
me.
got
I'm
me.
just like, I let my guard down. I want them to get me. So
yeah,
but see, I would like to do that. I'm not trying to play the big tough guy macho act or anything, but it just doesn't work. Like, sometimes I try to be like, okay, you know, you can fucking put your little fucking pocket pussy on. And
I've been like this my whole life, dude. Yeah. I've always been very in control of, like, I'm very in tune with making. I've always been able to make myself feel things. So like, I can make myself feel.
Is that
scared.
a Mexican
I can
thing?
make myself probably. I can make myself feel uncomfortable. Like, whenever something, I like try to make it as impactful as possible. So like, if I see like a Irreversible or something, like, I try to let it take over me completely. I don't fight it off. You know what I mean? I want to feel as.
I don't fight things off. I just have a hard time fully grasping like exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Like with the scene with the nun, like I would have loved to seen if that made me jump, because I mean, the majority of the people in that cinema had seen the trailer, and fucking almost everybody jumped, including that part, right? So I'm like sitting there going, fuck, why didn't that work for me, man? Oh yeah, I've seen it 4 fucking times already.
Yeah.
So like I was kind of disappointed, like, and it's not why I didn't like love the movie or anything, but it's a great example of one of those parts where I would have loved to experience that just green and raw, but it is what it is, man. I'm not, like I said, I'm not that anal. I'm not going to run out and go, hey, Chris Marquette, I got to put more butter on my popcorn, man, while this trailer comes on. I'm like, I'm not going to fucking, be that ridiculous about it and
in
shit.
2020, dude, 2020, I am done. Because, like, it's just been bad this year.
Well, do you remember the moment? We started talking about not watching trailers probably 5 years ago or something, and it was, for you, it was Insidious 2, right? And I was not even watching trailers. I'd never seen the trailer and shit. It was kind of funny, actually, because that movie actually got spoiled through podcasts and stuff, and when I was listening to podcasts and all that type of shit. And so I didn't check out the sequel until after the third one came out. It was like fucking almost a year after the third one came out, because I wanted time to forget all the shit that I'd learned about it. And so when I watched Insidious 2, I actually really fucking enjoyed it. And I know you had the opposite time with it because it was spoiled.
It. I just was like,
and I thought it was
I've seen this whole thing already.
I'm so far. You know the funny thing is, I haven't even. No, I did see the third. I still haven't seen the fourth one. I did see the third one.
Fourth one's good too.
But yeah, I'm still
like all
behind on that shit. But for mainstream ghost films, I actually enjoy it. Those are pretty well made. Those are pretty good.
Not only are they well made, Insidious is one of my favorite. I'm sending my top 100 films from the decade to Exploding Heads soon, and that Insidious is very high on my
the first one
list. Yeah,
that's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah, like non-horror films, I'll watch trailers too because I'm just like, I don't care. But 1917, boy, that looks good, man. That looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see that at all?
No.
Mike?
What's that one about?
1917. It's World War One.
Yeah, I did see. That's what I thought it was, but I wanted to make sure before I said, yeah, I saw it. Yes, it does look very good.
Boy.
And World War One, it's like we don't get many movies about that. You know, it's mostly World War II or Vietnam. So I am excited for it.
Are we talking a horror film here?
No, it's not. It's
the horrors of war, moods. The horrors of war.
Okay, I see. I was going to say because war horror films are definitely just not utilized as much using that setting.
I know. That's why I loved Overlords. Have you seen it yet?
You know what's fucking funny about that, JP? I've heard like 17 people talk about Overlord today. It's the weirdest thing. And honestly, dude, I heard Derek say that if you want to go to sleep, you throw on Overlord or The Irishman.
I'll beat Derek
those are his go-to sleep films now.
What the hell? Overlord is
and
so
then someone
awesome.
else said,
I'm surprised Derek of all people say that because I thought he would have. I mean, I loved Overlord. It made my
Derek
top 10
surprises the
last
shit
year.
out of me sometimes with the shit that he likes and that he doesn't like. And then I heard someone else say Overlord was fucking amazing. And then I heard someone else say, actually in a video I was watching last night, say, it wasn't the movie I was watching, Cellular Terror. Or Cellular, I don't know what the fuck his name is. Anyways, he was talking about Overlord.
So you're the one that subscribed to his, was that his Patreon?
No, not, that was Cinema Sickness.
Oh, I'm like, what?
Cellular
why am I? It wasn't that our
Cellular
account was
Terror,
paying
I think
for
is
it.
his channel.
It wasn't that our account was paying for it. Like literally, my account was paying for it, like my personal account. And I'm like, why am I paying this guy $1 a month?
Well, it's not. I'm never in the Patreon. Like, I don't even know how to fucking. It probably won't even let me log in because I'm from fucking Canada.
Jeremy subscribed to a Patreon of somebody who I'd never heard of, some YouTuber or something.
Cinema Sickness.
And he did it with my money. Granted, it was only $1, so I'm like, whatever, I don't care. But I was just like looking, and I was like, why am I paying $1 to? Because I pay for Married with Children $1, I think, and a couple other things on Patreon that I just am trying to support. Mm-hmm. But I was like, this isn't my right total for Patreon. I'm $1 over. Did I fuck something up? And then I look and I'm like, what the fuck?
Anyways, man, this guy, I believe his name is Seth, and he was talking about the movie, and he's like, you know what? I went into this movie thinking it was going to be something totally different, like a straight-out zombie film, more like an action zombie film. He's like, but I got something like completely kind of different, and he's like, I enjoyed the shit out of it. And I was like, And I hear Derek talking about Sleep Film, and I was like, man, this is one of those movies that I got to finish watching. I watched like the first like 15 minutes one time, and after I bought it and I got sidetracked, I had to leave the house or something like that, and I never went back to it for some odd reason, which is very odd for me.
You watched the first 15 minutes?
Yeah, I watched like the parachute scene.
Well, that scene is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's the only parts I've seen, and I was like, well, from what I've seen so far, it seems pretty fucking cool. And I mean, I couldn't fall asleep during a parachute scene in World War II because that shit is freaky as fuck, man. You know, half of those people didn't even make it to the ground. They got shot before they even got to the ground. I'm like, that's a terrible death.
That opening sequence in Overlord was so much better than I would have ever expected from that movie. I was like the war stuff itself,
the atmosphere, the lighting.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
People hanging out at the trees in parachutes. Like that opening, you know, up until they get to the French village. Way
to ruin it for me. Now I can't watch it.
Yeah, because they get to the French village.
Joking.
Yeah, but that whole like atmosphere and stuff is one of my favorite, you know, stretches of film from last year. I just loved everything about that whole opening.
Yeah, it was pretty exhilarating, and it was like nonstop, and it felt like just a great depiction of like World War II. Like, yes, it ends up being like, you know, there's zombies and experiments and stuff that happen later, but just the actual depiction of war, it felt like very accurate as to what we've seen in other war movies when they're basically all these planes with guys parachuting into a foreign country to, you know, put their troops on the ground. Like, it was just so well done. And for that kind of movie, I would have, like, going into it, I never expected a depiction like that to be so just cool. And I was...
Oh, man. You know, I'm starting to think that Derek needs to stop watching movies after working fucking graveyard shift. He's like, you know, I think watching a 3.5 hour movie, you know, a gangster movie after working graveyard shift is just not a good idea. It's a bad idea.
Yeah. I still haven't seen it. I probably won't see it until the first of the year because, like, even like talking about Overlord, I bought the 4K recently, or the 4K.
Good Lord.
And I wanted to. I was thinking about popping it in.
Overlord.
I can't. I gotta watch 2019 movies. So yeah, I'm at that point where I don't have time to do anything but like what I have to do.
Yeah, there's been a couple times I went to go start The Irishman, and I was like, I don't have fucking 3 hours or 3.5 hours to like sit here and
watch. Are you that
it.
type of person though too, man? Like, if you can't have it in your mind, your mentality is telling you that if I start this movie, I need to sit and watch the whole thing in one sitting. Like, some people, you know, like go into a movie and they're like, you know, man, if I have to like go out and get some chicken or do some errands, I'll just come back to it later kind of thing. It's like,
I hate that.
See, I don't have that mentality. Like, when I start a movie, I'm in it for the fucking the running time.
I can only do it if I have seen the movie before.
Oh yeah, that's different. But like for a first time watch, unless something like, you know, something specifically pulls me away from the movie, I don't want to break it up. I just want to watch it all the way through.
Especially something that's 3.5 hours long. I feel like if you break that up, it's like, I don't know, there's just so much that you may be losing from that and kind of ruins your experience a little bit. So I'm all about that too with experiences. Like, I want to sit down like and watch a movie in whole and pay attention. And like, I don't like to be like, some people throw in shit. Like, I'll throw in trailer compilations in the background and stuff, but some people like throw in movies and do shit. And I'm like, are you just listening, or like, are you just hearing it, not listening? Like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with that. Like, I couldn't just do that, man. It's weird to me, unless it's something I've seen like a million times. It doesn't matter. You know, you could walk in after 36 minutes, you're like, oh yeah, I love this part, man. We're gonna see some titties.
Like a Friday sequel that you're just throwing on in the background that you've seen 100 times. That's fine.
Great example. One time, me and JP and fucking Jew Boy, we used to Skype like a lot back in the day, and there was a time where I actually watched. What did I watch? Return of the Living Dead 4 times in a row on one Skype session. It was like 6 hours straight.
I've done that before,
and it was playing the whole fucking time. They would like, the credits would roll. I'm just like, I'd skip ahead and then hit fucking play again. I'm like, yeah, man, I love this movie. It's fucking crazy, dude. But yeah, you know, it doesn't happen a whole lot, but it does. So, yeah, how did that... Oh, yeah, trailers. That's how it started. So...
war horror, man. I would love some more war horror. That's why I was so happy that Overlord came out, and was like a big wide release. I was like, oh wow, this is cool. And also, like, I wish, you know what, I was thinking this today. I wish somebody would release Death Watch on Blu-ray, because that's actually a pretty good war horror movie from 2002.
It's got a really nice
but
kind
the
of blue.
DVD is like not very good.
No,
like
it's
the transfer is kind of grainy.
It's definitely really muddy, but it has definitely this really interesting hue to it. It's got a really cool look. But I've thought about this before, and I think the reason why a lot of low budget filmmakers don't make war films is probably pretty obvious, because it's really expensive
hard
to do.
Yeah.
It's to get the right sets and to make it a decent low budget film, it's really hard to do. Like, I mean, you look at something like Overlord, it's a little bit more upscale in budget and things like that. But I think honestly, the idea of war horror it's not appealing even to the mainstream, and to get those big budget films out there, I don't think it's really going to work. But it is too bad, because Death Watch is a very low budget film, but it's not low budget enough where they didn't get the cost, because this is World War I it's set in, so it has like these kind of authentic looking costumes and things like that. They did a really good job with that. I'd like to know what the budget is on that film, but you're right, you're
on
bang on
Death Watch.
Yeah, I would love to see more war horror based. I'm not a huge war film fan, to be honest. Oddly enough, it's funny, I hate Vietnam. The Vietnam War, I always like, man, that was the stupidest thing ever that happened, kind of thing. But my favorite war films are actually from Vietnam. It's fucked up.
Too.
It's so fucking strange to me, man. Like, I can name off like 6 right now that I love from that war. But yeah, I think it's a budget thing, man. It's just too much involved. Weaponry, costumes, like there's just so much involved in making a war horror film that. I mean, there's been a couple in the last few years that have been based around, Nazi Germany and things like that and stuff, but they come off pretty cheap.
Well, it seems like the most common that you see is Nazi zombies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a million Nazi outfits out there to rent, right? So it's easy to do, but
they're all in the closets.
Yeah. Yeah, good shit, man. Want to give a big shout out to everybody that supported Italian Horror Month. Numbers were decent.
Grazie.
I think we did pretty good.
I think numbers were better than ever.
Yeah, I mean, they were good. And I want to also give a big shout out to everybody that participated. Jerry, Mike, you're on the show. Dave, Jerry, Ginger Jerry, and everybody that was involved, Derek and stuff. Thank you for coming on. It was great. It was awesome.
Jerry gets no credit for his Nightmare on Elm Street hate, so you can minus all the fucking love right there.
Yeah, that was pretty. Yeah, Jerry, that's fucking.
I had to fucking endure listening to that because I listened to your show, so I was like, God damn it.
Well, just put it this way.
Shut the fuck up.
Put it this way, man. The whole time Jerry's talking about his hate for Nightmare on Elm Street, my mouth was open.
Oh, yeah.
But, big shout out to everybody, man. I thought it was great. It seemed like it was a longer month because we had the extra show. We had 5 weeks, but everything went pretty smooth. All of our guests, we filled in all the spots fine, and it was good. It was really good, and I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to next year and finally getting over this fucking Dario Argento thing, man. One last show. I got to rub it in JP's fucking.
I was looking at Letterboxd
show.
with those stats, and Dario Argento is my number one watch director. Go figure.
Well, of course he is. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, with this, 6, was that 18 films already? Fuck, that's a lot.
Yeah, like 17 or 18, I think, for him.
That's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. But anything else for intro before we get into some news?
Congratulations to Jellybane. Your 4K TV has shipped, and I believe you should be getting it like this week. So that's pretty awesome.
Is Jeremy shipping those Blu-rays out too, or those 4Ks?
Yeah, I wanted to announce this. I think he probably won't forever, but and listen, I want to say this too, because Moods mentioned about the giveaways that he had that nobody claimed. I know that I have stuff that I've given away on this show, and people, or in the Facebook group, and people, or even contests that have happened, and people who have won probably have messaged me and gave me like their information, but I am fucking atrocious at following through with that stuff. So if I have ever said that you won something and that I need to ship it to you and you've never got it, hit me up and I'll confirm it and confirm your address, and eventually get it out. Okay. I am.
You do realize at this point, JP, that it's been so long that those people are no longer listening to the show, so they are not hearing what you're saying right now.
Dude, the guy who won... They gave up. The guy who won Train to Busan from your hip-hop show or whatever, I think it took 2 years for me to send him his prize.
Fucking Tom. You know what's funny about that? Because you reminded me about that one day, and I messaged Tom, and he's like, oh, fuck, I forgot about that, because it had been so long. Like, it's crazy.
No, it literally took it was like a year and a half, I think, to actually send him his prize. It's not entirely my fault. My post office's hours are 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's it.
Damn, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You're working 5
so it's
hours?
To find time and a day off to do that is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that is fun.
But yeah, so that, and then I wanted to announce this. I've been doing I started giving away all the digital codes that I have for releases because they just expire for me. You know what I mean? I never claim them or anything.
I should honestly, start giving you those two to give away. But the problem is with mine. Well, no, the only problem is with mine. A lot of mine are they're Canadian only.
That's okay. I've given away a couple Canadian only ones.
Okay. Just as long as you specify that, hey, this might only be redeemable in Canada and or America. So
yeah. But I'm doing 25 codes of Christmas on the Patreon. So far, the same person has recovered all 3. So maybe if I announce it here, more
Who's it, Jeremy?
Will notice. No, it's actually I've given away other ones too. It's this same guy who normally gets them, so he's just on top of it.
He'd be waiting on those codes, man.
DJ Franks, I think.
I've
given away Banana Splits, Crawl, and Ma. I'm gonna put another one on there right now because I actually have.
You know what? I mean, that's 3 fucking pretty decent movies are there. I mean, if I was into digital shit, I'd be like, motherfucker.
That's what I said. He's gonna have a pretty nice fucking collection by the time this is all said and done.
Oh shit, man!
Of digital movies. Yeah, I got a bunch of.
Dude, it's funny, man. I was organizing my film room the other day, and I was I was in the standard Blu-ray collection. I was opening them up, and I was kept pulling out these fucking digital codes, and I'm like, that shit expired in 2014.
I had one from 2012.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm like,
it's kind of sad that I didn't give them away. I'm like, man, somebody who doesn't buy a lot of movies would have enjoyed these.
I know it's kind of a shame. I just didn't really think much more about it because I have so fucking many of them that have just been to waste. And it's because I when you don't use them yourself, you don't really think twice about it. People will buy Black Friday. I was watching people's Black Friday hauls, and people were buying Blu-rays and shit that they owned and stuff just to do shit with the digital codes and stuff. It's probably eBay. I don't know. It's fucking crazy, man, because people make money off them and shit. I'm like, this is crazy. So $3 Blu-rays, sell the digital code for $5, make money.
So yeah,
insane.
Yeah. All Christmas long, all the 25 days, and I think Jeremy thought I was announcing a review series because he's like, I bet he fails. I'm like, fails what? Giving away codes?
Well, I made a joke about it. I was like, well, dude, he's already failed because he started it 5 days into the month.
It 3 days late.
That shit fucking made me howl. I was like, fucking typical JP, man.
I meant to actually do it. I totally just forgot about it.
Oh man, that is fucking classic material, man. That's classic material. But anyways, the point is those codes are going to be up there. That's cool, man. I'll start trying to contribute to that too.
Yeah, and then any ones that I buy going forward, I'm gonna just dump off onto the Patreon when I get them. So,
yep,
another cool way to give back to the people that give to us.
For show, man. I mean, why not, right? Why not give away digital codes? I mean, we're giving away 4 gay TVs and shit. So, I mean,
hey, I think out of
it's a step backwards, but it's still pretty cool.
That's the best giveaway anybody's ever done. We gave away a fucking 4K TV, dude.
You know what's funny? Yeah. It's funny that you bring that up. It's funny that you put it in those words. That's the biggest giveaway on a podcast. And I'm like, I was actually thinking about this the other day. No shit. And I was like, I bet you fucking people that have listened to the show or found out that we were giving away a 4K TV, they're probably like, man, these guys are fucking just dicks. They're just trying to one-up everybody. I can just imagine people, they're probably keeping the thoughts to themselves, 22 shots are being fucking assholes. They're just outdoing everybody, making everybody look bad and shit. And I was like, that really wasn't the intention. It was literally to give back to the Patreon supporters, and...
Dude, I want to, once we get, I mean, because we're a little low on funds right now after paying all this stuff, but once we get back where we're at, I want to start doing the monthly giveaways for movies again. Like we would give away like just a new release, like something like from Vinegar Syndrome or something.
JP should
like giving back, dude. Like it's awesome to win stuff. Like I think we all like winning shit, so.
You know what's funny about that, actually?
It's time, kids. It's
believe
time
it or not,
for the big giveaway.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, we need to start playing that, dude.
That's
when
a good
idea. The giveaway.
That's a good idea, man.
Yeah.
The fucking Halloween 3. Yeah, it's awesome. So, actually, speaking of winning shit, man, it's crazy, man. I was at the gym a couple days ago. Like I'm there every day, and I walk in. She's like, "Oh, did you get my message?" And I'm like, "What message?" And by chance, I was checking my messages the other day, and I was deleting the one I was listening to, and I accidentally hit delete twice, and deleted another message. And I was like, "Fuck! I don't know who the fucking left me a message." Lo and behold, it was the gym. So every day that you're there, you get you can get signed off on your work card or whatever, and then after every 6 days, you get entered into a contest. And I've been going to this gym for like 3 months now, and she's like, "Yeah, you won," and it was just like a free payment kind of thing. And I was like, "Fuck, that's awesome! That's fucking awesome! Like I never win shit. That's awesome, right?" So speaking of winning shit, I thought I'd just throw that in there. But yeah. But Mike, that was the greatest idea you've ever had. I swear to God, why didn't I ever think of that shit, man? That's a great sample.
Yeah,
I know. It kind of just clicked in my head when I heard the word giveaway.
It's so fucking,
it made me think of Halloween 3.
It's totally going to get me flagged though too, because I
it,
think when that happens, the music's playing too, and I bet you like just that 3 little second clip is going to get me fucking flagged.
And just the voice from it too is like, "It's time, kids!" Like it's so cool. It's so right on.
I got lucky, man.
Shout out to the new Patreons, Mr. Venom.
Oh,
nice,
Mr. Venom. I know. Have we been getting new Patreoners lately? Because like I said, I don't pay attention to it.
Every once in a while, we'll get one. It's mostly been like the same people though.
I just thought I would ask because
sometimes people come back. Do we still have that one tier open?
Dude, I honestly don't know a thing about. Like, I honestly don't know a thing about. I don't even know what our tiers are, to be honest.
So we had a tier. One of our most popular, like, sought after tiers is the What We Watch ×3. It's $15. Basically, every month you get to pick 3 films that you want. And one
just opened up.
One opened up. Tone Joker. After 20 months of being in that tier. 20 months. Over $300.
Oh, he's probably pissed off because I haven't reviewed the other 2 of his films. One of his films that he actually Patreon is being reviewed tonight.
Mad or anything. I just think that he spent $300. I'm just like, I'll let somebody else have a turn.
He's pissed off that he didn't win the fucking TV.
Yeah, right. He's like, $300. I could have just bought the TV.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so if that's still open, that it rarely opens. Like I said, that guy was on there for 20 months. Mikey Fisher has been in his for like 2 years, like 3 years probably, or however long we've had Patreon. So like,
one of the guys that Jeremy gives the hardest time to too, right? Fuck.
Yeah. Mikey actually just sent his picks in. But yeah, you gotta. Take advantage of that. If you've wanted to have us review stuff for a while, that's definitely the best deal you can get.
Mm-hmm. For show. All right, I think that's going to conclude this hour-long intro.
Oh, except that Nightmare on Elm Street remake sucks. So we can finish with that.
He just started a whole nother hour part of the intro. Oh yeah, Mikey was listening to the show and he was like, "JP is on fucking drugs, man."
Why?
Yeah,
because you always defend. I swear, man. you are the devil's advocate himself. If there was actually a position made for that, dude, you said that the Nightmare on Elm Street remake isn't that bad. It's it's decent and shit.
I don't think it's that bad.
No, it is that bad.
It's bad as a remake, but I'm saying like as its own as a film. I think that it's all right. Like I don't know. I don't think it's a good.
I think
there's no way you can disconnect yourself.
Was like conceptually there's some good stuff in it. Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a good movie. It's my least favorite in the series. I actually hate it. I just think that when you actually are objectively about it, there was some cool stuff. It's just that it's a mess in so many other areas. I can get started on what I don't like about it, but we'll save that.
Yeah, because I'm pretty well. Mikey's gonna when we finally get around to doing the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, Mikey's gonna be on there, so we can definitely finish this conversation. In a few months.
I also want to give a shout out before we get into news to Michael, not you. Tony and Ethan. This is the guys who are getting me the ratings, and I finally have all the ones from the 72 show, so I started putting them up. There's a couple up now. I think and then I pretty much have almost everything sent to me. Tony was on fire. He just sent me the Bruno Mattei show this today. And then I think
that's awesome. The latest show.
Well, no, he sent me, because I split it up. I have him go like, okay, you do 164, you do 165, you do 166, so that people don't get burnt out. So Tony sent me 164, 167, and 170 today.
So that means that you can actually do the top 10 of 72.
Yeah, but first I need to get all the other ones up there. In fact, I think the only one I'm waiting on right now is 163.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the visual top 10 list. I was actually on the top 10 thing today, and I was like, oh, he hasn't put, because 72 is still there, and we're going to be recording 85 soon, but we were also going to be recording 19 top 10 pretty quick too, and I'm like, we got to catch up on these top 10 visuals.
Yeah, the only one I need on there is 72 right now. So
yeah, I know. I was actually, because I hadn't actually checked. What was the last one you put on? It was 76? 70 or 80 or no, it was 19. It was 18. 2018 was the last one. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's what I was checking out. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, oh, it was the first time I checked it out. So
yeah. So cool. Shout out to them. I'm gonna do the ratings first, and then I'll do that list thing because that takes the longest. But yeah, I started getting ratings up on there, feeling like I'm getting caught up. So that's good. So you guys can reference that.
That's awesome. Cool. That's coming. All right, so that's going to do for the intro. JP, do we got some news?
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Yeah, not too much this year not too much this week. But we do have some stuff. First of all, the trailer dropped for HBO's The Outsider, and Stephen King says it's one of the best adaptations of his work. This is hitting early January 12th. It's going to be a mini-series. Or a limited series. It's called The Outsider, based on the 17 Stephen King novel, The Outsider, which I, oddly enough, just finished.
And don't say you read it. Tell the people you listened to the audiobook.
I did, which is a better form of book.
Wait, man, not if you have a fucking dope-ass voice and you're hearing your own voice when you're reading the shit.
Yeah, but is your voice as cool as, like, Kathy Bates?
Pretty fucking much.
Is your voice as cool as Michael C. Hall?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Come on, man.
No, dude. So I don't know, man. Here's what's fun about audiobooks is they read it in other people, like in an interpretation of a voice. So like, yeah. If it's a woman, they'll be like, it's funny when you actually like realize they're doing it. It's kind of funny. They'll be like, I can't even do it, but they'll sound like a woman. Like they'll be like, I can't do it. Sorry, I can't. But yeah, they'll try to sound like a woman. So it's like, but you forget that they're doing that. But yeah, I've kind of got back in my reading kick. By reading, I mean listening to. No, I don't have time to sit down and read a book. I have to do stuff while I'm doing other stuff. So, like at the gym, throw on an audiobook.
You work out to audiobooks? You are the lamest Mexican I've ever met.
Sometimes music, but some like if
how do
I'm
you
like,
work out to an audio? That's fucking like there's no motivation there.
Here's how. I don't
Unless
need
it's a
motivation.
porno
I'm already
audiobook or something.
properly motivated, son. I like if I'm doing like treadmill or something. It distracts me from what I'm doing. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not thinking about the fact that I'm on the treadmill because I'm real into the book. Music can be motivating, but that's more when I like lift and stuff like that. Like I want to feel the aggression and shit.
Dude, music is one of those things, man, that just obviously gets me fucking pumped to fuck. But I was at the gym today and I was planning on only doing like 35 minutes on the elliptical, and I was going fucking hard on it too. And right as I was approaching 35 minutes, I was listening to Rock the Bells, and just hosted by Roxanne Shante. I love that show, man. She's fucking great. She's awesome, man. She rhymes the news. Like, of course she does, man. It's fucking Roxanne Shante. Anyways, I digress. I was hitting about 35 minutes, and they fucking turned it to the Ghetto Boys, Point of No Return, and it was just it's one of those songs that just jacks me the fuck up, right? So I had to play out that and end up running like 42 fucking minutes because the next song was dope too, and I was like, holy yeah, 42 minutes, right on. But I was trying to limit myself to 35 because I had to get going. I had to go pick up the kid from fucking school and shit. But that's what music does. It's just like, I gotta run. I gotta do it hard. It was like fucking dope. It's awesome. All right, continue.
Yeah, but so I finished The Outsider. Very good story. I think that the beginning is a very, very strong. It's I was like so into it. I was like, wow, this is crazy. For those of you who don't know, it's about a little league coach who is, you know, super respected in the town. Like pretty much everybody knows him.
Whoa,
He's
whoa,
like
whoa,
known
whoa,
as
whoa,
the
whoa!
coach.
Hold up here.
What?
This movie's about baseball, and you liked it?
No, this is only like the first 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So he's like a little league coach. He's like super respected in town. Everybody likes him. Everybody knows him. He's like, you know, people love this guy. 2 police officers local in the town come and arrest him, and he's charged for like the molestation and murder of like a 10-year-old boy, like really horrific stuff. And they have like an ironclad case against him. Like they had found his like they found his fingerprints in like the blood of the van and the boy's blood, and 4 or 5 people saw him that places him at the point of the crime and all this stuff.
And then they burnt him in a fucking downstairs boiler.
No, and then they find out, like his lawyer comes in and they have ironclad evidence that shows that he didn't do it, like just perfect evidence. And you're like, what the fuck? What's going on here? It's like a mystery, and it's really suspenseful in those interrogations and stuff like that. And they even find his like semen, like his DNA at the like on the body. So it's like, whoa, like this is crazy. Goes in kind of a weird territory. But very good book. Reminded me a little bit of like another popular story of his, but I don't want to say it because it might spoil something. So that's good. I did watch the trailer to the TV series because like I don't give a fuck. And it's very. When you read a story and then see an adaptation, if it ever looks like you felt in your head, then it's a success. Because like I'm like, oh wow, this is kind of how I pictured it in my head, like characters, you know, locations, stuff like that. So it does look like a pretty faithful adaptation. HBO is the place to do it, dealing with, you know, the subject matter being a little bit more adult. Looks pretty cool. I'm definitely going to check it out. It's an 11 or 10 episode series, which I was hoping that it wasn't going to be like the start of a like long like series, because I'm like, how do you stretch this out into like, you know, multiple seasons? But it looks like it's just gonna be like a 1 season thing, which is the way to do it.
So what's it airing on? Did you say that?
HBO.
HBO, okay.
Actually.
It's not TV, it's HBO.
That's cool.
Hopefully though, if it's intended for 1 season, they keep it at that, because sometimes those shows, like once they become a hit, they're like, oh, now we got to come up with an excuse for like more seasons.
No,
well, here's the thing.
When it becomes a hit, they go, oh, we don't have the budget to do the 4th season of Deadwood. Every fucking time, right?
I think from what I read, this particular story is the start of a new trilogy for Stephen King, so maybe there would be potential for. But I don't know if it's just one of those trilogies where it just like follows a certain character, because I think one of the characters in this book was in the Mr. Mercedes trilogy, whatever those books were called. So I don't know those books, but so I don't know if this is good. Like that might be potential for more, but I think that it would make sense just to end this at 10 episodes. And then I actually started listening to 10 or 11, 20, 2263 or whatever it's called.
Oh, that's the really JFK cool. assassination?
Yeah, I started listening to that one. That one's really good so far. But yeah, I've been kind of in the audiobook mood lately. I took a break from podcasts. So that's January. Check that out. After that, Train to Busan sequel Peninsula is coming out next summer. It's slated for.
Wow, cool. I'm excited. That was my number one film. 17? 16. Yeah, I was like, what year was that? That was a good fucking year, man. I was going through those top 10s. Like 16 was a fucking.
Yeah, there's actually
year.
A remake in the works, like an American remake.
Yeah, of course.
I liked it. I didn't like it. I'm actually surprised that was your number one.
Oh,
because of
dude, any movie that can make me emotional like that, man. Like when it's being serious and shit.
I feel like you're just like kind of a pussy, because like I watched it and I'm a pussy. Carly was making fun of me for tearing up like
weird,
5
man.
times.
I can be like super. Oh, dude. Actually, I always say Boys in the Hood. Every time I watch it, I've seen that movie literally 50 times. It makes me cry every time. I cry every single time in that. It's the fucking Stanley Clark score when that shit happens. The score is so effective in that.
Dude,
it just
you know what
kills
part
me,
gets
dude.
me real hard?
It kills
is
me,
when the mom starts like hitting on Ice Cube and like is kind of like blaming him and shit. That part gets to me.
But yeah, no, like Train to Busan, man. I was like getting fucking teary eyed. I'm like, holy fucking crazy! Like that just doesn't, it's weird in certain aspects of life. I can, really not show that type of emotion, but like I get so enthralled in the characters and the story, and I was like, this is, I don't know, it just worked on all levels for me, man.
Yeah.
So.
All right. After that, we have Stephen King. More Stephen King news. Stephen King is awesome, dude. It's gonna be like the saddest day ever when Stephen King dies, because he's just a fucking legend.
Well, the thing is about Stephen King, he's got about 400 or 500 scripts that are, books that are written that he just hasn't published though too, right?
I hope he just has a vault. He has a plan in his will. He's just gonna release this one this year, release this, like just let it go, dude. Because like I truly believe he has to have so much stuff. I just hope that he's not greedy with it.
I think that Stephen King is the prince of authors. Prince has music to be released for the next 50 years. It's fucking insane. He's got full albums that he recorded through the 80s that he never released because he's like, they're just not up to my par, kind of thing, right? Music videos that he vaulted, everything. Like he's got careers and careers and careers of music that he has never released. Stephen King's the same way.
Fantastic Prince voice, by the way.
Yeah, I don't even know where that came from. I was like, but yeah, no, I just feel like Stephen King is on that same level where he has all these novels and he's like, I don't know, but I'll just move on to the next one, kind of thing. And there's probably some good shit there for sure. So, hopefully.
Okay, so this one is from a Buick 8, which is a 2002 novel that Stephen King wrote, which involves a car, which is a door to another dimension. From a Buick 8 centers around a rural town of Statler, Pennsylvania, where the state police have kept a mysterious 1954 Buick Roadmaster in the shed behind the barracks for over 20 years. When the town is plagued by strange and supernatural events, it turns out the Buick isn't what it seems to be. So yeah, they're doing this starring Thomas Jane, which he was in 1922, The Mist, and Dreamcatcher. So,
I really hope that they adapt Duma Key. You ever read that one?
What's that one?
Oh man, it's really fucking good. It deals with like paintings and shit, and it's a really damn good book. I don't know, man. It probably came out maybe 10 years ago or some shit. I read it. I was like, I just remember reading like the first few pages, and it just like sucked me right in. It was awesome. But I give it to a few people I know, like my wife and one of my good friends, Heather, read it too, and she's like, "That's a great fucking book, man." And I'm like, why is this thing being overlooked for, you know, an adaptation? It's funny how they pick them, I guess, but.
Yeah, it is funny how they pick them, because I always have like mine that I want to see adapted, and it's like a lot of mine have been adapted, but there's still some cool stories out there that haven't been adapted yet.
Oh, there's lots of like short stories from his anthology books that haven't been, that I think that would really work.
Yeah, I just think it's awesome how many Stephen King movies are amazing. Like there really are so many great ones, and there's like a renaissance now of Stephen King movies, of good ones, because for a while they're like, you know, late 80s, early 90s, early 2000s, there was kind of wasn't taking care of the properties.
The Lawnmower
like,
Man.
I think of like stuff like Desperation and stuff that was just like not good.
Oh yeah, Desperation. Yeah, no, that movie. Oh fuck yeah! Who did that? Mick Garris?
Mick Garris.
It was that, and then he also did Quicksilver Highway too, right? Like
that one wasn't very good.
Well, maybe Mick Garris needs to stop adapting Stephen King stories. Then.
I think we just need to keep giving him the freaking Flanagan, dude.
Yeah, why not? Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
So after
as long as it's not a big budget film, because I don't think they're going to trust Flanagan anymore.
I know. Sad about that.
So sad.
Oh, fuck, that's not his fault, though.
No, I know, but you know the way studios are, though, right? The director
they
takes
don't
the blame
look at
for
it like it's not his fault. They look at it like it's fucking Flanagan's fault. I knew it.
Yeah, it's a bullshit industry, man.
The producers aren't going to take the heat. Nobody else is going to take the heat. They're going to blame the fucking visionary.
Yeah, the guy that's calling the shots, man, behind the camera. So,
anyway, this movie, Hanukkah, is set to come out in select theaters and VHS on December 20th, and won't have a VOD Blu-ray release until February 11th.
Wow, they really planned that one out well, didn't
right
they?
now is like the perfect time to release it on VOD.
I know. I hate that, man, because now it's not even even though I doubt it would make anybody's list, it's not even a 2019 film for us, because
you kidding me, man?
The VHS is super limited to 100 copies.
I'm assuming it's a slasher film named Hanukkah.
Yeah.
So it'd be released.
Well, I don't know if it's a slasher film.
I don't know. I was just assuming. It just sounded like.
But it's okay. It stars Charles Fleischer, PJ Souls, Carolyn Williams, and Dick Miller's in it.
Wow, those are a lot of big names.
Also,
Carolyn Williams.
Sid Haig.
Sid Haig's final movie, right?
Dick Miller. Fuck me.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they must have got Dick Miller like.
Yeah, because Dick Miller died too, didn't he?
A group of Jewish young adults are getting ready for the holidays, but are in for a festival of frights. With the help of
You said a festival of lights.
wise rabbi, they deduce that they are being targeted because they have violated Judaic law, and that their only chance for survival is to embrace their faith. This just sounds funny. Hey, we always say there's not enough Hanukkah movies, so...
We do, oddly enough. Probably the only podcast that ever says that. Yeah. That's cool, man. It catches my attention anyways.
Yeah, why not? Sounds fun.
Got a good cast. Half the cast is dead, though, but it's weird.
Yeah. Watch out, PJ Souls.
Yeah, really? Right?
Yeah, I know.
Fuck.
Maybe the Hanukkah curse was real.
That's not even funny, man. Rest in peace, Dick Miller. Sid Haig.
I love this guys. Moods' #1 horror comedy of the year, Zombieland Double Tap, heads to 4K and Blu-ray with alternate scenes and director's commentary January 21st.
I can already feel you guys ganging up on me, man. I thought Mike was cool, man. I thought Mike was actually fucking cool until he was like, nah,
Wait,
I enjoyed
Mike
it.
Was cool?
A little bit. I knew that you weren't cool. Actually, I have to say, and I actually even have this written down somewhere on one of my podcast note pages, but I was going to bring this up in the year end about the surprise of the year for me is you like Zombieland 2 double crap.
Not only did I like it, I loved it.
See, that is even more mind-blowing. It's not like you're like, yeah, it was pretty funny, but I can't even understand because the comedy was so bad in it.
It's in my top 10.
Okay,
what the fuck? What the fuck, man? I'm so flabbergasted.
You might be surprised I liked it. I'm surprised I liked it because I was only lukewarm on the original, and when it came to the sequel coming so many years later, I did not expect to like it at all, and I'm the most surprised that I liked it probably, but I did. I liked it a lot, way more than I thought. It's weird because like me and you, when it comes to this specific movie, it's like we have the polar opposite opinion on almost every element of the movie.
Yeah, I know.
But it surprised me how much I dug it, but I did. Now maybe, if I see it again in like 6 months, I'll be like, wow, it's not as funny as I thought it was. But for the one watch I saw in the theater, I liked it.
I always feel like comedies are one of those genres that, like, if you see a comedy when you're in a bad mood, you're more likely to like not like it kind of thing. And if you see one and you're in a really, really kind of like almost out of character, upbeat tempo for yourself, you're like in a really kind of chirpy fucking good mood and you're like, man, that shit was amazing and stuff. That can go for any type of genres, but I find comedies are like really standard to that idealism but I went and seen Double Crap in a really good fucking mood. Like me and Dylan were having a great time. Shout out to fucking Chris Marquette. And,
what did he think of it?
He fucking hated it, man. He hated we both.
She's bowing to
there was a point in the film when that annoying ass blonde bitch character.
I think he's only allowed to not like a movie if you're not there.
Actually,
because I think you pressure. I think you pressure him into picking with what you like. He starts saying, "Well, actually, I thought it," and you shoot him a look like, "What, motherfucker?"
Like our friendship's on the line. You better,
dude. It was so funny, man. So that when that annoying bitch was in the film and like she was just going on and on and on and being like dumb and shit, and he kind of I felt him kind of look over at me. And I looked and he's just like, oh my God. He kind of like mouths that. And I was like, yeah, I'm feeling the same shit. It was fucking brutal.
Come on. That was an endearing dumb.
That was bad though. But it was like annoying. Like I can handle dumb. I understand our character's supposed to be stupid. But when you're like actually like annoying and it just keeps going. But I can handle it if her dialogue was funny. If her dialogue was actually kind of funny, like stupid funny.
But see,
I'd be fine with it. But
in the first couple scenes with her, that's how I thought too. But then the character grew on me because she seemed genuine and pretty.
Like at first you think she's just like an annoying hot girl who knows she's hot and like
this is
just
how
like
I know
standard. But then as time goes on, you like feel bad for her that like she's like she just wants to be friends with everybody and be there.
And she felt like a good soul, like she was a good person, just kind of dumb and obnoxious.
Oh my God, you guys are so sensitive to fucking fictional characters. It's making me sick, man.
Talking about crying at movies like 10 minutes ago.
Right.
So
no, it's a fucking but I mean that's a drama that's different. These are fucking fictional comedy characters that are really bad. See, this is how I know that Zombieland Double Crap 2 was trying to be annoying and obnoxious in it. So it was self-aware. It was self-fucking aware because not only did they try to kill her off, they at the same time they don't. And like it's pretty obvious that she never fucking died in that scene. They bring her back to be more annoying to people like me and fucking Chris Marquette. Shout out to Chris Marquette. You know what I'm saying?
So in Zombieland 3, she's gonna be the main character just to fucking annoy you even more, and I'm gonna laugh at the entire running time in honor of Moods hating that character, which I found really endearing, and she grew on me.
Was the dumb zombie thing funny? Like the retard zombies or whatever the fuck they called them in the movie?
Homers, you mean?
Yeah, the homers. That's what they call them.
Yeah.
Like, was that that was their big upscale from they really didn't do a lot different from the first one. They rehashed shit.
I was hoping they would do more, not with the homers, but I forgot what the nickname for like the like evolved ones were, like the harder ones to kill. I can't remember what they called them. But
yeah, they didn't do anything.
That's the one thing I wish they would have done a little more with. But other than that.
I said the same thing when I was like, they didn't do anything with that, and they didn't really do a whole lot with the homers, but there was enough scenes in there it was like fucking stupid, and I was like, really, the fucking homers, really? We're going there.
And you hated the doppelgangers, but I fucking loved the shit out of it.
Doppelganger scene was absolutely horrible, and I just felt like it's not even the rehashing of certain jokes and stuff, which I was whatever, I expected that and stuff, but it was the fact that they didn't come up with like fresh, brand new like jokes, like new, lines for like, the main characters like Woody Harrelson and shit like that. He was just kind of rehashing those, but like in a different way. And I was like, this is the best they can do right now.
You know what's funny is in Zombieland 2, Double Tap, I found Emma Stone's character the most annoying. More than the blonde girl, because Emma Stone came off as like kind of annoying to me, the way she was like, oh, I'm just leaving. And I mean, I don't know if we want to get into the entire movie, but just her actions felt more annoying to me than the blonde. The blonde chick was, dumb, funny, annoying, kind of endearing, but Emma Stone kind of annoyed me.
Yeah, but Emma Stone's hot, and that blonde bitch was just just doesn't do anything for me. Now I'm going to get real superficial about their looks. It's not even about the characters anymore. Come on.
I mean, Rosario Dawson was in it. She was good, I thought.
Yeah, I even said that Rosario Dawson was probably the highlight of the movie for me. It was cool to see her. I just didn't see her in that movie, and then I saw her and I was like, okay, it's pretty cool. I like her in everything, man. She's great in fucking everything from like Kids to Death Proof, man. I love Rosario Dawson, man. Big shout out to her, man. I don't know why I'm shouting out everybody on the show. Like, what the hell?
Proof. She was great in Death Proof, yeah.
Oh, she's fucking awesome, man. She's good in everything, man.
Kids? You remember Kids? I think that started her career, that movie.
Oh, it's just like a phenomenal. And it's funny, actually, the second time this has got brought up in like 2 days, but I can't remember who brought it up, but they said something about like kids not having a Blu-ray or whatever, like a great Blu-ray release, and I was like, wait a minute, that is fucked. That is a movie that should have like a Criterion release and like crazy features and shit. Even though it sucks that Casper's dead now, but
Casper, yeah.
Well, after his, he was in the next Friday, and he killed himself. He committed suicide. Like shortly after that and shit, because like his career just wasn't going anywhere and shit, and it was kind of sad actually. Like in Vegas,
it's me, Casper.
Yeah, like in Vegas hotel room or some shit. So that's pretty fucking sad. But I'd like to see him talk about that movie and shit. So.
Whatever happened to Telly? Was Telly in Bully? Was that him?
Yeah, it was. That was him in Bully. Yeah.
I thought it looked like an older version of him, but I was like, is that actually him or?
That's all I know that guy from is fucking Kids in Bully.
Because Bully was the same director, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever like Bully? The uncut version is really good, man. It's brutal.
I mean, I don't know what cut I've seen, but it was graphic. What I saw, so I'm not sure. Have you ever seen Ken Park? Like kind of another one of those teenage like unruly.
It's like in the same. Is the same director Ken or no? I've never actually seen it.
I don't know if it's the same director, but it's the same kind of movie where it's just like, oh, those damn kids today type of.
I think it's the same director that did Kids, though, isn't it? I can't remember. Fuck. I've never seen it. I've heard lots of people talk about it, but I know there's so many versions of the movie out there that are cut. So I've like always been very weary on picking one up because I don't know what. I know there's like some European ones that are uncut and blah blah blah, but it's just hard to find the ones that's very not distinctive and shit. So I do know people that have them though, so maybe I'll get someone to hook me up with a copy. I've always wanted to check it out because I like those kind of like reality type real fucked up stories and shit, shit that could happen kind of thing, right? So
yeah, where it almost feels like they're just kind of like throwing a camera on the daily lives of delinquents, kind of.
So somebody we haven't heard from in a little while, M. Night Shyamalan. I guess it hasn't been that long. Glass came out this year. Doesn't that feel so long ago at this point?
Yeah, I almost forgot Glass was a 2019 movie.
Yeah, because it came out in like January, but it just feels like ancient news at this point.
Man,
it was one of the bigger things of that year at the start.
I haven't even seen it yet.
It's weird. God, that much time has gone by. It's like we're right on the cusp of the end of the year. A lot of those early movies just get buried with the volume,
Yeah, I wasn't overly hyped for it, man, because I wasn't really a big fan of Split. So it's not like I disliked it. I enjoyed it, but I had problems with it. I thought the main.
I just didn't like Glass.
Yeah, I thought the performance of the main guy was awesome with all his characters and stuff, but narrative wise and stuff, I didn't really care for it at all. So. Glass just didn't interest me. But yeah, and also hearing the mixed reviews of people that liked Split, and like, I was like, whatever. Pass.
He is doing 2 new films, what he's calling original thrillers, which he calls all of his films thrillers, regardless of how level of horror they are. Some are more horror than others, but they're all thrillers to him. He has one set for February 26th, 2021, and then February 17th, 2023. So,
Jesus.
Yeah. He said there's a third thing that might end up going in between the two. So, yeah. He said they're all weird and dark. Okay. He said, I just have 2 movie ideas I felt really strongly about, and interesting enough, there might be a third. I just said that. I love this approach from The Visit on where they're minimal, contained, I own them. We take big tonal risks and try to hit that note of absurd but grounded, that dark humor moment, and deal with some complicated things, not necessarily take the audience where they're comfortable both during and even at the end. That's all mitigated because we're working with a respectable number, and I feel like I'm being a good partner to my distributors. I like that because it allows me to iterate really fast in making these stories, so those films follow that architecture of approach and process. Even if it's tricking myself into more dangerous, it's working, because when I think about these 3 films that I'm thinking about, all weird and dark, I think they speak to each other a little bit. So I think he's been on a roll lately. I mean, even though I didn't love Glass, I thought that it was decent. Split was good. The Visit was great. So I think he's kind of a return, like not even a return to form, just almost actually an avoidance of form. Like he kind of decided to do whatever he wanted to do instead of like trying to cookie cutter himself into what people perceived him as.
The Visit was the film that finally had a hit for myself. That was like the first film I think I ever liked by him, and I really liked it. I thought it was good.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Blumhouse film Sweetheart is hitting Netflix on Christmas Day. This is a film that's already been on VOD, and I have heard people talk about it. I've heard everything from good to mediocre. So, have either of you guys seen it yet?
What was the name of it? I totally missed that.
Sweetheart. It's about a girl who is like stranded on an island.
Oh, yeah. I watched it. Yeah.
Good or mediocre?
I think I was pretty mediocre on it. It has a decent premise. I mean, it's nothing like overly original, right? But the supernatural element to it, man, I think that could have been done a lot fucking better. Like, really. But I did like how the monster kind of creature thing was like coming from the water and shit instead of the actual island that she's stranded on. Thought that was kind of cool. So
I haven't seen it, but okay, it is on my list though. I might cut it off because I've heard more mediocre than good.
Well, just put it this way: it's not making anyone's top 10 list.
Listen, I just want to say right now, moving on from that, it is entirely possible that Scream Factory wins 2022 because they have announced so much fun stuff already, and they keep on coming. So, over this past week, they announced 1975's Bug, the true exploding cocks.
Yeah, it's true, man. Yeah, good movie.
It is a movie about.
Well, come on, it's no taint.
Cockroaches.
It's no taint. Yeah, it is true, man.
It's no what taint?
Yeah, well, the actual exploding cocks.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's. I saw this movie. It was a William Castle flick. I saw this. I want to say when I first started collecting, it's actually one of the first DVDs I picked up, like when I actually found probably like 2010 or 9 when I found the YouTube community. And I picked it up and I watched it, and then it went out of print. It actually was like going for crazy money. I should have sold mine, the original DVD. And yeah, it's just, I love 70s killer animal and nature run amok films, and Bug, 1975's Bug is the one I've always like kind of thought of as a fun little one.
I could have sworn that you had a story with Bug about how I can't remember if it was you.
You're right. I do have a story about Bug, but it's not this Bug.
Yeah.
There's a sci-fi film from like 2004 called Bug, and it's about like scorpions or like something like that. And I had ordered that, and they had sent me Bug, the Friedkin film. And I watched it, and I was like,
yeah, the Ashley Judd, like Michael Shannon movie, right?
Yeah, which I love. It's an amazing movie.
Yeah. I remember you telling this story, and I was like, yeah, because that's a fucking great movie, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, but I was expecting this sci-fi film, and right away I was like, man, this seems like more quality than what I was expecting. And then by the third act, I was like,
cast alone, right?
Not that
yeah.
But yeah, so that is coming on in March, dude. Like, I need another job just so I can afford to buy all these Scream Factories. I haven't bought many Scream Factories at all, and I miss them because they've just been putting out so much cool stuff. March 10th in Seminoid, which I've never seen. 1981 film.
Yeah.
Seminoid?
In Seminoid. In Seminoid. I mean, it's kind of appropriate, really, with the Seminoid.
Yeah.
That works.
Cover has a girl and some lasers pointing at her JJ baby.
Man, the cover, it's one of those movies, man, where the cover art is so much better than the actual movie. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. It's a Norman J. Warren film. It's probably one of his better films, but it's cool that it's finally getting an official release over here, on Blu-ray and stuff, because it got released by Indicator? Who the fuck put out this set? Yeah, I think it was them. But I didn't want to pick up that set because they'd released Vinegar Syndrome had released all of his other films on Blu-ray. So I was like, fuck this, man. I'm not doing that shit. So, But that's cool, man, because it's one of those films that it's okay for what it is. It's kind of like an Alien ripoff, really. So
here's a fun one: 2001's horror tale Bones, starring the Snoop D-O Double G.
I seriously can't fucking believe that they are putting that shit out on Blu-ray. That's just that's amazing.
I have it on VHS, bro.
Well, it was funny to me too because they've been throughout this whole year, they've been really focusing on 50s and 60s films and shit. Hammer, since they got all the Studio Canal films and all the Hammer films, and they've been putting out a lot of shit that I've been buying and stuff. And all of a sudden it's Bug gets announced, and then Seminoid, we're going back to the 70s and the 80s, and then they hit you with some motherfucking 2002 shit. That's amazing. They be mixing up that game, man. I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool though, man, because it's just one of those films that people are, I think subconsciously people were like, yo, man, where the fuck is Bones on Blu-ray? I don't know why. I just think that's funny, but I think people were when they saw it hitting Blu-ray, they're like, yeah, man, it's about time. Waiting for that shit. Fucking liars.
Well, they got a whole nother library of films from, different companies and stuff. Well, no, pretty fun.
Because where did Bones come? Who released Bones before? Because I have the DVD, but
I think it's Warner Brothers, honestly.
Which are fucking crazy if it is Warner Brothers. No.
Who the hell is waiting for Bones on Blu-ray?
Hey.
You know what's fucking funny, man? I can just turn to my left right now and look at the soundtrack to Bones.
It's a modern blaxploitation.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh man, speaking of blaxploitation and Snoop, I just got to put this in there. I watched Dolomite the other night, and I was so fucking happy, man, that they actually Snoop was in that because he was a massive Dolomite fan, right? And he plays a video a DJ and stuff in the beginning of the film. And there's this great sequence with Dolomite.
It's actually New Line, which owned by Warner Brothers.
Yeah, so. New Line. That's right. That's who put it out. And yeah, so this great scene with Dolomite, which is obviously played by Eddie Murphy and Snoop. Snoop's actually pretty good in it, man. But I fucking love Dolomite, man. I thought Eddie Murphy knocked it out the fucking park, man.
I've heard good things. It's another one I just haven't had time to sit down and watch.
Well, dude, it's funny because the movie is about the making of the movie Dolomite, which me and JP actually reviewed on this podcast before. I've seen Dolomite, but Dolomite's I love Rudy Ray Moore. Oh my god, Rudy Ray Moore. I'm having problems getting that out, but I'm a big fan of him. But yeah, dude, I thought it was cool to see them reenact the scenes from Dolomite and shit, and then at the end of the film, they actually they have a little bit of clips during the credits and shit like that. But it's fucking fun, man.
I remember renting one of Rudy Ray Moore's comedy specials when I was way too young, and I had no idea or context of like what I was getting.
His rhyme
and it was
game?
just so different. It was just so different from anything I had seen at that time. I was like, "What the hell am I watching?" But I liked it, and I was a fan. So
yeah, fuck, it's so good, man.
Yeah, one of those things. That's part of the enjoyment of childhood, the watching shit that you shouldn't be,
Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude.
After that, Monsters Go Home, which was a TV movie, I believe, that's coming out in March as well. It's all right. I seen it in the drive-in a couple years ago. But it's cool announcement, I guess. Then Universal Horror Collection Volume 4, Night Key, Night Monster, The Climax, and House of Horrors.
For some odd reason, I missed that announcement.
Really?
I totally did, because actually I've got, part 3 is being released this month. I got pre-order, but that's fucking amazing. They got a part 4 coming out. Where's Nashi 3?
Right. That's March 17th.
Wow.
For that one.
That's amazing. They're just pumping out so much good shit, dude.
I know, dude. They've hit a huge rebound. Like, I think they're leading the pack with releases right now.
There's no company that I bought more releases from than it was.
Well, fuck, they put out 6-7 a month.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, man, I've been buying the majority of them. Like this month, I didn't pick up Road Games because I have the Umbrella. I'm like, I don't need to side grade on that shit. I'm cool with that. But like, they've been putting a lot of stuff that like I either didn't have or I needed to upgrade. Like, it's been fucking an expensive ass year with Scream Factory and Vinegar Syndrome, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
Which is kind of good that Arrow kind of lacked a little bit this year with the releases. Like, they put a lot of stuff. I'm like, well, I'll just wait for the sale, and get them for £7 kind of thing, right? So it's been a lot of that with Arrow. So,
and then finally, this is another just cool announcement, right? The 2-part miniseries from 1973 called Frankenstein: The True Story.
Oh,
that's just one of those cool releases. Like, you're not going to find it anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's
a DVD.
Little piece of history. I mean, like, on Blu-ray, it's not something that everybody else has released.
I'm not gonna lie, man, I think it's like 4 hours. That movie is like 4 hours total or some shit like that, and it is kind of fucking boring, man.
Really?
Yeah, I've only seen it once because, well, let's face it, it was like 3.5-4 hours long. It's like a miniseries kind of thing, and I just remember it not being like the greatest.
That's 3 hours.
But 3 hours. So I do remember that, like, the costumes and shit was like really, really well done for like the TV production value, and it was pretty good. So, but 3 hours for like that type of story? Are you fucking with me?
We that's a 1973 movie if we ever get that. But yeah, that's the Scream Factory announcements. I thought that was pretty cool of note. It's funny, I was explaining at work today or yesterday to my coworker about how we do our top 10 of year shows, like the old years, like the retro years. And like, she's like, "You're fucking insane." Cause like, I was looking at my Letterboxd stats with her, and like 1976 is one of the year, or 1972 is one of the years I've watched the most movies from a year. It was like 70 some. Technically, like, I watched more from like 2000, like last year, 2018, but because those movies aren't sorted by how many I actually watched from that year, it's by like the actual release date, which a lot of the films I watched last year technically released the year before or the year before that. So, but yeah, it's funny because I was like just looking at like my random stats, and it's like, wow, like I literally watched so many more movies from like just like I watched 60 films from 1972, and the most highest is 77 from 2016. So just like, why? She's like, why did you have a year where you watched 60 movies from 72? And I started explaining our retro shows, and I just thought it was really funny.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think there's any other podcast that goes as crazy and insane as we do when it comes to a top 10 show.
That's why we the best.
It is insane prep. I mean, it blows my mind even when I go through like my Letterboxd, because I keep mine in playlists or whatever you want to call them. Not playlists. I don't know. Fucking fold. Whatever the fuck they're called. You know what I'm saying.
Lists,
I guess. Just lists, right? As simple as that. But I look back and I go, damn, dude, I watched that many. Like, I didn't realize I'd watched 119 films last year for 2018, and this year I'm at like 122 already, and I'm like, damn, dude, like I'm gonna hit like 150 for fuck's sake. That's crazy, man. But I'm still not even close to compiling the top 10 list, man. It's like I don't feel comfortable with it at all. I think it's because the last 3 years have been really fucking solid to the point where, you know, it's been very, very, it's been hard to keep shit out. Now I'm finding shit to put into it, which is a problem for me.
So, somebody had asked, I think Dave and Watson, this question about like, do you ever find yourself like liking a movie less or so? I forget what the question was, but I look at my list and I'm like, a film like Better Watch Out that I did have on the list would have like been so much higher now if I made the list. Like, I love
of course.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite movies that came out in the past like decade. It's a fun movie. Like, I can't wait to watch it this Christmas. I've like fallen in love with that movie. I watched it 3 times the year that it came out, which is like unheard of for me. And that
is really fucking crazy for you, actually. I mean, that shit happens, man. I mean, if you look back at some of these lists and stuff, and I'm like, man, you know, I mean, that movie could have been in a different spot. But I mean, I had a frame of mind when I was making the list, though, because I don't make mine by rankings, though, too. Because remember, I had like films that were 10 out of 10 that were lower on the list than, or higher, wherever you want to put it, than films that were rated like 9. It was weird, right?
Yeah.
So, but I mean, if I go back and like look at some of the lists, and I'm just like, you know, that probably could have been a little bit higher, and yeah, I mean, it happens, man.
Yeah, and there's films that I look at that I'm like, I probably wouldn't put that on my list at all now.
Well,
like,
I mean, yeah, because you end up seeing, like, it's happened a couple years. I think it was a few years ago, and I saw a couple films right after we did the list that I just, you know, because I'm up in Canadian, we don't apparently have power and cable and shit. You know, I end up seeing late, and I was like, man, that motherfucker would have made my list. Right? I think Starry Eyes was one of them. I didn't see it. I saw it after we did a top 10 list.
Yeah, there was actually a lot of films from that year where we didn't prep as hard, where I had saw like a couple films that you hadn't, like most of the films on my list you hadn't seen when I wasn't
hip to the, you know, the whole internet and how to work and, you know, kind of work the fucking, you know, the inner guts, the innards of the, you know, the internet and find these movies that, and I was like, man, my VOD doesn't have that shit. I guess I can't watch it. It was just so naive to the fact where you can pretty much find anything on fucking line, right? Yeah, and I missed out on some of that way. And Starry Eyes is definitely one of those movies because I rewatched it last year, and I was like, man, I love the shit out of this movie, man. It's one of my favorites of the decade, hands down. Yeah, no,
it's one of my favorites too. Yeah. But yeah, like just looking at my list, I had Better Watch Out is 7. Films above it: Raw, Black Coat's Daughter, It, Super Dark Times, Get Out, and It Comes at Night. I would have put Better Watch Out at number 4 above it, and it would have went Better Watch Out, Super Dark Times, Get Out, It Comes at Night. Now, if I did it, I still think that top 3 is it's exactly the same as I would have put it back then. But yeah, it's funny how like your tastes change and you like reevaluate stuff that you really liked, or you know, it kind of just changes. But yeah, I can't wait to get the 85 show. Get back to prepping on that so we get that done, because I want to pick the next year. That's the funnest part for me, is picking the next year.
85 just didn't have like a crazy output, so like I'm pretty much all prepped for it. Is probably just a couple rewatches.
I noticed that. Like I've only watched 25, and I'm just looking, and I'm like, there's actually not like a ton more to even see, like that even has a remote possibility of making my list. It's just not. It's like very top heavy. The top is very good, but it's a very top heavy year.
Oh, hands down.
Because like I remember when we did 86, I was like still finding like enjoyable like movies like Neon Maniacs, like it like 50 films in. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like it was insane.
I mean, to be honest, man, with the 85 prep though, man, like I mean, I stopped at 49. I've got 49 films to watch right here. I'm just kind of looking through the list, and you know, honestly, there wasn't like a ton of like really hard duds. You know, there was films that were, you know, they were definitely watchable and very enjoyable for the most part. So it has that going for it. I have avoided. Like I know I have.
Like, do you still have more films that you have to be able to see?
Yeah, I have technically on a list. I think I could watch 65, but a good 10 of those, probably of those like 16 are, shit that I know is not making the top 10. Is more just to make numbers up kind of thing. But there is a couple that I just haven't gotten around to watching yet. But looking through it, man, I mean, I remember going into the year, I was like, man, I think I pretty much know like 7 of my top 10. I don't think it's going to change too much. It's kind of one of those years, but yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be a fun one to talk about anyways. So.
Gotcha. So that's the news.
That's the news? That's it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait, what about the news of horror Twitter going to war with Joe Bob? Did you hear about that?
Oh,
I did not hear about that, but continue.
Oh, is it because of the Black Christmas thing?
I don't know if the origin was the Black Christmas thing specifically, but he did some he tweeted something about like how. And the thing is, like, the context, people need to know, like, Joe Bob is somewhat playing a character in his Joe Bob persona. He tweeted something about, like, like, I liked my horror back when, like, there was no, like, I'm paraphrasing.
No, I know what it is. You don't even need the paraphrase. It's like, well, technically you do, but yeah, he said about, it is the Black Christmas thing. It's back when people didn't have, like, put...
political commentary, yeah, kind of.
And then Ryan Turek opened his big mouth and was like, actually, Bob Clark's film clearly had a anti-abortion type thing, and that's not what Joe Bob was saying. Like, he wasn't saying like, I don't want my film to have any substance other than straight horror. He was saying like the way that this Black Christmas one is done is not good because it's so in your face and ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, all this SJWs and fucking the Shockwaves crews.
Well, to be honest, man, when things are not subtle in films and they're just like they keep shoving it down your throat the whole film, it's like fuck off, man. Like
is the Black Christmas remake Blumhouse? Is that why Turk like rushed to like tweet back like so quick?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Because if first when I saw Turek's response, I was like, why of all people did he chime in so quick? And that's right. But yeah, and then like I kind of paid attention to it a little bit, but it was just everyone kind of trying to drag him like, and then Darcy, his mail girl, kind of came to his defense. She's like, he's not saying that like he doesn't appreciate the subtext of like horror movies.
Of course not, because he talks about it all the time.
Right, exactly.
If people watch his show, he's a smart, intelligent person. It's just it pisses me off because it's like, oh my god, these fucking witch hunts are so lame. Like, you guys are fucking losers, man. Like, all this stuff that's like, they take it like it's fucking
it's internet warrior shit, dude.
It's against
it's created a whole platform of fucking douchebags. This world is created douchebags, man. Fuck.
The funny thing too is specifically to Joe Bob, because his persona for like the show and his gimmicks are kind of like the redneck cowboyish. I was like, in the back of my head when he came back to do the show on Shudder, I was like, you know what? I hope not, but I have a feeling it's only a matter of time until the modern era just starts complaining about.
Did you hear when he was on Shockwaves, like the very first time? Do you remember what happened with that?
What, like the reaction to it?
Yeah,
what happened?
He made a like Asian joke about like eyes or something, like squinty eyes or something like that, and like they fucking like, I thought it was gonna be the end of Joe Bob before he even started. It was when they announced his last drive-in 24-hour marathon, like when he first came back, and like I saw these comments like people were just finding out Joe Bob's a racist piece of shit. How funny. I knew for like 2 decades, like all this stuff. And I'm just like, oh my God, he's playing a character. He's a comedian practically, dude. Like people were ridiculous.
It's this fucking PC fucking
It was not a good joke. I will say that. It wasn't a good joke. It was like, it didn't really hit. But it was like in passing, like you could tell it wasn't something he like pre-thought up.
But he plays a redneck fucking dumbass. Like, come on, man. That's the type of shit that you expect to hear out of his fucking mouth, man. Like, are people not understanding the character? and where it's coming from?
No, they don't care. They don't see the difference between. It's the same people that attack Dave
Well, then they
Chappelle.
should not be judging that then if they don't understand that type of shit, because what you're doing is making a fucking ass of yourself. It's worse than this fucking shitty joke, right? Like, I mean, you need to understand the context where it's coming from, or else you're just being a fucking douchebag, man.
I literally hate. I don't hate a lot of things in life. Like, in fact, I don't hate people. Like, even like Jeremy, like people in the group annoy him. Like, I never even think twice about stuff like that. I fucking hate people who get offended at things. It fucking bothers me.
So what you're saying is you hate pretty much half the world now because everybody is offended by everything now.
No, it's just all the pretty much. And I do like the group for non-controversial
Dude,
stuff.
I'm the toxic offender now, man. I'm the fucking toxic offender.
Like, the people who exist in Shockwaves, they created this community of like sensitive fucks.
Yes, that's true.
I do like a lot of people in there, and I truly do think that like it's good content a lot of the times. Like, they have cool conversations about stuff, but the moment it gets to a topic of like discrimination or like women's rights or like strong female characters or lack thereof, or anything that's even LGBTQ or anything like that, it becomes a fucking sensitive like puss fest, dude. It's fucking annoying, man. And sometimes I'll say something, but
dude, I know firsthand,
other times
man.
I don't. And it's just like, but I don't leave because people are like, just leave. It's like, I don't leave because I actually like the content in there a lot of times. Like, I found out about stuff like really quickly in there, but it's just like, dude, so many people are so fucking sensitive. It's insane. Like, it's,
they wouldn't last 5 minutes in our group, man.
No,
not even
in fact, people have came there and from Shockwaves and like bailed out.
Oh,
or, like,
of course
people
they
have
have.
said they listened to our show because it was recommended in Shockwaves, and they're like, it's the most like immature shit ever or something. And, like,
see now, like they try to disrespect us, then and shit. But I mean, really, that's a pure compliment. Thank you for that. I mean, really, you hear that type of shit, I'm like, motherfucker, I'm clicking on what podcast is this, man? Giddy up.
But no, like what annoyed me about Ryan Turk is that he kind of like just
he's got
took
a fucking
the basic
name.
No, I actually do like Ryan Turk.
No, I meant his name. It just sounds.
It feels like him of all people should know better. Like, what are you trying to
he's
score?
Just defending
cheap points?
his movie. He's completely biased and works for the production company.
Blumhouse. Yeah,
I'm saying like he would be the person. I don't know him that well, but I know I've read some of his writing back when he was on Shock 2 Drop and stuff like that. I just feel like he's somebody who would probably have an issue with that much pandering or something in the marketing. Like, a lot of people change once they get in with these, that find success. Like, they're very PC all of a sudden, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that guy, because I don't know him that well.
This world it's almost like cool to be PC or some shit, man. It's like, what the fuck is going on, man? It's like a trend, man.
The thing is, I think like his tweet was more defending his intellectual property.
Yes.
I
can't blame him either, because I mean, it's his job.
I don't think it was so much his tweet. It's more what happened after his tweet, because that's when the bandwagon
I know I'm
came
blaming his tweet, but really his tweet wasn't that bad compared to what like the shitstorm that it created. And I'm like kind of putting all the blame on him, which is kind of unfair. So yeah, I agree that it was more like the wave of people that came after. I knew that was going to happen. I'm actually surprised that Joe Bob hasn't gotten more hot water so far, because judging by like how it started and just me knowing about how he was in the 90s, I just feel like it doesn't play well with today's audience. But there are still people out there like us too who just look and find it funny, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't need to be offended at everything.
Yeah, and do you think
these are the people that are just getting into Joe Bob now, apparently, man, because if they weren't offended before and they're getting offended now, like that's ridiculous. It's the same shit. It's like the whole Don Cherry thing though too, man. I mean, he was himself for 40 fucking years, and all of a sudden he gets fired over saying "you people." It's like, this fucking world is so fucked up, man. He didn't mean that. He's not a fucking hate monger. He's not a racist and shit. It just came out wrong, right? It's ridiculous. People are just way too sensitive to all this bullshit and need to fucking take a step back. It's embarrassing, man. This society is embarrassing right now. It's the way it is. I'm embarrassed. I read comments and I'm embarrassed sometimes. I'm like, why are you being like that, man? You know, in 1997, you were like, you were saying fuck this and fuck that and shit. And now it's like, dude, you say some slanty eye joke and people are like, oh man.
I'm okay with like criticizing the joke because it sucked. And it was 100%. Like, even in poor taste, I'm fine with that. But like when you make it about bigger than that, that's where it just gets lame.
But you have to realize that's what everything is about now, making a big deal about everything. Everything has to be overly publicized, overly dramatic.
If people want to be offended and it hurt their feelings, that's fine. But I hate when they try to ruin it for the people that don't give a fuck, and they didn't even think twice about it.
Yeah, but these people don't give a shit about that.
They're trying to ruin it for me, and I don't want that shit.
It's attention, man. They want attention from their PC supporters, and they don't give a fuck about the people that are like, having a good time and actually living life the way it's supposed to be lived. By having fucking
hurting
fun.
Everybody's feelings.
Yeah, but that's exactly what the problem is, man. Is that people aren't even thinking for themselves anymore, man. They're just. I swear it's become a trend to be like that too. Like,
I just thought of something, dude.
It's ridiculous.
One time, I forget what Dave Z was talking about. He was in Shockwaves, and they started going hard on my dude. It was fucking. I was like, Jesus. I forget what it was about, but he like said something.
Maybe that's why I left Facebook.
I think he was like
couldn't resist.
Criticizing the group or like the way it was ran or something, and somebody just was like, all you ever do in here is like, fucking criticize us and stuff. Why are you even here or whatever? And it was just, I defended him because I 100% agreed with what he was saying. But
man, if that was me in there, you would have never offended me.
It's funny how they created, and it's not even Shockwaves. Like, it's not Rebecca and Rob G and Elric. Like, that's not their group. It's a fan-made group.
Yeah, it's a fan-made group.
Which is funny because you think like
PCs.
they don't like go in there and like moderate it or anything. It's like
the moderators are like ridiculous.
Principal fucking PC, man.
Like when the moderators chime in to like try to fucking clarify stuff and explain, it's just like shut
Have they gotten to that point in there where you have to get approval for all your posts and shit?
No, I don't think so.
That is some straight up fucking censorship
bullshit. But
they
will step in and delete stuff though.
That's different. But like if you're pending approval on every fucking post you have, is like ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous. And plus it's busy to do. It's doing that shit. It's fucking busy to do. Like, how many mods do you have? Like, say you have 3,000 or 4,000 group members, and you got to approve every fucking post to make sure it's all fucking PC and shit.
Well, I know that.
That shit,
I heard
man.
Dave talk about this the other day on WotC, but apparently now you can set certain like if like let's say Mike posts in our group, right? He's not a moderator or anything. We could set it to where all of his posts, we don't even have to check. They'll just allow him to post regularly. So that's kind of a cool little feature.
Oh yeah.
It's funny that like, cause I don't like, I've always been like the type of person, like I'm okay with anybody posting anything as long as it's not,
of course. There's nothing you can post that would get me up in arms.
Well, apparently, not all three of us feel that way because Jeremy's literally always bitching about like the posts. So maybe that would be a tool that he would want.
He hates when people post like 3-4 times, but then Jeremy's live streaming 4 or 5 times a day, and I'm like, okay, do you not see what's going on here?
I just don't see how it's hard to just scroll past it. It takes 2 seconds.
I know that shit doesn't bother me one bit. I'm like, I don't really give a shit. So guys are in there solely to just like self promote like their video, but it's like, dude, all you have to do is scroll by, and you like literally forget the second you passed. Well, normal people forget the second you pass. Jeremy doesn't. He takes it to the chat and fucking complains. He's like, that's it. I'm fucking banning this guy because he posts like 13 times. And nobody even liked his post once. He literally said that. He literally said that. He's not getting fucking likes, so I'm going to ban him. I was like, oh my God, Jeremy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So,
but anybody who's listening right now and is currently in the Shockwave groups, I'm sure you're very angry at us.
I can't even comment on the whole Shockwaves thing because
I don't even think it's
I've never.
It's more,
I was in there for 5 minutes.
Are the ones that crack me up.
I was in there for 5 minutes and I seen an argument and I was like, "Yeah, this is not the place for me."
I do really like the Shockwaves podcast, though. I will say that it's a good show.
Yeah, when I listened to it, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was.
I know Mr. Parka is a very he's very very likes it a lot too. It's one of his favorites. So.
Yeah, he listens to.
Yeah,
podcasts
I usually listen to it on Fridays unless I'm like way behind on other stuff. Then I'll push it out. But it's pretty cool, and they have a lot of informative guests on there that are fun to listen to their insight on stuff.
Yeah, I was listening to that back when they were Killer POV. Yeah. I think I started listening on like their third or fourth episode.
What was the name? Killer
Yeah,
POV?
Rebecca McKendry has
that's a cool name for a
Fangoria show now.
What is it? Oh, the Nightmare
University. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really good. They did a nunsploitation. She did a nunsploitation episode. But yeah, it's shorter, but it's like very informative. I really like that show too.
I'm so disappointed that our nunsploitation show that we did recently just bombed. It like did terrible, man.
So bad. James Cox gave me a la carte to review like a month later.
Yeah, dude, like no one. I was like, how the fuck are people checking out nunsploitation films? I'm like, that shit's just not cool anymore. Like, what the fuck? I was shocked by that, man. So.
Were you shocked? Were you shocked?
I was shocked. You both are on the same shit, man.
It was just so perfect because we were just talking about Shockwaves.
If I was smart, I would have said that I set you guys up for that, but no.
It's because JP's half my age. His reflexes are quicker at this point.
I saw that delay. You're like, and you know what happened there? You were fucking lifting up your beer too, weren't you? And you, like,
I didn't want to fucking interrupt, so
but you were like
I heard voices
sipper
going.
Sipper joke, and you're like, fuck it.
I really found that whole Joe Bob thing just like really sad to me. I was like,
well, the problem is, it's like I didn't like you said. I think we already mentioned it. It's like the Turek tweet was fine, a couple more responses, whatever. But the way it blew up was just like, shut the fuck up, people. Like, get over it. He's a character. Stop claiming you have hated him for 20 years because you haven't.
Just wait, just enjoy Last Christmas next week. I wish I was you guys and didn't have a podcast to record and could enjoy it. Or not Last Christmas, whatever the hell it's called. Red Christmas.
Red Christmas, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. They're going to show fucking Dow code for Santa.
Deadly games.
It'd be so cool. That'd be cool. So cool if he fucking addresses it. Like if he mentions it somehow.
No, he's going to show it.
No. I meant the full fucking Twitter blow up.
Yeah.
He says something about like fucking SJWs.
Oh, he's definitely going to say something about the Black Christmas remake, I bet.
Yeah. Good, because that deserves to be fucking.
Man, I'm fucking pissed that I missed that Fresh Cuts, dude, for Deadly Games.
It was fun.
Who all was on that?
Because the funny thing is, I watched it like 2 nights before you guys were doing it. Like, because I've had the Blu-ray and
it was.
I loved
does that count for 2019?
Dude, the film's from like 1989.
Well, it's getting its North American release.
Literally 30 years old.
Yeah, that's the funny thing because like I don't know because I know Boog, you're not in the Fresh Cuts chats anymore. JP, you're sporadically there. Venom kind of didn't want to let it qualify, but my thing is like I'm like, well, it's definitely making an exception for it to do it because obviously it's from 1989. But I was like, hey, it's never been available. Like this is the first, unless you're going to import it or watch bootleg rips of it, it's never really been available here. So Christmas horror, it's like timely. I'm like, let's just fucking do it. But we actually had Carly and Neil Lamoy. Neil's first time on the show, and then obviously Carly's been on before. But it was a fun episode. It just sucks because like moods we've had you on a bunch, but now that Venom's like most of the early days of the week he's taken with other stuff, so that like cuts you out of it for like the time being.
I can only record Fresh Cuts on Monday night or Tuesday night right now.
Yeah, because we had a good like Tuesday night thing going. Like most of the times you would join us would be on Tuesday nights, and then once Horrorcast came back, that's the night they record like every single week. That's right. So I'm like, fuck. So.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate, man. Because that would have been a fun one to talk about, man. Because it's like it's got that whole predating Home Alone thing, and it's fucking fun, dude. That kid had the best mullet ever, man. It's fucking amazing.
It's a dark ass movie. Like the tonally, it's just like.
You know what's kind of interesting? I don't know if you guys brought this up. Have you guys ever seen Christmas Evil before?
Yeah.
You know
no. I never seen it.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I know you. I don't know why I said you guys. I don't know why I pluralized that, but yeah, no, Christmas Eve. But anyways, the killer in Deadly Games kind of reminds me of him for some odd reason. Just awkward looking with this kind of beard. I don't know. It was weird. I don't know. It's kind of fucking strange. Just kind of remind me.
Did you guys do Knives Out?
Nah, Venom saw it. I never had the chance to get to the theater to see it. Venom was open to doing it though, and I would have been down to do it. I just didn't have a chance to get out to see it. But he liked it a lot from what he told me.
Does it count as horror?
No. But then again,
it's a kind of a murder mystery.
A complete murder mystery.
Isn't it some Agatha Christie shit? It looks like Agatha Christie, man.
Yeah, it's honestly really fun.
A bunch of people gather in one room, somebody gets killed, and then fucking
It actually doesn't play out like you would think it does.
I mean, from the trailer, which I have seen the trailer because again, cinema. It just instantly I was like, wow, that's like the highest budget Agatha Christie movie ever.
No, it actually doesn't play out like you would. Even the trailer shows it plays out a little bit different. Like
I wanted to check it out because of the cast
structure.
Man.
I mean, the cast is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I mean, anything that Michael Shannon. I've got to check out.
He's awesome.
I'm like one of his biggest fans. I think that guy's one of the greatest underappreciated actors out there, man.
There's a really funny scene where he's trying to get a Mexican girl to say that they don't put their family in actual cages and stuff, and it was really funny because there's like this like liberal verse thing in the movie a little bit, so it's really funny. But she's actually not even Mexican, I don't think, but one of the southern territories, but. It's actually a very, 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 very fun. And you know what? I'm happy that it succeeded because it shows that you can make something like this today. Because it totally is a throwback. You know what I mean? To like murder mysteries of yesteryear. Mm-hmm. It's nothing like I'm surprised that this film came out this wide. I mean, I think having the stars that it did attached probably helped it. But yeah, it's very likable, very fun. I mean, it's convoluted once everything's all laid out and stuff, but there's that classic, like everything's laid out and explained to you in a long, scene of dialogue, and exposition at the end of the thing. So it's very classic in that sense where it's like
typical Agatha Christie where they have to explain everything.
See, I don't know who that is. So you keep referencing her.
10 Little Indians. She's like,
oh, okay.
Agatha Christie's super. I mean, God, man, they've adapted like 100 of her fucking stories into movies. But all of her movies are like murder mysteries like that. It's like something happens at the beginning and there's this huge mystery. Everyone's pointing the finger at each other, and then when it comes down to the end, there's like this big explanation at the end and shit like that. And it's like, hey, this is why this happened. This is why this happened. You're like, oh, okay. Because like nobody can ever fully figure that out or fucking, follow the movie properly,
Yeah. Well, so. it's just fun because you know that it's like it's done on purpose. Like it's like this long-winded explanation, but it's fun to watch. And it's funny. There was actually a line in the movie. It was like it's like we're in, because it's set in like this big mansion thing, and they're like, we're literally in like a clue board or something. And I was like, oh, that's funny.
That is funny. Yeah.
That's what people kind of compared it to, the movie Clue. If you've seen that,
I thought that's what it was going to be like, but in my opinion, it's not at all.
Okay.
I've seen Clue.
Other than the fact that there's just a mystery aspect and a mansion aspect, but both me and Carly really liked it. I definitely recommend seeing it. It's fun.
Yeah, it was cool to see Daniel Craig in there too, man. I'm like the current Bond, see him in something different.
You know who else is in it? I don't know if this guy is anybody I know I've seen him in a couple things, but I'd seen him on the in the movie, and I was like, dude, this guy. I was like, I know I've seen this guy before, but I couldn't figure out like where he was, and I'm just double checking because I don't want to be wrong on this, but I think that he was, in Knives Out. Do you remember the first season of Tales from the Crypt?
Somewhat.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the Collection Complete segment? It's like the last episode of the first season where like the dude retires and it's like set on. It's usually clearly filmed on a soundstage.
Yeah, I know the episode. Yeah.
That guy, he's in there, and I was like, oh shit, I know that guy. His name.
Oh, really? Crazy.
Emmett Walsh. Yeah, and he was like,
Wow.
I thought he'd been dead by now because like he looked old in that in Tales from the Crypt, and that came out before I was born.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking 30 plus years old right there.
Yeah, but he was in it. I recognized him immediately because he just has that voice and face. But yeah, it was really cool to see him. Yeah, so that's that.
Cool. Well, I guess that is.
Yeah, sorry I extended the news segment by like 30 minutes from bringing up that Joe Bob.
Yeah, that was like literally like 25 more minutes. That's funny, but yeah. So that's gonna conclude the news.
Fucking thing sucks!
Moving along here. We got a few listener questions.
It's the questions. It's the questions, boy. It's the questions. It's the questions. Come on, the questions. It's the questions, boy. It's the questions. It's the questions. Yeah.
Quickly, there's only a couple.
Before you do that, I have one that wasn't answered from before. All right,
Yeah.
Ready? All right. This one's for me, JP. As you've alluded to in the past, you sounded like you were quite different in your younger years. A bit of a badass question mark? What was the turning point that changed you into lovable, laid-back movie connoisseur you are now?
Okay, this is bullshit. You didn't give a name, so you totally wrote this question.
That's James Cokes.
Oh, did
you
it?
stop growing?
So, yeah, I think that it's a little bit of a little too much to say I'm lovable and laid back, but no, you know, I was, not only was I like not nice, but I was like, there was two things that I changed really. I wasn't very nice in high school and middle school and stuff like that. I was kind of a dick. But I also was bad. Like I just got into trouble and you know, was into that, you know, lifestyle of like getting in trouble and, you know, getting underage drinkings and
A little hoodlum.
yeah, and like selling drugs and stuff like that, and you know, doing shit I shouldn't have been doing, getting in police chases and like just being very reckless and stuff. And I just had better examples in my life where I'm like, I know better than this. Like the whole time, even while I was doing it, like I remember like I would be chilling at one of my like dudes' houses, and he'd be like, "Dude, let's go like fuck up the town." It would be like 2 a.m. or something, and like I'm like, I remember there was a certain point where it's just like, no, I was like, I don't want to go do anything. I want to just like stay here and drink. And he's like, come on, quit being a pussy. I'm like, dude, I literally ain't going. And then I woke up and like there's like a computer and like a PlayStation and a TV like all on the center of the floor, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? He like just robbed the dude up the road, like broke into his house and stole all his shit. And you know, he's like, you think I'm gonna get in trouble for this? And I was like, yes, I do. And what's so stupid about it is the guy that he did it to was the guy that paid us to cut his grass earlier in the day that bought us the alcohol.
That's just fucking ridiculous, man. This is so disrespectful, you know what I mean? Man. So disrespectful.
So he ended up not getting in trouble for it. But you know, just stuff like that where I was just like, I knew that I was like doing the wrong shit. And then I actually got into a police chase And that kind of was like the last straw for me, where I was like, I'm done.
That could have been part of the same story.
What was the result of the police chase?
I got away.
Oh, really?
Yep, 100%.
Were you on foot here? Because
no, in a car. So I'll make a quick version of this. I was like 17, and my friend was like 24 or something like that. And he just got out of jail recently, and we were kicking it at my other friend's house, like drinking in the basement, like just like we always did. And he was like, "Hey, my girl Sauce is working tonight. Like, y'all should come to the strip club." And I was like, I'm only 17. And he was like, oh, it don't matter. I'll get you in. He's like, just use my brother's ID. I was like, I look nothing like your brother. And he's like a foot taller than me. And he's like, no, it'll work. And like nobody else wanted to go. And I was like, he just use your Uncle B's ID. I'm like, Uncle B's like 45. I'm like, it's not going to work. He's like, I'll get you in. So we went and we took like a case of beer with us. And we went to the strip club. He like got me in. It was like a crazy story in there. And when we were going home, we stopped at a stoplight, and he was like, give me a square. And I was like, oh, we don't have anywhere out or whatever. And we were at a stoplight, stop. And he's like, oh, we're going to have to go grab something. And then he just like went, like not thinking. Like he just was like, oh, we're going to have to go grab something, and went to go up to the gas station. And there must have been a police car sitting there or whatever. So he just basically was like, just driving, and I'm like looking in the rearview mirror, and I see these lights, and I'm like, yo, I was like, there's like cops, man. And I just got an underage drinking, like not even like a full, 2 months before. And he was like, and I'm like noticing, I'm like, he ain't stopping. And I'm like, yo, I was like, you gonna stop? And he's like, nah. And I was like, dude, just let me out. I was like, I'll take the underage drinking here. You know what I mean? Like, and he's like, nah, P, you're riding. And I was like, fuck. And then it was like a half-hour long chase thing. It was just like a mess. And then he was like, listen, I got an idea. He's like, I'm going to let you out of the car because right now we only have one police car chasing us. But if they call for backup, they will have two, in which case the police always have to follow the more dangerous thing, which is the driver. So if you get out of the car and run, they're going to chase me. I'm going to speed away, and then you can get away. And I was like, I felt like he was trying to trick me or something. Like he was using me as like bait, like he was just going to like fuck me somehow. But at that point I was just like so over it. And I was like, I'll just take whatever comes to me. So, he stopped, and sure enough, I got out of the car. I ran through the woods. They said, stop or I'll shoot. And then I was just like, I heard them get back in their car and follow him. I ran through the woods, made it down to like my uncle's house, and then like he hid me. And then the police were all like looking through the yard and stuff with flashlights. And he had drove through the woods. Like he went down like this trail, got out of the car, ran up to his house, reported his car stolen. And the police never reported their chase until they lost him. So technically he reported the car stolen before they reported the chase. So it looked really good on him. They came into his house and took him to jail, and they didn't have nothing to hold him on because he said, I reported my car stolen, and it matched up with his story. So they let him go, even though they knew that it was him.
Even though his car was in his fucking driveway?
No, he bailed out of it in the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Ran to his house on foot.
That's fucking funny. That's crazy.
He reported the car stolen, and since the police were like lazy about it and didn't actually like report any type of incident or car chase.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
He was able to technically report it stolen before there was ever any type of report that it happened.
That's so ballsy to call that into. Like, what's your license plate? It's this, and this. Oh, that's the car we're looking for right now.
Well, actually, you know what's funny is he just got out of jail this year. He was in there for like 5 years for another unrelated incident. but yeah, so it was really, that was the thing that kind of set me over the edge, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? You know what I mean? And that's just one of many incidents that just kind of led me to like change in my life. And then on top of that, I started listening to a lot of like different perspectives on life and stuff, like podcasts and like Joe Rogan and stuff like that. This is like when I was still like in my teens, early 20s, and it kind of just made me like respect the fact that people are different, and like that I shouldn't expect everybody to think exactly like me, and I should just start being nicer to the world, because there's really no reason to be so like mean. And I basically, that's why, like, you guys, everybody kind of knows me for being like a little bit of like an asshole like on the show, and like but really I'm like the nicest person to like all of our listeners and like group members. Like, I'm way nicer than Jeremy, and like I have way less like negative things to say, like in reality. Like, yeah, I'll debate stuff, and like
I'm the fucking toxic offender, man.
Yeah, exactly. So like I'm actually like one of the more nicer people. I just come off
I'm
like
misunderstood, man. Fuck, I'm nice too. I'm nice.
He's not mad, he's sad.
But it's crazy. I had to learn all that shit from a podcast, though, man. I learned all those fucking life lessons through fucking Sesame Street, man. Come on, turn the fucking TV on. Jeez, you could have avoided all that shit, man. Police chases and stuff. You're like, if I had just listened to Oscar the Grouch, man.
I was an angry teenager because I grew up in a like rough setting, but I also knew that it was dumb. Like, I wasn't ever like, oh, like, this is smart. I was like, this is, I'm doing dumb shit.
Where you are now is because you realized, even when that shit was going on, that it was fucking stupid, and this is probably going to be very, very bad for me in the end. Right?
And I never expected that. Like, even at the time, I always expected to stop doing it. Like, I just was like, oh, I'm just like having fun now. And I was, for the most part. It sounds worse than it actually was.
But it's hard though, man, when you got homies that are like you're loyal to your homies and shit, but they're like terrible influences on you and shit. I think everyone's kind of been in those spots where you're like, man, I know this is fucking not good, but like, this guy's cool with me, man. He just does dumb shit. Like, I hated being in those situations, man. And I was always the smart one too. I always got myself out of things too, and like, I was just like, fuck this, man. I gotta step away, man. This shit ain't good.
Yeah, I had a couple of friends who were very good at like making you like them and want to like do stuff with them, even though it was like bad. And it was like they were so nice sometimes, but they were dicks other times. It was just like they're very manipulative. But I'm still friends with a lot of these people to this day, and like,
which is kind of
a lot
ironic,
of them
right?
have cleaned their lives up too. Like, one of my best friends got on heroin real bad, and was like, I stopped talking to him, and he was just like really bad, and I never expected him, because we had like we always promised we would never do that, and then like he got clean like this past year and got a really good job, just bought like a Harley Davidson and stuff. So like, I'm very proud of him for changing his life too, him and his brother, which were really good friends of mine. We used to like do everything together. But yeah, totally just changed my mindset, and I always planned to. I never felt like I literally was just having fun, and like I was enjoying walking the line of danger at the time. And then I buckled down and was like, I gotta stop this. I don't think I was ever in true danger of like completely fucking my life up. I might have just got in trouble. 'Cause, like, even that police chase, like, I didn't want to do that. Like, I was like, I should have never been there and stuff. Yeah. But I wanted out. I wanted him to stop. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't like, well, yeah, let's fuck it. Like, I knew that it's like, I don't want to participate in something that could kill someone. You know what I mean? But yeah, So to answer your question, James, just being smart, like kind of just realizing that I'm pushing it too much. I already knew ahead of time to not make the mistakes my family did, but I figured I could walk close to the edge and have fun, and then just stop, not make the full mistakes that they did. And I probably went a little too far with it, is what I'm saying. But at the same time, like, I was smart enough to know that this isn't what you're supposed to do, and that I could easily fuck up. But I was just like, I was arrogant about it. I was like, I'll be fine. So yeah.
Well, after these messages, more with JP's life story.
Hey, people said that they like my stories.
It's kind of crazy, man. I was actually thinking about that, like when you were talking about this. I'm like, man, you have been really open about your life and shit, and I don't think anyone knows a thing about me. Like, I never tell stories like that, man.
You know what? But I never was before, right? Like, you know stuff about me.
Oh, I do. Yeah, you've definitely told me things that you've never told in here. But I mean, the same thing. Like, I just don't ever. I don't know. I just don't air that stuff out that much.
I don't normally, but I've kind of got. It feels like it's been so long now that I'm just like, okay, if people ask,
for sure.
I'll be a little bit more honest. But yeah. So after that, he asked Jeremy a question. Jeremy's not here. He said, "You seem to buy a lot of films you'll never watch. Why? to watch them one day, or is it for resale?" I don't think he's going to resell them, but
no.
Jeremy is somebody who has the most unwatched collection out of anybody I know.
100%.
Like
100%.
I'm pretty sure that his percent of actually watched films is 5% or under.
Yeah, I remember watching a couple of his shelf by shelf videos, and it was like, this one sucked, haven't seen it, this one sucked, haven't seen it. And it was like, I read through the comments, and everyone's like, dude, you watch any of your fucking movies?
Like I've probably watched maybe 50% of mine.
Yeah.
But he is literally at probably 5%.
Got to be under 5%, hands down.
So yeah. After that, moods. You've put so much money, time, and effort into your movies, watching and collecting them. Do you see yourself slowing down at any point, and do you fear one day waking up and thinking, I can't be bothered anymore?
Slowing down? I mean, really, the only thing that would slow me down collecting physical media would be if the companies just start depleting. You know, I mean, really, I think just the death of physical media would probably slow me down. But if it keeps going strong, like the way it has been, in my opinion, I think it's still pretty strong. No, because it makes me happy. And I've always said, I mean, you know, people ask me all the time, they're like, dude, do you ever like have regrets of all the like hundreds of thousands of dollars you spend on music and fucking movies and shit? And I'm like, absolutely fucking not. I live my life with no regrets. I've always done that. I do things that make me happy. And you know what? I have a fucking wife that 100% supports everything that I do. She loves the fact that I podcast. She loves the fact that I have these, like every time she walks in my film room, she just is in awe. You know, every time she's in the studio I'm recording in right now, the music, she's like, it's amazing. Like your dedication is absolutely amazing. She supports that. You know, it's a great system to have. And no, I don't have any regrets. And I could never see myself waking up one day and being like, why the fuck am I doing this? I mean, you know, I couldn't say 100%, but there's little to no chance that's ever going to happen. So, I mean, I've always said, you know, do things that make you happy. Don't do things that make other people happy. You know, it's like, do things for yourself, man. I mean, there's the number one thing you can't worry about what other people are thinking and worrying about and shit. And if that was the case, then I would have stopped collecting before I fucking started, man. You know, people are like, man, you got to invest your money.
The older you get, the less you give a shit what other people do. Like I don't collect, but I don't care. I'm not up in arms that other people choose to collect movies and I don't. I mean,
yeah, 100%, man.
Everyone collects what they collect.
I like collectors in general.
I truly love it. I don't buy as much as I used to. Like I am looking at my DVD update. It's probably 4 to 5 months behind. And even then, like I don't have that much stuff to update. That's why I've waited so long. Just because like I just don't have the exposable income like I used to. Expendable income. But like I still love collecting. It's just so fun to me. I don't know. I've always just liked it. It's super dope.
I just like having stuff, you know, like when I was a kid, I mean, I got into music at such a young age and movies at such a young age, but obviously at those young ages, I couldn't like collect, but like it was always a dream. But, you know, things that were affordable were, you know, collecting hockey cards. I mean, I grew up in the 80s and it was, you know, hockey cards and Garbage Pail Kids, man. I mean, cards were the fucking shiznit, man. I mean, I didn't really collect toys, you know, like I wasn't like that type of person. I had toys, but you know, some people like collected even from a young age, just like everything they bought was like in the package. I'm like, no, it was cards and stuff. And I just like the idea of collecting. And it wasn't to like, show off to people. It was self-satisfaction, you know. It was like, man, I love having these. I like looking at these, you know. It's just like, I wasn't that people that would buy things and then, you know, just kind of keep them unopened and fucking do this. And I got a lot of satisfaction out of it. And then, you know, and then it moved on to like actually collecting music and, you know, movies and things like that. And it's just,
yeah, when I was a kid, my parents would get me every Christmas the complete MLB baseball card set. So it's every player in the league, and it's like that long rectangle box, and it's like, it was so cool because you would get this complete thing, and of course there's stars, but then like a few seasons later, when guys would become stars from just being, you know, improving and getting better, you would go back and look at your set and you'd be like, oh my God, I have all these guys' rookie cards that before they became anybody, you know?
You know, just a couple weeks ago, man, my kid was in my room here, and I actually have all my cards and stuff. I probably have, oh my God, I couldn't even 20, 30,000. Like, it's crazy. I have like shelves of cards, like full sets like that and stuff. And he's been like really intrigued by it. And like, he's a little bit unorganized for like a 9-year-old. Like, he doesn't respect, you know, to handle them like I was when I was 9, you know, kind of thing. So he's just kind of behind that. So there's a time where I'll pass him down to him and shit. But I actually bought him the complete set of the 2019 MLB cards for Christmas, actually. So, but I'm going to sit down and put, like, I bought a binder with the plastics and all that shit to put them in, and I'm going to, you know, kind of sit them down and show them how to, like, respect these things and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that, man. I'm sounding like an old dad right now, but I'm really excited to do that with him, because that was the shit that I was doing when I was his age, and I got so much fucking joy out of it, man. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. So I can't wait for him to open that up. Pretty excited. Yeah.
Other questions. You have a list?
Yes, I do. First question is from our man, Mikey Fisher, Mr. Fishfucker. He said, this is probably going back to the conversation that we had last week about the wrong term, remake/reboot thing. He said, it looks as if the killers are going to be wearing different types of animal masks. Thoughts on that? I mean, honestly, man, if it's a remake, I mean, I don't even know if it's officially confirmed if it's like a remake or if it's like a sequel. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. If it's a remake, a full-on remake, and they're wearing animal skulls, of course I have no problem with that. I mean, if it's based on the same characters from the original franchise, it's going to be a little bit awkward, but at the same time I'll embrace it, man, because animal skull
this is probably
masks,
just like extended family, like, because remember in Wrong Turn 2 how many more of them there were than in the first one?
For sure. But if they explain that away as like, hey, this is part of the family and stuff, then it just relates right back to the original franchise. But these guys, this portion of the O'Douls wear fucking animal masks and shit. I'll be fucking down with that, man. I have no problem with that whatsoever, man. I like masks in general, man, as long as they look cool. You know, I mean, like the bowling bag mask, that's like one of the best ones ever, so.
Oh yeah, I think Unearthed announced that they were releasing.
Wow, you took that like a champ. You just
What was this? What is this film?
Gutterballs.
Famine.
Oh, Famine. Yeah, Famine's coming out. It should be out this month.
Announced that one for now.
Yeah, it's out this month, actually on Blu-ray. So
okay.
Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I'm down with it. I just prefer so much for it to be like a semi-sequel at least. I don't want no fucking reboot.
No,
dude.
I would rather be related to the original franchise too. Just sequel it, man. Just whatever.
The only reason to do it as a reboot is if you're going to do a big budget like re-release. You know, these are just direct to video how they've been going. Mm-hmm. Like I used to like when they came out because it's like, oh, look, in Walmart, there's a new Wrong Turn. Like, I'll pick this up. I wonder what the boys are up to this time. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder what kind of kills we're going to see this time. I just like those. I kind of like direct-to-video franchises like that. Like, Tremors is another one where I'm like, oh, I wonder what Bert and the boys are going to be up to in Ireland this time with the Grab Boys.
Doesn't it make you kind of go back and kind of watch the fucking Children of the Corn franchise again? Do you ever just like sit there and go, no, me either. That's the funny fucking thing about that franchise. Everyone's like, man, it's one of the worst franchises ever. And I'm like, you know, honestly,
same thing about Hellraiser. We actually liked most of them and not a single one made the pain.
I know, that's like insane to me. Well, we had a couple Children of the Corn, but the majority of the ones that are tolerable are actually decent. You know, maybe not as sequels themselves, but they're part of the franchise and they're actually decent. But it's kind of awkward when it comes to that. But I actually was thinking about this not too long ago because I was thinking of Kyle. Don't ask me. But anyways, and I was thinking about that episode. This is probably just a little while ago, and I was like, man, I actually kind of feel like watching some of those Children of the Corn films again, man. It's fucking weird.
Oh, dude, that's funny because I wanted to watch. I saw Carly watch 2 for some reason.
Yeah,
I was like,
I saw that.
Yeah,
she made a video for it
two.
or something. Yeah, or something. I saw a post or something like that.
Yeah,
I might be tripping, but maybe she did a video for something else. But
no, I think she did do a video.
Okay.
She has a series where she's going through her collection and watching, like, in alphabetical order. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool.
Speaking of Carly, when the hell are you guys going to do a new Netflix and chill? Come on, man.
Whenever I don't have...
Probably when Carly gets a new co-host.
I need to do... I need to do...
Are you guys doing too much chilling and not enough Netflixing?
Well, the thing is, we fucking have so much...
Shows now?
Crap,
Fuck yeah.
dude. Yeah, like, I have a lot of Patreon this, like...
You know what?
2 months,
you know what, JP? Just blame Derek on this one. Ever since they started up celluloid dissections, it took away her time from chilling with you on Netflix. So
yeah, she also does movie versus movie, and then I drag her onto Fresh Cuts when I can.
Yeah, see, everyone's got like multiple
She has no time to chill.
Fuck, I'd love to record another episode of Disposable Arts one day. Can't get them together though. It's insane. It's insane. Mike, did you have anything on that?
Oh, shit, what were we talking about again?
Wrong Turn reboot with the masks, the animal skulls.
Oh, why? You know, whatever. I mean, if it's a reboot, I mean, if we want to get into that whole thing, reboot, remake, whatever the fuck. Is this a reboot as in, like, they're making this one?
Did you not listen to last week's show?
No, I did, and I know your whole... I did listen to it, but...
Just very forgettable.
I wasn't 5 beers in when I listened to it like I am now.
Oh.
He actually even brought that shit up earlier too. He's like, I'm gonna bring up that fucking reboot remake shit, man. Fucking JP. That's where the intro came from. Actually, Mike gave me the idea for that.
But yeah,
is this like a total like new? We're just making
we don't know.
Yeah, there's no actual.
There's no.
It hasn't been defined yet.
Ones, right?
Yeah, we don't know.
The only thing
then it is like
it's
whatever.
Called Wrong Turn the Foundation. That's all we know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like it, when you hear the word foundation, it almost sounds like prequel, for fuck's sakes.
That's what I'm saying. Like foundation sounds like you're setting it up as in this is what kind of the start to create. So what is it? The origin story of the rednecks in the woods, or
maybe it's,
what?
They already did that with part 4, though. Remember?
Yeah.
No, I meant like maybe even further back than that.
Yeah, they could.
Maybe.
God.
I mean, I guess we'll wait for more info.
Yeah.
When is it supposed to be coming out, or do they not even say that much yet?
No.
Next year is all I know.
That's all we know is like a year from now. All right, so moving along, Jonathan Wilhelm. Is there one horror movie trope that pisses you off the most? What would it be?
Yeah, let me go first because I've been thinking about this since he asked the question initially.
Okay. Mine is people that want to insist on going first.
It's not a horror movie trope, buddy. Yeah, the biggest one that I hate it, is in a found footage film where the camera glitches like.
Man, I think we brought that up. I mean, well, it makes no sense when you have digital cameras and it's doing the tape thing.
Me.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It kills me. It will ruin a found footage film for me if it does it like when the camera's like knocked off a table or something.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. But when you're just walking down a hall, and it's like.
But to take that a little bit further, it's like, yeah, that's super annoying when they use that just as an effect in the film kind of thing where it doesn't even make sense. But it's more annoying when they do the effect wrong and they're using it quite clearly using a digital camera, and they use the like the tracking of a VHS on it. I'm like, that doesn't happen on digital fucking files. It just doesn't fucking work. So get it straight. Yeah, so trope that pisses me off the most. You guys there?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I didn't hear you guys. I thought you guys lost.
I'm right here.
Okay,
5 hours I've been right here.
that pisses me off the most, man. It's got to be, you know, honestly, recently I've been noticing this in a lot of fucking movies. Is I fucking can't stand when people don't fight back. Like, if you're about to get fucking murdered, isn't it just like a normal animal instinct to fucking fight back if someone's attacking you?
Fight or flight. I mean, one of the two, I
Like,
guess.
come the fuck on. Like, no, I could never see myself sitting there or backing myself into a corner and then waiting for this attacker to kill me. Like, that's fucked up, man. Like, you're not going to throw a left hook with a right cross. Like, that's fucked up, man. Fight back. It really drives me fucking nuts, man. Really does. Mike, what's your trope that you hate the most?
I mean, the first one that immediately comes to my head, so I'll just go with this one, is the like I've knocked the guy down, but I'm not going to finish him off type thing, where it's like, you know, you wound the guy, and you still have the knife or the gun or the weapon in your hand. It's like, please continue killing. Like, make sure they're fucking dead. I mean, this is mostly probably just for the slasher subgenre specifically, but you know, I don't mind it so much in, like, you know, movies that are 20, 30 years old. But it's like, if you're making a slasher now, either don't even play that shit in your movie, or try to figure it out. Like, where,
see, I always just think of that logically. Like, if there's somebody trying to kill me and I incapacitate them, and I do the double tap and like kill them more to make sure they're actually dead, like, that's against the law. Like, you're not allowed to do that, really. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be thinking logically like that.
Do you think that's what they're thinking about, though?
Yeah, but
I mean,
you got to put yourself in the moment. Nobody thinks like that. Like, I mean, if someone's trying to kill you and you double tap somebody, yeah, I get it that it's excessive, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
Shoot someone in the back, you can't do that. But, like, no one thinks like that in a survival situation.
Here's the compromise. You incapacitate them, then at least get the fuck out of there. Like, what annoys me is when they incapacitate them, and then it's like they kind of stick around like, oh, and then the dude sits up or gets, it's like, okay, were you not going to finish him off or leave or something? Come on. Like,
I hate the non-finished off thing, man. I think that's bullshit, man. Like, you got a group of people and, you know, you're fighting, you know, say a few people or whatever, and this dude is taking out like 5 of your fucking homies, and you have the chance, you take him out and shit, and you're like, nah, man, you're good. Like, what the like, dude, he just took out 5 of your homies, man. Of course you're gonna take his ass out. That's normal instinct, man. I mean, everyone's got revenge in them, man. You got to get even. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you're just gonna let him have it. Like, oh, I beat him down enough. He's had enough. But dude, no, it's not equal. You let him live and he killed 5 of your homies. Doesn't make sense, man. Makes no sense. Yeah. Fuck that. You feel me?
Yep.
All right. The homeboy Dylan came in with a funny ass comment. Shout out to Chris Marquette. Like the 4th time. He's like, why would you ever collect physical media? ? Like, you could totally just download all the movies for free. Yeah, right? I mean, it's so much cheaper. It's so much fucking cheaper, man, just to download for free and, you know, illegally do shit and stuff, of course, man. Fuck, that made me laugh. I was literally eating this fucking bowl of Brussels sprouts, and I almost choked on them. I laughed right out loud. I was like, that's so fucking funny.
How'd you cook them Brussels sprouts?
Steamed them.
Steam them? I like them steamed. I also like them like roasted in the oven.
Yeah, I was going for a little bit quicker, and I was like, yeah, that's like literally all I had for fucking dinner, man. Just put some butter on them. They were fucking good, man. Yeah, so moving on to our boss, Jason Lloyd. How long do you think it will be when a vast majority of companies will go all digital and stop releasing DVD, Blu, 4K?
That's a question for you guys, because you guys are collectors. I have no fucking clue.
You know what? It's so hard to examine, you know, a realistic answer for this, because the way I see things going, I mean, these companies seem to be releasing more and more and more every year. I mean, the way I see it, I don't see companies like Scream Factory and Arrow and, you know, Vinegar Syndrome, and even like the smaller ones like Mondo Macabre, like 88 Films, like all these major companies that are doing things right now, folding anytime soon.
Well, I guess a better question, like the modified question on that is, do you do you believe, like, you know, in the future, like, you know, near future, long term, short term, are these companies going to be able to make enough money off collectors alone to stay in business?
Well, I think,
because I think that's the tipping point, is whether there's going to be enough collectors to make it worth it for these companies to keep going, or are they going to come to the determination that not enough people are buying
the way I see it. Okay, hold on. The way I see it though right now is that these companies are solely surviving on collectors. I mean, yeah, if we start dropping off and the void's not filled, of course, yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of numbers and time right there that the shit's gonna fail. But I mean, they solely survive off guys like me and JP. So it's really fucking hard to tell. I mean, I guess if people start having change of hearts and being like, wake up one day, like going back to the previous question and go, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Why am I collecting? If a lot of people start doing that, maybe, but I just don't see it. I think the majority of people that are in this business of collecting and enjoying this lifestyle are here for, I think there's a lot of this companies are surviving off the serious collectors. And I just don't see it going. I mean, look at it this way. The majority of the people that collect are not like fully against digital. I'm not against digital and streaming and things like that at all. But I am against people trading in or just stop collecting physicals for that bullshit. I mean, that's what's going to kill the industry. You still got to support it and stuff like that. So it's just tough. It's really tough to say, man. I mean, we have no statistics on this either. I mean, for years we've looked at and trying to figure out what these companies actually sell and stuff. But I mean, this has been going on for years and years and years now. And we've come to the conclusion that Scream Factory is releasing more and more and more every year. So they're obviously making headway. They're selling enough to keep releasing more films and picking up more films and things like that. So something's going right. That's all I can say.
A couple of points on this. One, I don't think that it's going to end anytime soon. The vast majority could end, like, I could totally see like Walmart just stop carrying DVDs, which would change the industry a lot.
I actually
Best Buy barely carries DVDs anymore, right? I mean, their section is so small compared to.
I don't see Walmart doing that, because when we looked at the stats and shit like that, Walmart was actually the leader of selling fucking physical media. I don't remember if it was DVD and Blu-ray and stuff.
Walmart is 100% the leader. Like, Walmart sells more DVDs than anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, even if they are still selling the most, it doesn't mean that, you know, that is a lot. It just means that it's the most out of everybody.
Oh, no, of course, yeah.
So I could see a day perhaps where, I don't think it's now, but I could see a day perhaps where Walmart stops. But the industry does not necessarily represent what we are talking about. What we are talking about is the collecting industry. It's different from when the new Charlie Angels comes out and hits Walmart shelves. Like, the people that are buying that is like regular day Americans. That money does not ever trickle down to like the Scream Factories of the world and stuff like that. They have no connection with each other.
Yeah, for sure.
Other than maybe cost of the discs, which are already so cheap that I don't want to hear any company say that like the cost of printing these things outweighs what they're making, because it will never happen. The only cost, the true cost, is in acquisition. But from what I've learned from some of the smaller companies is sometimes the people do not even charge them. They're just happy to get their film released. If it's somebody like Vinegar Syndrome,
well, that's indie films though. Indie films is shit.
Yes,
like, I mean, if you're scooping up rights, like a company like Scream Factory who releases films that you're acquiring fucking rights to, right, and shit like that. So like their cost, their headway on their business model, like there's a lot of money invested there, man. So they have to be selling a shitload, because look at every month it's like 8 films a fucking month. That's just the Scream Factory titles. That's not including the Shout Factory titles, which they're acquiring TV series and a whole pile of shit, and that's expensive, man. TV's expensive to put out.
But we don't know if it is. You know what I mean? We don't know if it's expensive, or the MGM is like, just give us a percentage.
Well, you know what, man? From what I remember from school and talking about shit like this, that, I mean, in those days, it might have gone down now since the industry's kind of, faltered a little bit in that aspect, and they're willing to just give them at, smaller premium prices, because, like, it's like, whatever, man, we want this shit out there kind of thing. So who knows? You're right. Like, there's never been numbers to back up anything. So
like the thing about like acquisitions is like they are not buying the films from MGM. So MGM still owns the films. They're just doing a licensing agreement for a specified amount of time, like 5 years or something, in which they're allowed to print and sell as many as they want. So it's either a flat fee that they're like, okay, we'll give you, like, we charge $10,000 per film or something, or like this film's more, or it could be like based on how popular the film is, or it could even be like a percentage, like a royalty per sale. But at the end of the day,
I think in most cases it's both, actually, to be honest.
I do not see any way that Scream Factory in particular has been losing money, just because the sheer amount of volume that they've put out over the past. It's like, I feel like when you have that amount of volume, like you're doing it because you're making so much back on it.
It's not even just the volume, though. It's the companies that they deal with too. They deal with major studio films and things like that too, right? So those have got to be a little bit more. They've got to be a little bit more. Like
Sony,
and that's my point. Like if you look at Vinegar Syndrome, they deal with some of those companies own some of those bigger.
Well,
titles
some of
too.
them aren't even companies. It's literal people, like individuals who just own the rights to their own film.
Exactly. So. It depends on what kind of deal they made before when they made those films and stuff like that. But you look at Vinegar Syndrome, and they're releasing a little bit more low budgets. The titles that they're acquiring, I mean, Vinegar Syndrome, I know, is also bought up a shitload of those titles too. Like some of the shit that they're releasing, they physically fucking own. They actually own those movies, which is interesting and a great business, because if you can buy those movies, like flat out own the movies that you're releasing, you're making fucking bank because you're not paying anybody. That's amazing.
I think that Vinegar Syndrome in general is probably the safest. Like they probably take the least amount of actual risk on their releases, because I do think that a lot of the stuff they're getting it for dirt cheap, and you can just tell that based on some of the interviews that I've read and stuff like that. Like that's who I was referencing, where they said it, like sometimes they don't even pay anything to the people. They're just happy to have their film out. And so I feel like they get, so when you get one of those, you get all profit essentially, besides the cost of manufacturing, and the staff that you pay. So, that might give you some extra money to put a little bit into another one. And then they have, like, I know they've released some of the Traumas and stuff like that. But I think now they are starting to be a little bit,
which was a smart business model too, because essentially what they did is they traded, certain things to, like, just put out these films and things like that, and they weren't really even paying any money with I think the deal was with Trauma, is that they did some transfers for them for free, and then Trauma basically traded some of the rights to release some of their films on Blu-ray and shit like that, which is kind of interesting too, because in that sense you're just making more money, because that machine that they have is like a fucking gold mine. Really,
and now they went, and I'll tell you what, no way in hell a company like Synapse or Vinegar Syndrome would go into the 4K market and Kino if they weren't doing okay.
Absolutely.
At least okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think that a company like Vinegar Syndrome takes like a little less risk. Companies like Blue Underground traditionally already own a lot of the films that they release. Like they're not doing licensing with those.
No.
They actually own them. Which a lot of was like spillover from Anchor Bay.
Well, Lustig, when he left Anchor Bay, he took a lot of the rights and shit like that. He took a lot of those films. And I mean, from Blue Underground's been around since 2006 or whatever. It's 2000, almost 2020, and he still has the rights to Zombie and things like that, right? So yeah, there's no licensing agreement there. He has those fucking film rights. So
crazy. And Arrow is a little bit more like a Scream Factory, that it actually is like getting acquisitions from bigger studios and stuff. So there's different tiers to it, but I think that it's healthy in general. Like the Vestron line, that's all in-house Lionsgate owned stuff. But I think that the market is, honestly, I actually think it's better than it's ever been on our level. Like, yeah, you see that it's dying on like the mass market level, like the people who buy the Walmart films and stuff like that. So yeah, it looks like the thing's dying because those are so poorly sold now. But in actuality, like our territory is booming.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. I mean, I don't see it going anywhere.
No, I really don't, man. I don't. Mike, you got anything on that?
Absolutely not.
I just thought maybe you might have to. I know you're not a collector, but okay, fair enough. Moving along, Lucas Tout. He asks moods, specifically me. You guys can answer too. Currently, what's your favorite horror movie of the decade? Jesus Christ, man! You know what, man? Man, it is like. I mean, it's when you're dealing with a whole decade, and especially a really strong one. I was kind of thinking about it today, and I was like, from 2013 to like 2018 is a really crazy era. I think those years are like really great. 10, 11. I think the decade started a little bit slow. There's definitely great films in every.
10 and 12 are good years, actually.
Yeah, I think. I skimmed through it again, a little bit today and stuff. But I mean, every year has great films.
It's a
but
hard question to answer off the top of your head, because, or at least for me, because I didn't know the questions ahead of time. So, shoot, it's
well.
Tough. I mean, like, I really like Hereditary, but the problem is saying that as an absolute answer is. It's more fresh in my mind. Like I'd have to go back and like look at the earlier part of the decade to see if it is my number one over. Yeah, I like Midsummer. Like there's it's hard to even without actually researching it. It's hard to answer.
I mean, the first couple that came to my mind, like even before I really started to like really think about it, was like. Pieces of Talents has always stuck out to me as being one of my favorites. The Editor.
That's
The Battery was another one I fucking enjoyed the shit out of. Great. There's just so many. Starry Eyes is another one that I absolutely adored.
Fuck yeah, that's great.
I saw The Devil, Maniac remake,
Paranormal Activity, Ghost Dimension. No, just kidding. Kidding.
Masks was another one. Train to Busan. I mentioned that. Gunwoman is a film I gave 10 out of 10. I love the shit out of that, man. It's amazing.
See, this is why I can't answer the question, because every time you name one, I'm like, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Going to Necrostorm with Adam Chaplin and Tater City. Like, I think those are two of the most unique films made of the decade, because that whole the look and feel of those studio films is just, it's unbelievable. They're really interesting. Torture Chamber, right, JP?
Yeah, no, that movie sucks, dude.
Definitely not one of my favorites. Under the Skin is another one that would be up there for me. I think that's one of the most. I mean, it's one of my favorites, and I think that it's actually one of the best films of the decade too. Again, different list. Excision is another one that really stuck out to me as being like one I fucking loved. I have to put Return to Nukem High in there too, because. I mean, I really just adore that film. It's so fucking good, man. But I mean,
all right, dude. Okay, that was like 50.
No, I know, but I was going to say, but to pick,
basically making his top 10 list when I was just asking for one.
But I'm just saying, but I was continuing. I was going to say, but to break it down to one, fuck, I don't really know, man. I don't even know how you. It's so hard to do. But those are some of my favorites.
I don't even think it's hard for me. Like, I already know mine.
Really? Like you are you're such a liar.
No, I do know mine, because like I did a top 100 list, and this is the only the lowest film from the decade in it. It was I don't remember when it actually I'll tell you when it made number 35 all time, and it is actually Insidious.
That's your favorite film of the decade?
Yeah, wow. For sure. And I like a lot of, you can look at any of my top 10 lists, like Hereditary, Landmine Goes Click, Us, or not Us.
Hereditary's up there for me too, man. That's definitely one of my favorites.
But like some other ones that I really love, Black Swan.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Cabin in the Woods is another one I love.
Wow, crazy.
Prometheus, really loved that. Maniac 2012, loved that one too. Bedeviled, very, very underrated.
Oh yeah, Bedeviled, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, a great one.
From South Korea. Coldfish.
Gives me shit for naming off fucking 12, and this guy fucking has to go up and above me.
Goldfish, very good.
Science Sono.
Yep.
That's actually, I think, the last show that we did just the two of us.
Yeah, I think so.
JP, you said I Saw the Devil, right?
I said that.
You said mood set. Yeah, that's man, that was brutal and good. All that good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot. But yeah, Insidious is the probably my favorite because I just think it's like the scariest movie of the decade. I think it's one of the more scary movies ever made, and it's honestly masterfully crafted for me. It's the sound, the visuals, the slow builds, the scares. It's like perfect for me. So
yeah, I know Turbo Kid probably doesn't count as a horror film, but man, definitely one of my favorites films of the decade.
That was really cool.
Fucking love Turbo Kid, man. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it came out of nowhere too. It was just like
fucking.
I remember when I saw it, I knew little about it, and I got the Blu-ray in like I used to subscribe to like the horror mystery boxes, and one of them threw the Blu-ray in there, and I got it, and I was like so happy because like a lot of times I'll throw like the most generic like low budget movies in there, and when I opened the box and it was Turbo Kid, I was like, oh shit, you're like yeah boy.
Nice. You got a couple you can think off the top of your head for favorite film?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, Hereditary. My biggest problem with doing something like this is there's so many movies that I like, but I've seen them like once. I'm not good at like rewatching, not because I don't want to, but just because lack of time. So it's like I have a hard time like ranking movies based on like seeing them one time.
Yeah, but and that's another reason why Insidious was my favorite, because it's probably from 2010 to 2019. It's definitely the horror film that I've seen the most from that era.
Yeah, that's the thing. I almost want to say like
Paranormal Activity too.
Movies on a second watch either like solidifies what you thought about it or can change your opinion.
Make or break, yeah.
Make or break. I mean, it's not gonna make or break as far as a ranking goes. It doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna do a 180, but it can modify thoughts on it. And there's just so many movies that I've seen once, but Hereditary stuck in my mind afterwards, like for a while, like holy shit, like that was just good. Like Midsommar.
So recent though.
It is. That's the problem, because the problem with answering this question is I fall into the trap of what's recently in my head that I can think of.
It Follows is another one.
Yeah,
because I want to think of Peel, Eggers, and Astor. That's what comes into my head. Those three, maybe Flanagan too. It's like, what did they do? And then I'm like, but wait, that's like almost skipping out on the early part.
It Follows is a great example of a film that I didn't really care for that much when I first seen it. I think I gave it like a 6 or 6.5 out of 10 or some shit, and just didn't really appreciate it for what it was. And I rewatched it, and I think I went up to like a 9.5 or some shit. I was like, oh man, I don't know what the fuck I was smoking that day, but that movie's pretty good. So
yeah, I just saw on Venom is like not that high on It Follows. I didn't even know, but I don't know how he was on something on Facebook. He probably I think he talked about it on a show and it hit the comments, so I'm gonna have a word with him on that one. But yeah, I had no idea. I like it.
That woman just emailed me back and said that she sent him to the wrong hotel. I knew it wasn't my fault.
That's fucking hilarious. Okay, well that's cool. We'll move it along here. Tony Hartman, way too high to even think of a question. Well, I think Mike is way too drunk to answer your question anyways. All right, move along. Jason Lloyd. No, where am I here? I am fucking...
I think that's it. Isn't that all of them?
No, there's more here. Actually, this one's specifically for you, JP. JP, will you give Prince of Darkness another go? I can even answer that because someone Patreoned it, so he has no choice.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving it another go. I've given it multiple goes. I've probably seen it 3 times. But again, Carpenter films grow on me over time. Like, They Live. Like, the first time I saw They Live, I just thought it was like, oh, it was all right. I love that movie now. It's one of my favorite Carpenters.
It's fucking great, man.
But it's funny because like some of the films that aren't liked by him, like Ghost of Mars is like one of my favorites. Now, when I say one of my favorites, I mean I actually legitimately dude, it's a body snatcher movie with Ice Cube on Mars and Pam Grier and all kind of cool stuff. But yeah, it's just it's I don't know. I don't know about Prince of Darkness, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out soon enough. Jill Ellis, sexy lady back in the group, she asked, what's your favorite horror? What's your favorite show you've recorded so far this year? And she goes on, they're all perfection, impossible to choose, blah, blah, blah. Favorite show for me, like out of the 2019 recorded shows, I mean, I guess we recorded the top 10 in 2018 in 2019, so I'm not really going to count that, so I'll break it down to the other.
No, we did it in 18. We did it in
Oh, it was uploaded January 2nd, I believe.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, so I'll go from the other ones. Honestly, one of the favorite shows I've done this year is probably Argento 6. Was it 6? Yeah. With Dave. That was a fun show. And actually the other really fun show I thought like I had a really fun time with was the George A. Romero show, that the zombie franchise. I thought that was a really fun show to record. So those are two of my favorites of the year. It's not really, I mean, fuck, we've only done like 19 or 18 or 19 shows this year, so
yeah. My favorites are 1972 with Brandon and Carly. I always love those.
Yeah.
And then definitely Argento. Those are my two favorites for the year. Oh, and Jerry's show. That Jerry Herring show. Herring? What is it?
Jerry Herring.
Yeah. So Jerry's show, the first Dave show, even though I like the second one too, and then the top 10 of 72. And then the other favorite show that I did was not on here. I know you're not asking, but Jill, check out the show I did with Duncan if you're interested. The top 10 of the 90s. I was on 98 and 99.
The Jerry Herring episode for you guys was fucking great until he opened his mouth about Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
I had to endure 30 minutes of that bullshit.
Uh-huh.
But otherwise, he was cool. I dug his appearance on it. I mean, I like Herring stuff in general. He's a funny guy, so.
I think I actually had an interesting time with the Aldo Lotto show because it was just me on the show with Mike and Jerry. And
it was fun once I got here, but I was only here for a little bit.
Did you actually end up listening to the show?
I'm not finished with it, but I've referenced some of the stuff you guys were talking about on last week's show when you guys were talking about the films like you saw in the theater, like Mike with Child's Play and Jerry with The Exorcist and stuff like that. So, no, I'm not all the way through, but it's a really good show though, from what I've heard so far.
Yeah, I thought it turned out really well. So, but it was a fun one to do. Moving along here, Jason asked another one. Do you ever feel guilty about spending time watching movies / podcasting and not spending more time with friends and family and doing something more productive? It's interesting to use the word productive. To be honest,
that's the eye of the beholder, right?
It probably seems, to other people that, for how much effort and how much time we spend in watching movies, and it seems like that's all we fucking do with our lives. But it's crazy, the output of films you can watch and still manage to accomplish a lot in life. The thing is, you would barely ever catch me watching a movie.
Jeremy can't fucking brush his teeth and fucking stand at the same time.
He can record a podcast and move furniture at the same time. No, I get it.
It's true. The thing is, it's about time management for me. One thing you'll never catch me doing is I pretty much almost never watch movies when my kid and my wife are up. I watch the majority, I'd say over 95% of the movies when everyone's in bed. I record all podcasts when everyone's in bed. So I'm not neglecting at all. It's kind of interesting. I record most of my videos when everyone's in bed for YouTube, and things like that. Like usually no one's ever up when I'm doing this shit. So, So I don't feel like I'm neglecting them at all. I spend a lot of time with them, and yeah, it's very productive. I can be productive in all ways of life by doing it like that. It's time management, man. You just have to be loyal to to your craft and shit like that. And I understand, like, come 8:00 when the kid's in bed, and the wife's going to bed. She goes to bed early because she works long days, and I'm like, hey, after 8:00, 9:00 at night, I usually watch 3 movies. And people are like, it's like, even the wife is blown away. I'm like, I was telling her a couple weeks ago, I was like, I'm 630 films in. She's like, how the fuck do you do that? I think I'm at 650 now. And she's like, that's insane, because she barely ever sees me watch movies. The only time I remember watching movies is probably with them. If I'm watching a kid's movie or DC animated film with my kid, or, something with the wife. Sometimes she watches the movies with me too, if she's up late enough, kind of thing. But it's rare and rare these days because she's busy. But yeah, I don't feel guilty at all, because it doesn't affect him. So, what about you guys?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, JP, you're like single, no kids, so I don't know what guilt there is, but for me,
true.
It's similar to moods. Like most of the movies I'm watching and stuff, I would be watching them even if I wasn't podcasting. So it's just watching movies. If I gotta pause a movie to handle family business, that's fine. And most of the time when I'm recording, it's more in the evening when my kids are settled in. They might be eating dinner or going to bed. But like now, everyone's asleep anyway. It's at night, so not really. And if family issues come up, it's not like I'm gonna say, sorry, I'm recording. No, I'll postpone a show or cancel when I have to. But for the most part, my situation's pretty accommodating. I'll put it this way: I'm not skipping any family-related activities to record a podcast.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yep.
Yeah, like, if family's always gonna come first, it just happens to be because of when I record that it kind of works out with my family life schedule. And yeah, I mean, my wife's pretty cool with it. Of course, there's been times in the past where I've just overbooked myself, and I've kind of maybe felt guilty about that, because in retrospect of looking back, man, maybe I shouldn't have signed up to do all this stuff at once. But in general,
like a 6-hour show.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least with this, it's funny because tonight it started at a time where everyone was asleep anyway. So it's right now it's I'm not really neglecting anyone by recording at midnight. So, but yeah, other than I had to learn to stop overbooking myself. Other than that, there's not really guilt. And if it ever became a problem, if my wife ever came to me and said it was an issue, then I would make the proper adjustments, because you got to put family first. So
yeah, me personally, I hear particularly Dave Z talk a lot about stuff like this, and it always depresses me. Where he doesn't have time to watch more than one movie a night if he's lucky or whatever, and or he doesn't have time to go see a movie or something like that. So he values his free time a lot, which is good. It's good to value your free time and really take it in, especially when it's short. But it depresses me because I'm dude, I don't want to do that at all. I'm sure having a family and kids is awesome and stuff like that, but I just love having time to myself and to do things that I want to do. But I guess at that point you do those are the things you want to do, I guess, when you have kids and family and stuff like that. But moods, I'm hoping that if I ever go down that path, I will be better at time management, and then you can have the best of both worlds. Personally, the thing that gets in the way in podcasting the most for me is just work. Just having and you fucks recording on the West Coast. That's actually harder than dodging family stuff and friends stuff. I do have friends who don't know what it is and don't really understand it, and they think I feel like they think that it's lame. They'll be hey, you want to go do this thing on Friday or whatever. I'll be like, I can't, I got a podcast. And they'll be like, what? Like, they think it's like they think that I'm like doing something that I don't want to do by like, cause I always say like, no, I have the podcast, or like I have a podcast that night. And they make it seem like it's like work or something. Like to that, it comes off like I'm talking about work or something to them, that they like find it annoying. Like my one friend gives me shit for it all the time. And I'm just like, dude, I like doing it. Like, you don't understand. It's not like something that I like, yeah, sure. It gets like, or I'll be like, I can't do that cause I got to watch a movie. And he'll be like annoyed about that. But it's not that I have to watch it and like, I don't want to. It's just that like, I'm choosing to, like, I don't have to do any of this, you know? But I want to.
Yeah.
So that's really the only thing. Other than that, I don't have any type of family commitment that gets in the way. Like, even you guys know, like, when we schedule shows and stuff, it's never like family stuff that I have. It's like the only thing I guess the one that I did was like opening Steeler game day where we got blown out by the Patriots.
That was awesome.
I mean, if you look at it though, like on in a way, it's like it's no different than any other hobby.
Right. I love hobbies. I find people who don't have hobbies weirdos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, especially for like me.
I read a study that if you don't have a fucking hobby, or a
hey, for
hobby,
the record, I have lots of huddies.
Yeah, a hobby, or if you don't have a hobby or you don't collect anything. Like, I guess could be the same type of thing.
Does Moods buy huddies of beer?
You just tend to die younger. It's weird.
Yeah.
So weird, man.
Yeah, because you're not looking forward to anything.
Exactly,
so
man.
The only thing there is to look forward to is death.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Precisely.
if you look at podcasting as a hobby, then just like any other hobby, you have to time management and schedule it around
100%.
the other aspects of your life.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can see why, like, Jason's probably asking the question because, like, you know, 22 Shots episodes are like super long. You guys review a ton of stuff, so maybe more so than other shows, it's like,
yeah,
does it ever become like a burden or whatnot?
I mean, the sleep schedule thing is rough for me sometimes because, like, tomorrow, for example, we'll get off of here at like 6 a.m. or something like that, and then I'm gonna sleep along, and it kind of fucks up my Saturday a little bit. But at the same time, what the fuck else would I be doing right now? You know what I mean? Nothing. So it's like, it's not really taking any of my true time.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, like, watching the amount of movies sometimes does get a little stressful. But at the same time, I literally love watching movies. So
yeah,
I'll get burnt out, but then I'll get right back. I'll get excited. I'll listen to a podcast where they're reviewing a bunch of stuff or something, and I'll get excited to watch film again. So
yeah, that's actually a good point because, like, for me, it's not even like the recording of the podcast. It's between like weeknights between work and home life, just with family and having a couple daughters. Weeknights can tend to be horrible for me trying to watch movies because it's like I work an early shift too, so like I don't necessarily want to wait till like 9 to throw on a movie, but then it's like if I throw on a movie at like 6, I'm gonna be having to watch it with also having to, you know, tend to my kids or whatnot. So there's that. So to me, sometimes it's more, when am I going to fit in watching these movies during the week? Because, you know, when I was younger, weeknights were just as good as any other night to throw on movies. But now it's a little different. It's a little trickier when I can actually give a movie undivided attention. So maybe that aspect of it is a little tougher. But usually the recording of the podcast, when they're scheduled or when I'm like when I agree to do like a guest spot, I know for sure that time is blocked out, so I'm good to go. So I guess it's more sometimes a prep is where I run into like the troubles.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Q. All right. Jonathan Wilhelm again. Ginger or Marianne?
I don't even know what that means.
Oh my god, I gotta go with
Gilligan's
Marianne.
Island.
Gilligan's Island, dude. That's straight up. Gotta go with Marianne.
Same.
Yeah,
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, you gotta go with Marianne for sure.
I mean, you can't lose with either one, but I'll go with Marianne.
It is true, man. I mean, you're on an island, really, with Ginger and Marianne. Come on, it's amazing.
Now, would they even still have flesh on them? Because how do you do that?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You guys are talking about having sex with the dead corpses, right?
On Gilligan's Island, I'm pretty sure that they were alive.
What?
I'm pretty sure that
jump to that.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Are they not? Are they not?
It's not
dead?
Gilligan's Zombie Apocalypse. It's just Gilligan's Island, the two chicks, right?
They're not dead.
No, they're
on
not.
Gilligan's Island.
No, like now.
Oh, are they alive today? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I actually don't know.
Is there an extra part of this question I missed?
Yeah, I actually don't even know if they're still alive.
You guys are talking about having sex with them now.
Oh, fuck. I think he's referring to the heyday of the 2 seasons of Gilligan's Island. Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I can see why you would think that.
Yeah, Marianne was my fuck. She was the shit, man. I've seen every episode of Gilligan's Island like 30 times. It used to be on repeat back in the day.
Yeah, I used to watch it when I was really young, but I haven't revisited it at all.
You know, it's crazy. It's like that show was only on for, I think, 2 seasons, and it's been in syndication. It's never been out of syndication. It's crazy. Yeah. It's unbelievable. Last question by James D. Cox. What do you think you'd be doing if you didn't podcast and hadn't got into YouTube?
Heroin.
If I didn't podcast...
You don't already still do that?
No.
If I didn't podcast and didn't get into YouTube, I would probably be recording a lot more music. Hands down. Actually, this is the reason why I don't record anymore, is because I got... I started doing YouTube and fucking started podcasting, so it just takes up all my time. Can't do both.
I don't know, bro. Like, I'd probably honestly be more successful in life because I would find other things to try to do. I don't know.
That is the worst answer ever, dude.
I was going to say, going back to the previous question, I would probably not neglect my kids. No, just kidding.
No, I'm just saying, like...
So what you're saying is this shit is bringing you down, man.
No, because it's
that sounds like something Jeremy would say.
Spiritually, it's not, because I'm not, like, things that make me happy aren't necessarily like the things that make other people.
There's more to life than money, man. Happiness is the best thing, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I stay at the job that I'm at, because I like it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't, I don't make like great money, but at the same time I make enough to live.
Yep.
And I'm sane. Like, I keep my sanity and my happiness. And that's what's most important to me, is happiness. It's not dollars. Like, I can replace dollars. And if I really want to go hard and get a lot of money, I could do that at any time in my life. Why do I have to, like, I don't have to do it now. Like, I'm intelligent. I'm capable. I can, rise through the ranks fast. So if there's a point where I'm like, I want to make my life about getting money now, I can do that later.
Well, listen to this motherfucker. He can do it anytime. It's a hard, I don't know, because it's like, the question was, if we weren't podcasting, what would we be doing instead? I mean, it's hard to say, because most of the times that I'm podcasting, it's not like I'd be out doing anything anyway. Like, I mostly record in the evening or night when I would be home.
I'd probably watch more sports.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I would probably watch more stuff. I'd watch more movies and just not record podcasts about them.
Yeah, right.
Just watch more movies and wish you were recording podcasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, watching movies is...
Watch more movies and then comment on other people's podcast group pages about them.
Podcasting cuts into my movie watching time mostly. Like, that's what mostly does.
I just watch a lot of movies and just write reviews on my blog.
Yeah, maybe I would, spend the extra time to go to the theater for more non-horror movies. I don't know. Like, maybe I would get to the theater more.
See, I still see like more.
Yeah, because it's funny, because when we record, it's not like I would really be doing anything else but sitting at home probably watching something on TV, because when we start to record, I mean, it's not entirely true. I mean, I might play a little bit more drop-in, but we record on Friday nights now. And I never play drop-in hockey on Friday nights, so I would play
video games more, because I really cut video games out of my life.
Drop-in hockey.
I even said
basically pick up basketball.
Yeah, man. There's certain kind of it's not like leagues, but it's people that run these things. Then you can just kind of you pay per visit. Like you can pay like $5 or $6, depends on who you're going and to go play with a bunch of guys and stuff like that. So,
dude, I feel like I would be complete shit at hockey.
It's actually quite fun. Like when I worked.
It's not really a sport that gets played around here. Like there's certain schools that have it, but like nowhere near me had it.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Canada, so it's like a way of life. Like literally. Like people are nuts when it comes.
Dude, we didn't even have a wrestling team. Me and my friend tried to get a wrestling team going when we were in 9th grade, and we almost succeeded, and it just like they didn't do it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is it.
Have we reviewed one single movie?
No. We probably somebody commented on Dave's post where he said that he was on a podcast, and they were like, "Oh, sweet, I'll listen to it." And they're like, "So I listened to it, and like I'm like a while in, and nobody's even talked about Italian horror yet." And I'm just like, there's like that's.
You know, sometimes I think about that.
Misleading.
Sometimes I think about that, and I'm like, I just assume people listen to the show somewhere where they can see the show notes. But I mean, if you don't have that and you're like listening, you're like, where the fuck are the movie reviews?
If they're listening to it just through like an RSS feed, they probably don't even see show notes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and also like, I always think about like first time listeners, like what episode they pick is going to determine if they're going to stay listening.
Oh, of course.
Because like sometimes we have like complete, like if somebody clicked this episode and then the first like 20 minutes is baseball talk, they're going to be like, I'm never listening to this show again.
Dude, I always fear that people.
No, they're going to be like, can you get that JP asshole off of there that won't talk baseball?
No, I always fear that people are like, they're kind of like me, where if they find something and then they have to go back to the beginning and listen, and they listen to episode 1 and Jeremy's like, hey, live from Chicago or something, whatever the fuck he says. And I'm like, oh my God.
Right.
People are going to stop listening right there. I'm like, shit, dude. They didn't even get to episode 23 when it became decent.
I know. I always hope people find like our Hellraiser show or something first, and then they go back and listen, and they're like, wow, these guys came a long way.
But I love those people that always sit.
I was going to say that's a good question. I'll submit to you guys when you pick up a new podcast or listen to a new podcast. Do you go for the newest episode? Do you look through their library to see what they talked about? I listen to
their newest episode, and if I like it, I start from the beginning.
That's what I did too. Yeah,
you pretty much always go to the most current episode, no matter what.
Not most current. Just one that looks interesting, unless I found it because of their current episode.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
I kind of do that too.
It's like for example, like I've never listened to the Dark Discussions podcast, but like I've heard so many people talk about it. They're on like episode 400 and something. Damn. So like, but I would listen to it, but I'm like, I don't feel like listening to 400 episodes right now.
You're just so late to the party that it's like, no, you can't recover from that.
Yeah, but I've done it before.
There is that overwhelming feeling.
I wonder if people are getting to the point with us like that. They're like, oh, this is episode 171. Like, I'm not going back to the beginning. And I'm like, dude, don't go back to the beginning.
Yeah. Sometimes though, like I see like a show that does have a lot of episodes, and I'm almost like more inclined to listen to them because I'm like, okay, well, they have longevity, so it's not like they're just I'm gonna get into them and then they're just gonna disappear. Like they're probably gonna be here for a while. But I've done that before. Like I've found shows where they've been on like episode like 90 something, and like I'll like it and I'll start from the beginning and grind through. But I haven't done it in a while just because like I have been so far behind on the shows I regularly listen to. That I just don't want to take on anything new, and I'm kind of slowly catching up on some stuff, and then I'm also listening to audiobooks. Going to the gym has really helped my listening time. I've crushed episodes. Like I ran through like the 4-hour each episodes of Watsy Party, like all 6 of them in like a week. So yeah.
Coolio. Well, I guess that is going to do it for the listeners' questions.
No more questions.
42 shots. All right, so moving along, we need to do a quick little box office brawl. It'll be like Couple minutes here.
Let's get ready to rumble!
GP, you want to enlighten us on what we're doing?
Yeah, so last week we had Knives Out. Moods beat me. Jeremy beat me, and then Moods beat Jeremy. It made like 26 million plus the 14, so it made like way more than any of us thought for Knives Out. So Moods is 13-12 against me. Jeremy has now officially beaten me, and then Moods has a chance to tie with the 3 remaining films. So the next film is Black Christmas. So go ahead, Moods.
Oh man, this is like such a tough one to do, man, because I don't know, man, because I mean, for me, like, I have no interest in seeing this, but I don't know about, you know, the demographic that it's actually pointing at. So I don't know, man. It's just PG-13. I mean, there's a possibility that some little fucking rats will go and see it and shit. I'm going to come in. Oh my God, I feel like I'm going too high even with that one. Fuck me. This is actually a hard one, and this is actually really crucial that I do get on this too, because if I lose this, I actually lose. Fucking yep. Black Christmas PG-13 garbage. Are you serious? I'm going to come in and say 4.4 million.
That's way too low, homie. You might want to re-guess it.
How many cinemas is that going to be at?
It's a wide release, and it's Blumhouse.
Oh my God, I thought it was only in like 1,800 cinemas.
I'd probably say at least 3,000.
Is it really getting 3,000?
I would. It doesn't say, but I would guess around 3,000 because that's a typical Blumhouse. Maybe 2,500.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be around there, it makes a little bit more sense to probably go up.
Only reason I'm letting you do this is because I hate Jeremy and I want him to lose.
Well, the thing is, yeah, you know what, man? I didn't even think to ask him this. For some reason, I was just assuming it's going to be super low cinemas.
It doesn't tell you anymore because IMDb is fucking bullshit. Or not IMDb, Box Office Mojo. They completely redesigned their website and they like took mad information away.
Okay, I'll just say on an average, I'll just say, you know, if it's in 2,500 cinemas, I'm gonna go with. Oh my God, dude, I don't even know. I feel like I'm just going way too high. I'm gonna say 10.2.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot higher, because I just think this movie will do well. Nothing's really coming out at all. And I feel like people are going to be like that are in school and college and stuff. They're going to be home. They're going to be on break. Also, Christmas vacation is probably coming up for high school kids. I'm going to go 21 million.
Holy
and
flying
here's
fuck
also
balls.
why. Because another film that I think is very reminiscent of this film, Black Christmas, Blumhouse. But first of all, Blumhouse always makes money, so take that into account right there. PG-13 film as well, also sort of slasher horror-esque. Happy Death Day made $26 million opening weekend, and I think that this could be the exact same audience and do the exact same numbers, but I just went a little lower just because to be say even though it doesn't matter because
could be right,
whatever. So you said what,
10.2?
Then I'm saying 22. Yeah, so
oh dude, is it coming out fucking Friday the 13th?
Yeah, that too.
Shit. Okay, well I guess we'll have to wait on Jeremy's, and that's Box Office Brawl.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children?
What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
You're doomed.
Alrighty, getting into the dub portion of the show where we review some films, give some ridiculous ratings, and pass the torch. If you're a first-time listener, that's what this is. Mike, you want to start us off?
All right. So, given that the movies that we're reviewing later on for the main feature, I thought for the what we watch, I'd keep that theme similar. So I went with some other body invasion movies. Snatching. I said that totally wrong, but you know what I'm saying. I'm 3 sheets to the wind. So my first one, 1993's Body Snatchers. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, it's been a while, man. That's a rare film.
That's hilarious because I made a joke that I almost watched that one instead of 78.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And also, that's interesting you picked that because originally this is a Patreon show, but we actually designed this same show with 2 extra movies years ago. We were going to do that one and then the one from like 2003 or something.
Just called Invasion.
Yeah.
Is that the one with Nicole Kidman, the Invasion one?
Yeah, and Daniel Craig. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Body Snatchers, I liked it a lot, actually. And I think I mentioned to Moods like a week ago or so that I kind of looked up reviews on it at the time. And Roger Ebert, he said that was like his favorite adaptation of. So this one, it's considered like the third adaptation of the actual 1955 novel, because we had the 56 one we'll be talking about later, and then the 78 one, and this one's actually like an adaptation, another adaptation of it, and it takes place on a military base. If you're familiar with any body snatcher movie, it's a very similar setup. Things start slowly becoming a little different. People start getting modified, becoming the pod people. I thought this one was effectively done. Meg Tilly. You know what's funny is I always thought Meg Tilly was Jennifer Tilly's older sister, but she's actually younger.
Yeah,
she's the younger sister.
Who's the hotter sister though?
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Cool.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? Like I might say like Meg's like a more classical definition of pretty, but Jennifer has that just fucking
hot.
Hot.
Yeah, she's like she has a sexy look.
Sexy. She's sexy. Like all right, I better stop there. But so in every body snatcher movie, you're gonna get that one scene where like the main character is confronted by someone who's been turned, and they kind of give him the speech like just go with it, do it. And I think Meg Tilly, her confronting the main guy in this, when she just does that dialogue, she's like, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna run? There's nowhere to run. Like, she delivers that so well. It's pretty chilling. I thought this movie was very effective. I remember watching it a long time ago, when I was younger and pretty quick when it came to video, and I don't know. This might have been I want to say I saw the 78 one before I saw this one, but I don't know. It's kind of hazy, but I thought this one was really well done. I'm a big fan of it. I love the body snatcher movies. I just think they're a great kind of allegory for what's going on in society, especially now. Which I'll save those thoughts for later when we actually get into our feature reviews. But you're gonna want me to rate this one, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna give this one an 8. I thought it was very effective, and the only thing that kind of annoyed me is this one kind of goes against the grain and has a somewhat like ending where they succeeded, which with this kind of setup, I almost think it's
that's the only
damn
thing
near impossible to like succeed once this
yes, but here's the thing, right? that's almost a case where you have to take yourself out of just what the film is and what the film like being very objective about the film itself, and almost add a little subjectivity to the review, because put in perspective that 2 times this has been done the same way, and it's like, okay, let's do something different. I can see where they're coming from, even though it's unlikely.
Well, and that's a good point, because I can honestly say I've never had a problem with it, with that ending before. It was more so when I was just watching it this time specifically, I just was kind of thinking about it more on just a general level, and I was like, man, you know how difficult it would be to succeed at stopping something like this from happening? Like, because it feels like it would get so out of control before you even realized, because in everyday life there's going to be that element of weirdness going on anyway that you're just going to look the other way.
Well, the setup is impossible, though. I mean, we'll get into that, but the setup is impossible. You physically could not stop it.
Yeah. And I feel like I don't want to, because like a lot of the thoughts on this will transfer right to the feature one, so I don't want to ruin everything now. But I'll just say, I thought highly of this one. I really like it. For people who haven't seen it, I could see how it kind of got looked over. You know, it's a 90s horror movie, an adaptation, but I would say I would highly recommend checking it out. If anyone's seen Oz, the HBO prison movie show, the guy who played McManus is like the main guy in this. The girl from Father of the Bride, the comedy with Steve Martin, she's in this, and then Meg Tilly can't really go. I'll tell you what though, the funniest thing in this movie that made me laugh was towards the end when the kid gets tossed out of the helicopter, and he does, on his way down, like falling to the earth, he does like the pointing and the screaming, but it's like, obviously the special effects just weren't up to par. It looks so cheesy as he's like falling to the earth, like pointing at them, doing the scream.
It's like a bad green screen.
It's hilarious. But overall, I really like this movie. I thought it was effective.
I haven't seen it forever. Man. Yeah. Cool. JP.
Okay, so cut from the year 2000. Exactly. I was given this one by I just feel like it's a Mikey Fisher. It is a Mikey Fisher. I didn't know that, but I just know the type of movies he does. Cut. I have seen it before. In fact, I seen it in the year 2000 or 2001 when it came out. It's got my homegirl
Molly Ringwald in it, man.
It has Molly Ringwald in it.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't think she's your homegirl, but yeah, she is in it.
Hey man, I'm a big John Hughes fan, so
yeah,
she was my home.
Aren't we all? But yeah, so this is a film that I'd seen when it came out. I remember always wanting to revisit it, just because like I always had like a distant memory of it. You figure I was like 9 or 10 when I seen it. And even, you know how sometimes you watch a movie when you're a kid and you think that it's going to be awesome because you thought it was cool when you were a kid? I never thought that about this movie. Like, even back then, I remember thinking that it was not, like, fantastic. And back then, I loved everything. And then even when I had thought about this movie since then, I was like, I bet that's one that's probably not good when I eventually rewatch it. And honestly, it's not. It's not good. But there are redeemable qualities about it. What's funny about me is I pretty much like every slasher. Like, it's really hard for me to not like a slasher. I guess I could totally see Jeremy like hating this movie. But yeah, like a slasher really has to be like dead ass fucking horribly boring for me to like not like stuff about it. But essentially this movie, it's kind of cool because there's other movies like this. It's definitely post-Scream slasher, like new wave meta shit. It's about a film that was being made in the 80s. And the, I guess, stunt person or the person wearing the mask, the killer from the slasher film called Hot Blooded, basically freaks out and kills the director and the producer and like people there because he's like pissed at how they're treating him. And then it's kind of done in a weird scene though, because like the person gets like electrocuted when he gets killed, and I didn't really understand why. Like I don't know if they like I just missed it or so. I don't know. Like I was like, where's the electric coming from? But then it flashes forward later, and some students are in film school, and their teacher is telling them about the film, that every time the film has ever been attempted to be finished or screened or something, like somebody dies, and they decide that they're going to finish the film. So they hire a bunch of people, they get everybody together, they go out to a place and they start filming, and people start getting picked off. There's actually some okay gore in this film. I'd say the biggest downfall to it is it's just sloppily not smart in its attempt to be satirical in a commentary, because it's trying to do two things. It's trying to be an actual horror film, and it's trying to be satirical on the slasher and horror genre, similar to like Scream and other films, and the whole meta aspect. Like it reminds like the film The Hills Run Red, very similar plot with the lost film basically, or like the unfinished film. I like that stuff, but I just feel like this, and I even watched the I think I watched this, did I watch the special features, or I read an interview or something? I can't forget what I did, but I was like looking into the background of the film a little bit, and like even the director and writer seemed to like think that they were making something cooler than it actually turned out, with like the way that they were talking about like kind of keeping it like a serious horror film, but branching off into like this satirical way. And I was like, yeah, I think that they kind of just missed a lot. It's definitely a film that is like low quality. It's an Australian film actually, but it's like I don't feel like they had a bunch of money or anything like that. It's fun for curiosity's sake, but I do not think it's a good movie at all. And but I did have fun because I do like slashers usually, even if they are. The killer actually looks cool. He's like got this like stitched mouth and this cool mask. In an era where every type of killer and mask has been done, I thought it was still kind of a pretty cool original mask. I gave it a flat 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's fun, man. I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah, it is fun. I just don't think it's very good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair assessment on it. But
like,
it's been a while since I've seen it, but I do remember in the third act going a little bit wonky. Goes kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's pretty much what I remember from that. So
yeah, and like the way that they like dispose of the killer is like super fucking cliche and like obvious.
Yeah, okay. So, first one up for me tonight actually is also from the year 2000. Definitely on the lower spectrum of budgets and stuff, but this is also coming from the homeboy Mikey Fisher, Patreon pick. Him and his fucking 2000 films, right?
I know, he has like this weird 2000 to like early 2010s or like 90s, late 90s. Like, yeah, he definitely has a specific era. It reminds me of like what I would consider like the Jack Frost era of indie films.
Yeah, it's weird too because Mikey's not that old. Like, he was still a kid when like these are the films that like he's into and shit. It's really fucking bizarre, right? Like, he wasn't even old enough to be watching these things when they were coming out and shit. It's fucking strange, but yeah, I mean, at least he's being different with his picks than a lot of people are. So people just generally don't pick from this era. But yeah, this one is called Hunting Season, directed by Jeff Leroy. I'm pretty positive this is shot on video. It's 2000, so it's like good video, but it's shot on video. It's definitely a little bit better quality than you would generally, get from the 80s and stuff like that. This is actually this is a fucking David Sterling production.
No way.
Yeah, dude. You didn't watch that fucking clip that I sent in the fucking group the other day? Oh my god, man.
No, I
Yeah, I fucking sparked up this video or this movie and it was like came up with this really cheesy kind of intro and it was like David Sterling production. I was like, oh my god, I had to rewind it and fucking record it for you guys, but it's so fucking funny because all that shit they were talking about with Dave last week, which didn't make the podcast, had to unfortunately cut that because that's just how we roll around here. But yeah. Produced by David Sterling, so you pretty much know the quality of the type of film. But and I was like going into this thinking, holy shit, this is going to be so bad, because if you're familiar with David Sterling films, like he's done a million films, and the reason why he's produced a million films is because he produces them for $5 a piece. And yeah, so this one right here, you know, definitely shot on video. Like I said, a little bit better quality. Storyline, not that inventive. It's basically about these two campers that go out to the wilderness to do some camping and R&R and possibly have some sex. They are confronted by a group of hunters, like 3 guys. And just like out of the blue, you know, they're just standing by their tent and these 3 hunters see them. They're masked because they're deer hunting, and that's apparently what deer hunters do. They mask their faces. And they just randomly start shooting at these 2. It's like, what the fuck, man? And at first they think that, holy shit, they think we're kind of a deer. And then they realize right away that no, they don't think that shit. Now we need to run for our lives. So of course they run for their lives. And the guy kind of gets away a little bit, but the guys end up gang raping the girlfriend. Like hardcore, like fucking Deliverance style. They find the guy, they beat him down with the guns, and they both survive. She's obviously traumatized from the rape, and he's in a coma. So, you know, after seeing her boyfriend in this coma, she's like, fuck, I need to go on a revenge tale, you know? So, and it cuts into this really hilarious montage of her and her boyfriend, like having sex and stuff. And I will say the lead actress in this is like smoking hot. She kind of reminds me of Felissa Rose in a sense, but like really fucking nice tits and stuff. And it goes into this real like cheesy sex sequence of them fucking and stuff. And it's just ridiculous way to show nudity and stuff, which is kind of funny because during the rape, they actually don't show that much titties in it or nudity. It's weird. They save that for the flashback scene. So anyways, she all of a sudden, you know, gets this revenge idea, and it goes into this fucking hilarious montage of her like prepping for it and stuff. And she's got like all this artillery and shit. She makes her way back out to the woods and of course proceeds with her revenge. And it plays out like a very typical revenge film, you know, like she's out there waiting for these assailants. And the fucked up thing is it's like it's a little bit later. I'm not too sure what the timeline is here, but it seems like it jumps forward a long time. It does, because I don't know. But so she's out there and she finds these guys and shit like that, and it just kind of turned into one of those things where it's ridiculous. It's her turning into like this female Rambo hunting down these dudes and shit. And, you know, the kills and stuff are actually pretty fucking entertaining. Some of the dialogue with these redneck hunters and shit is actually pretty fucking hilariously entertaining. Like, this lead dude is super paranoid that the government is actually... See, he doesn't, like... This dude doesn't clue in at first. But, you know, because he's paranoid that the government is actually the ones that are hunting him right now and shit. It's fucking ridiculous. But, you know, the whole ride is actually pretty damn entertaining. I think it only runs about... Maybe it's about 80 minutes or something like that, maybe just under that, so it doesn't like overstay his welcome and shit like that. But but then comes the third act when this huge fucking twist comes out of nowhere, and I'm just like, what the fuck, are you serious? They're actually gonna go there and put this twist into this film? I wish I could say, because it's absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, you just never see shit like this in these revenge tales, man. It's just, I thought it was actually quite funny and you kind of decently well done for what it was, because I did not see that coming at all. Because the way this shit kind of plays out, you think these guys are stupid, blah blah blah. But all in all, it was actually pretty entertaining. The music in the film was terrible. It was atrocious. The music did not fit the film whatsoever. At points, it was just like they were finding and using anything that they could use for the film. It was awful. Some of the effects were pretty funny. This movie might have one of the absolute... This has got to be in my fucking top 10 funniest dummy deaths of all fucking time, man. Like, I'm not even joking. This shit made me... I had to rewind it like at least 14 times. I was pissing myself laughing. It was so funny. Oh my god, it's just so good. But all in all, I actually had a decent blast with this, man. You know, considering how low budget it was and shit, and yeah, man, if you're not into these type of films, stay clear and shit like that. But I'm going on my shot on video scale, 6.5 out of 10. It was pretty damn fun. Had some blood, had some gore, had some tits, it had some cheesy dialogue, cheesy cinematography, but it had a twist that kind of made it and made me laugh, and I'm gonna roll with that shit. So, Hunted Season from 2000s. Thank you, Fishy, once again for showing me a film I'd never seen before. Of course, it had to be Sterling Entertainment. It's absolutely hilarious, but yeah, 6.5 out of 10. Mikey, back to you.
Cool. All right. Well, this one should be familiar with everybody. I'm sure people have seen it multiple times, and that's 1998's The Faculty. Fun fact, or maybe not so fun fact that no one cares about. This is the first movie I ever saw a bootleg copy of. The first time I was working a job right out of high school, and the manager knew I liked movies, and he's like, "Hey, you know that?" He's like, "You know that movie, The Faculty, that's in theaters?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I can get you a copy." So he showed up to work with like a VHS tape and like the box cover. It was like the movie's art, but you could tell that like it got printed somehow and like stretched out. And I got home with the VHS tape and I put it in, and it was like totally like old school like video camera taped, where like like everyone's heads were like huge. You know basically what a cam.
Yeah. The worst way ever to watch a movie. Pretty much.
And at the time I was like, I think I was like obviously just graduated, so I was 17 or 18, and I didn't mind so much at the time because I just thought it was cool that, hey, he got me a bootleg of a movie. But obviously I've seen it many times since. I love this movie it's one of my favorite movies probably of the entire decade of the 90s. I think when you see the cast of this movie, there's so much potential for it to turn into like your typical 90s heartthrob cast of people that stunt casting. I think Usher's in this movie. I think he's the only one that I was kind of like, do you really need to be in here? But luckily his part's not that big. He just delivers a couple lines to say, hey guys, I'm Usher. Now get back to your movie. Josh Hartnett, Famke Janssen. This has a lot of those 90s actors and actresses that some of them went on to do a lot of stuff, some of them not so much, but they're all pretty much familiar faces. Takes place mostly within the confines of a high school and the town of the high school. Kind of another take on the body snatcher thing. I thought this was just very well done. It's one that I was very surprised at how much I liked it, and it's every single time I've seen it, it's held up every time. It's never dropped off for me. In fact, it's probably gotten better. I just like the setup. I like the execution. And, being a teenager in the 90s, I kind of had a little bit of like the rebellion against 90s horror, at least like theatrical horror, because, that's kind of when I was discovering all the 80s stuff. So when it came to like the 90s stuff, I was like, it's just not as good. But there'd be those movies that kind of stuck out that I was just like, whoa, this is like really good. And The Faculty was one of them. I'm sure people are very familiar with this. I don't really need to get into a ton of it, but I liked the way they did Elijah Wood. This is kind of something he got into when I think Elijah Wood's about similar age as me. So he was kind of becoming a young adult in this era. And I just loved the hell out of this movie. Probably, I would say this is getting like a 9 because there's not many flaws at all, if any. And I would probably, like, if I really watch this to do like a full review and analyze every bit of it, I could see it being a 10 out of 10, but I just don't want to. I don't like to casually give out 10, so I'm just going to stick with a 9 for now, and maybe if I, end up doing this as like a feature review somewhere, either here or so elsewhere later, it could go up to a 10, but just a really solid movie. I really like it. I thought it was a good, unique take on the genre. I like that it takes place, or the universe or world this takes place in, is they are kind of aware of like body snatcher stuff, and they kind of use that to their advantage as they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And yeah, I'm just a huge fan of this one. So 9 out of 10 for The Faculty.
Yeah, man, I'm a big fan of that movie, actually, man. And you know what? I wasn't like that rebellious against, because me and you are the exact same age. With that era and shit. Like, I've seen a lot of those films in the cinema, like, Scream, and I know he did last summer, and Urban Legend, and fucking Faculty, and like the list just kind of goes on. But yeah, no, that one kind of stuck out to me, man. I always thought it was really interesting too. Robert Rodriguez did a great job with that, man. I'm such a big fan of his, but it's got a great cast though, man. I mean, Selma Hayek's in that movie, or Jordan Brewster, whatever the fuck her name was. Josh Hartnett is actually like
Jordana.
Yeah, Jordana, yeah. I think Josh Hartnett, yeah, like, and him and his fucking just brutal ass hair, like, like, are you kidding me, man? Piper Laurie's in that. Like, there's so many people. Usher was in that movie. Fucking John Stewart.
Fuck yeah, he got top billing on the fucking box cover.
That's right. Robert Patrick.
Yeah, 1000.
Definitely a young Elijah Wood.
That movie kicks ass with the cast, man.
It really does, man. It's a great showing, man. Yeah.
Well, it has one of those casts where, like, if you
music is great, yeah.
For me and Moods being the same age, it has a kind of cast where if you grew up during that time, you were almost kind of, well, for me, I was almost kind of worried because it's like, are they doing the same route as like all these other 90s movies where it's more about like the cast and not about like the horror and all that? But then when I was watching, I was like, no, they adapted this really well and believable, and I was very impressed at the time, and I continue to be impressed every time I see it.
Yeah, I feel like this cast was like, it wasn't as, it was a good thing that it wasn't as popular as things like, Scream and probably, I Know What You Did Last Summer is the except, like that cast, like the way that movie was cast was solely on the popularity of all those individuals based on their TV shows, and that's the only reason why those people were in that was to sell that. It feels
film like this cast was more. This cast was more on the cusp. They weren't quite established because even like Famke Janssen. I can't remember if this is before or after Goldeneye.
With the exception of some of the smaller roles like Piper Laurie and shit like that, she's pretty established. But I mean, those are the type of roles that you're going to cast them in. Right?
I felt like Usher. Usher was the only person in this movie where it's like, what the fuck is he doing in this? But it's not like he had a huge part. So
see, I think that was kind of smart on Robert Rodriguez's part. Like Usher was popular, so like we'll put him in this movie, but literally not going to worry about him being part of the movie at all.
Yeah, that was
not going to give him a big part because he's not an actor, but we could utilize the fact that more people come see this.
Yeah.
I love that shot of like Robert Patrick just out there in the sprinklers.
Yeah,
hydrated.
Yeah, good soundtrack too. But all right,
yeah, really good soundtrack, man. Yep.
Moving on here to my last film of the night, The Skin I Live In, which was given to me by Geno Cyber. This is a movie that came out in the year 2011. It is a Spanish film, psychological thriller / drama film. I'm going to be very, very spoiler free on this. No, very, very spoiler free. Like, I'm not going to get into the plot too much, but basically it follows a plastic surgeon who's successful, and he is working on some artificial skin. You get this sense based on his interactions with other people of his skill and profession that he's kind of frowned upon how he does his research, because he's using like transgenic experiments illegal transgenic experiments on humans. He doesn't disclose this. You see at his estate that he has a woman named Vera, who he's watching on camera, seems to have some sort of level of attraction to her, or at least significance to her. Like, at first you can't tell if it's like a genuine like sexual attraction or like a specimen attraction. And she's like held captive there, you find out eventually. While Robert is out of the area, his you find out it's his mother, but at first you just think it's like his like maid or something, lets her other son into the house, and he basically like rapes the girl and causes havoc, and Robert gets back, has a situation, and then you learn a little bit of history about Robert and the person who broke in, as well as Robert's wife and daughter. His wife dies in a crash. That's why he's like kind of obsessed with making like skin. And his daughter basically gets sexually assaulted at a party through like this flashback, and then it cuts back to forward. And I'm gonna kind of stop there. Very strange movie, and it kind of, at first you're just like, what the hell is this about? You know what I mean? Like, it takes a while before it all comes together, but if you're patient and you wait on it, it's like pretty powerful, like, reveal in this one. It definitely made me super uncomfortable, and I was like, wow, they went there. That's pretty fucking crazy. And it's definitely well worth the wait if you're just patient with it. Very well made movie. Very well designed story. It was just very good. It is very good. Like, without getting into like what happens, it's one of the more cool things. The only thing I'll say is I felt like the transition in the story is a little bit quick, and it doesn't really feel, it's not as believable visually. But besides that, really, really good. I'm at an 8 now, or sorry, an 8.5, but it could totally be a film that the more I think about it goes up. I'd never seen it before. I had heard people talk about it, but I didn't really know anything about it. Another one that proves that, man, this decade is so strong, dude. I'm looking at like the films that came out for that top 100, them helping Exploding Heads with, and it's just like insane how many good movies, like even in years like 2011 that didn't have much. Sleep Tight came out, which is in our Hall of Fame. Like Red State, Grave Encounters is a great movie. Cabin in the Woods, Attack the Block, Alice Kills. I mean, there's even a year like 2000, Adam Chaplin, Kill List, The Woman. A year like 2011 that didn't really have like a ton of heavy hitters when you really think about it, actually did have some very great films. So yeah, The Skin I Live In, another great 2010, which is arguably possibly the second greatest decade in horror history, in my opinion. So
yeah, it's kind of like a modern day take on Eyes Without a Face kind of thing.
Yeah, which I've never seen, but I know you mentioned that.
Yeah, which, I mean, obviously that movie is fucking classic, and The Skin I Live In, man, is a really, really good film. I seen it years ago. I actually own it, but Antonio Banderas is in it, which I remember watching it and being like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm watching an Antonio Banderas film.
I know, right? That moment that you like, where you find out what his plan is, like, I was oh fuck, man.
I think he's really good in that movie.
Really, like, as me being me, like, I actually felt it. I was like, oh my god, that'd be horrible. It's like, this is like a nightmare. Like, it just is like, wow, man, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I think Antonio Banderas actually knocks it out the park in that, man. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen him do a role like that before. It seemed out of the norm, but it was good for him, you know?
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Okay, so moving along, man, to my second and final film of the night, from 1971, picked by Tone Joker. 1971, and it is called The Fourth Victim, directed by Eugenio Martin, who actually is probably most famous for directing Horror Express. I'm sure you guys have. Well, did you watch it for 72? GP Horror Express. I'm sure you watched that movie.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Horror Express.
I think I have the Blu. Might have the Blu-ray.
Arrow did.
There was another one before that, right?
Severin, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. All right.
Yeah, so he's probably most famous for directing that. He also directed Batman's River, which is a pretty good spaghetti western type thing. And It Happened at Nightmare Inn. He actually directed that one too, which is kind of interesting, which is another film that needs a good release. It has nothing but shit releases. So this one right here is, a giallo. It's basically about this English, rich English dude. And the movie starts out where him and his housekeeper are pulling this woman out of his pool. Which turns out to be his wife, and not only his wife, but his third wife. And they bring her upstairs, and it's crazy too. Like the first 15 minutes of the movie, there's no dialogue. There's no dialogue through all these whole scenes and stuff. Anyways, they bring her upstairs, they dry her off, and they dress her in clothes, and they kind of make it look like she's died of natural causes. And I mean, right away, you're like, holy fuck, these two are guilty as fuck, right? So of course, when the day comes, the next week to collect the insurance company is obviously calling fraud on this. He gets arrested for murder because it's very suspicious because his previous two wives have also died of suspicious deaths, or not necessarily suspicious, but they also died in accidents. And, and through the same insurance company, and they're like, hey, this is kind of bullshit. So he finds himself on trial, and it's kind of crazy, actually. You don't see this too many times in giallos, where the beginning of the film starts out like this. That was kind of standard, but then it jumps into a court scene, which lasts 10-15 minutes, and it's literally kind of going through everything and stuff. And long story short, he ends up getting off in court. They find him not guilty through certain evidence and stuff like that. So he's back at his mansion, and he's kind of kicking it there with his his housekeeper that's been with him for a long time. And you're kind of thinking, what the fuck, man? Where the hell is this kind of going? All of a sudden, he hears this splash in the pool, and this woman's in his pool. And he's like, all right, so that's kind of interesting. He confronts her and stuff, and then she's just all over him and kind of gets into his life and stuff. They become a couple, and they get married, and it just happens so fucking fast, because this movie is actually really not that long. It runs between 80-85 minutes or something like that. For giallo, it's pretty short, so things are kind of clipping along pretty well. And then it kind of follows her and, this wealthy guy. And, the whole time it's this mystery of what she's actually trying to accomplish. You kind of think that maybe she's a reporter or something like that, trying to figure out the truth of this guy, maybe put him away forever for all these mysterious deaths and things like that. And it kind of plays itself out. And, it's leaning towards certain other aspects of who actually did the killing. Maybe he didn't do it and things like that. And the whole time he's basically trying to prove that, he's innocent of this, because this one police officer is dead set on that he got off from murder and things like that. And that this new girlfriend or this new wife is in danger of being murdered and things like that. Hence the fourth victim. And, it kind of plays itself pretty standard. And then it gets to the end, and, I the whole time I'm thinking, I'm like, it's one of two things here. I mean, I know JP always criticizes me for saying this, but really in this case, there was not enough characters. There wasn't enough development to go any other places in this type of giallo. And it's pretty straightforward, to be honest, man. And it definitely goes in the place I was definitely leaning, because I was like, it has to be this way. Kind of predictable in itself. This one doesn't really have a lot of kills. It doesn't really have a lot of sleaze to it. It's a very mild-mannered type giallo. It's like a Spanish-Italian mashup, and it's actually done in English. The actors are speaking English. It's dubbed in English. It's crazy. So it kind of surprised me a little bit, but it's pretty standard stuff. It's got some twists and turns in the third act, which is probably the most memorable parts of the film itself. There is a decent kill in the end of the film. I thought it was all right, but for the most part, man, it's pretty standard stuff. Definitely not a stick-out giallo. I can see why this one doesn't really have a great release. It's not that memorable, but I don't know, man. If I had to rate this one, I'm going to come in at about a 5.5 out of 10. It's just above average, nothing special, not even a great soundtrack. Like I said, not enough, it just doesn't have the sleaze. It doesn't really have, actually, from what I remember, I don't think it has any nudity in it, which is crazy for giallo, but pretty standard stuff. Fourth victim, 1971. Is what it is. And that is going to conclude what we watched. Gia.
Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hand, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Yeah. Alrighty, getting into the bonus review here on episode 171. This is a Patreon pick coming from the homeboy Ratchet Command. It's a brand new film from 2019 called Bliss, directed by Joe Bob, who is slowly becoming a director that I absolutely love. I loved his film from 2013 called Almost Human. I was really, really digging The Mind's Eye that came out in 2015. So when I heard that he was directing this new film this year called Bliss, I was pretty excited because, once you get 3 good films under your belt, man, you're kind of on the radar for a lot of us fans kind of thing, right? Have you guys seen his other films?
I've seen Almost Human, which I liked.
I've seen Mind's Eye.
Okay,
and I liked it. Yeah,
Mind's Eye was fun, man. It's kind of like Scanners in a sense, kind of deal.
It feels like it could take place in the same world as Scanners. Yeah,
really. I just thought it was a fucking ball of fun, but I think the interesting thing about this director is that he's really doing some different shit. He's kind of come from all different angles in his films and stuff, and I like that, man. I like that how you can just kind of evolve and possibly get better with your films and stuff. I guess we'll find out if he's been getting better with his films or not, but. Quick little synopsis on Bliss. A brilliant painter facing the worst creative block of her life turns to anything she can do to complete her masterpiece, spiraling into a hallucinatory hellscape of drugs, sex, and murder in the sleazy underbelly of L.A. That's pretty good description, actually. It's about this pretty semi-famous artist. She's a painter, and she, you can obviously tell in the beginning of the film that she's struggling a little bit with creativity and just getting out product. She ends up going to her agent kind of in the beginning of the film, and he essentially drops her because she's been taking so long with her work and stuff. She's just really having a rough time and stuff like that. That's when she, turns to doing some fucking drugs. And then that's where the film kind of takes itself. It goes from there, she goes into this hallucinatory state and things kind of develop from there and shit like that. So, thoughts on the movie, guys? Mike, why don't we start with you since you've actually talked about this one?
So I've seen it a couple times because we did it on Fresh Cuts.
Yeah,
I think it's a movie that it will improve your score. Well, I can't say for everyone, because if you watch it the first time and absolutely hate it, I can't say a second watch is going to make you like it better. Yeah. But for me, the first watch, I was like, I liked it, and there was some stuff that I was like questioning what was going on. I had some questions, but the second watch kind of helped me piece everything together, and I ended up really enjoying it. There's not many likable characters in the movie, but that's kind of by design. I love movies that kind of take on the as the synopsis said, that you read, this kind of seedy underbelly of society.
Yeah,
this is like the LA art community, but not like high society art community. It's kind of the struggling art community. I like the fact that it's not necessarily straightforward as what's going on. You kind of got to figure it out all the way up until the end when we get kind of like a scene of. It kind of makes it. I don't want to say obvious. I think on the second watch, I really was able to say, okay, this is what's going on.
Well, I think what you're trying to say is that the first time you watch the film, you're thinking that it's more hypnotic to the substance control.
Exactly.
Right?
On the first watch, it's like, is she just totally out of her mind from drug abuse?
Obviously, it's because it's the setup too, right? She's obviously under mad stress, and these and like the thing is, when you're taking hard, drugs, and especially drugs that she wasn't used to taking, it's gonna really fuck with your mind and shit like that, right? Like, I mean,
yeah,
and the drug dealer even warned her too. He's like, man, this is some crazy ass shit. It's like, I think it was called Diablo. It was like a mix of DMT and cocaine. And he's like, yo, man, like, if you test this shit, stay here. Be careful with this type of shit. And she's just like hitting this shit like a fucking rock star, man.
Right. Like, so the first watch, it's like, is she just strung out this whole time, or what's up? But there's little hints that more is going on, and then the second watch really I think puts a exclamation point on like the other stuff, and it's like, okay, no, there is absolutely more to it than just the drug use, and I ended up really, really enjoying it, and I guess we'll get into it a little bit more after everyone else gives their thoughts, but I'm a fan. I had a blast with this.
Yeah, so first of all, Joe Bigos, awesome director. He's kind of seems like he's kind of in that little like crew of indie guys too, because like even cast in this film you have Jeremy Gardner as Clive, who I recognized instantly. I was like, oh dude, that's the guy from Battery, and he directed Battery, of course. Yep. I instantly went to see what the hell he's been up to, and I saw he has a film coming out. It's probably not going to hit this year, but it is a film that is he directed and is finished and has screened at places. It's called After Midnight, also released as Everything Else. I did get on Twitter a little bit and asked about that. Didn't get a response from him, but somebody else responded to me and said that they caught it at a film festival and said it's one of the best films they watched the year. So keep an eye out for that for probably next year. It's called After Midnight. So because he had directed The Battery and then Tex Montana Will Survive, which wasn't like necessarily a horror, it was more of a comedy. But apparently this After Midnight one seems a little cool. And then Joe Bigos as well has a film called VFW on the slate for 2019 as well. A group of war veterans must defend their local VFW post and an innocent teen against deranged drug dealer and his relentless army of punk mutants. So again, something different. So that's pretty cool. Bliss, it was a film. I watched it. It had a little bit of hype. Like I heard a lot of people talking about it. I watched it and I was like, okay, I liked it. It was cool. But it was a little simplistic in its story. But the more that I thought about it and the more time that went by, the more I actually liked it. Like I even bumped my rating after thinking about it for a little while. But yeah, it's, I love movies like this. I think people that watch it would say like, oh, it's like all style and not a lot to it. But I actually dig the characters, even though they're not necessarily like likable. They are interesting to me. And I get the sense that, this girl is like a drug user, like regularly. Like I know that she might not have had this particular strain of drug before, but like,
oh no, she's definitely
part she's very comfortable with drugs.
Yeah, she definitely is.
And even the way she like kind of rants whenever shit's going bad to one of her friends, and she's like, I need to like whatever I need to kick it, just let me know because like I can't deal with this shit. Like so she's speaking in drug terms and like terms of somebody who is a regular user. So that's cool. I think she's very good as a lead. Like I just found her interesting looking and like fits the part really well. Kind of kills the performance, and everybody that was kind of cast in this film, I thought they were really good as their character that they're playing. But yeah, overall, I think that it's just really cool. Like one of my favorite scenes in the movie and one of my favorite shots and moments of the year is when she first snorts the cocaine and the DMT mix, and it's like she just is like whoosh, and like fades back and like kind of falls down a little bit. I love that look, man. It's really cool. It's pretty dope for like describing drug, like when you do a drug, it's pretty cool. I don't want to spoil what happens to her and stuff like that at all, because I think that's a cool part of the movie.
Yeah, it's a little bit too new to go into like straight spoilers.
I think a lot of people haven't seen it.
And the thing is, and I don't want to, because I really want people to see this movie. So
this movie just cruises by too. It's only like an hour and 20 minutes. I've saw so many films this year that are on the shorter side of 90 minutes, which is like refreshing and nice. Like so many movies I have watched and have on my list that are like, hour 20, hour 22, hour 25, hour 26, like a lot of them. And I'm actually, it's a little refreshing because I feel like the last couple of years it's been like hour 40 was like the standard. And this one does not overstay its welcome. It's super quick. It's good. It almost actually wants you wanting a little bit more of that world that they're in. But yeah, I really dug it.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I've watched a lot of films this year, and I've gotten to the point where it seems like everything I'm watching is like 105 minutes now. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, everything's just getting long. But Bliss, a.k.a. drugs, is basically just a slang term for fucking drugs. The first thing I noticed, man, I have the Blu-ray for this, released by Dark Sky Films, and I'd watched this film. This is the second time I watched it. I watched it a couple months ago online and stuff, and I didn't really catch, the actual look of the film. And as soon as I popped it in, I was like, motherfucker, this thing is shot on 16 millimeters. So I quickly fucking looked it up, and sure as shit, man, my eye caught it. Shot on 60 millimeter. Absolutely fucking love movies that are shot on 60 millimeters. It's the second film, maybe the third film I've seen this year that was shot on 60 millimeter. And the other one I know for a fact was Knife Plus Heart. It's a French kind of giallo and shit that was shot on 60 millimeter about the gay.
That's why the fucking thing's so short.
Yeah, exactly.
All that money.
Right. Exactly, right? So yeah, Knife Plus Heart is that gay giallo that's really good stuff, but check out that one too. But shot on 60 millimeter, I was like, the look of this movie is fantastic. I think the lighting is phenomenal. The editing is fantastic in this film. The acting, I agree, man. The lead actress in this, man, her look is so perfect. She just looks like that kind of underworld, like struggling artist type, that real poofy kind of curly hair and shit, and like just willing, like her whole character.
I really like the poofy curly hair look on her. It really fits. She seems almost a little scrubby too, like just not like super high maintenance or maintained.
Oh, for sure. Until she gets naked.
The sex scenes are shot really good too, and just like have a cool atmosphere to them.
I like that too, man, because she's like, she's one of those people that kind of lives her art too. She does her art by not giving a fuck, and she also doesn't give a fuck in her real life, hence the drug abuse and, the orgies and things like that. And, I like that character, man. I mean, she's really the only character. I mean, the boyfriend is kind of likable. I mean, at least he has a heart and he's trying to look out for her and stuff like that. The drug dealer is he's an interesting character too, man. I think it's pretty funny that...
what have I seen him in before?
I can't place it right now. I don't know. But do you notice that George Wentz in the film from Cheers? That was pretty funny. Actually, it's probably one of the more memorable scenes in the film where, Desi, our main character, just kind of goes batshit crazy and something insane happens in this house. It's fucking phenomenal. I think the effects are awesome in this, but I can't help but when you're watching this film and the way it's edited and the way the music hits, and especially the pacing of the film is very Gaspar Noé. It's very Gaspar Noé type feeling film, and I think that I feel like he's got to be a fan of his films. Bigos has got to be a fan of his films because it just screams no type style to me right away. The colors, like I said, the editing, the pacing, just the oddness of it and stuff like that. And there's just so many things that are going on in the film that just scream Noé's films, and which is, very much a compliment to him. I mean, if that's what your influences are, roll with it, man, because Noé's films are awesome. But yeah, it's got the lighting again, full of reds and greens. It almost has like this Italian feel to it too, which is kind of cool, man, because me, I'm a big fan of like colors in films and shit like that, like the reds, greens, and the blues and shit like that. And just the whole and I think the color scheme in the film really does work for that seedy kind of underworld, like just kind of trashy club scenes and things like that. And again, having a punk soundtrack to this movie fits absolutely perfect, man. I mean, music is a big part of this because there's a lot of scenes in the clubs and shit like that, and the music just fits on all aspects, man. I really like it, man. I really, really like it. But like after the first time I watched this film, I mean, I wasn't confused or anything, but I was in that mind state where the whole time I'm watching this, I'm thinking, she's completely sustained to the drug use and shit like that, and a lot of this is in her mind, and because that's kind of the way it develops and things like that. But it goes somewhere else and shit like that. But I really like the way it develops, man, especially on the second watch. And you start to notice things about other characters in the films with, just their appearances in the film and the way they're acting in certain parts in dialogue and shit like that. And I really like these films, how it's not generic to this type of subgenre that it's representing. It's really trying to do something else. It's not only being stylish, but it is being creative in itself, and it's putting itself into an area that, not a lot of films dare to go and stuff. And I think it had a lot of balls, man. And I think that, it just really represented itself so well in what it was trying to do. So, I really fucking dug the shit out of this film, man. I like how the film opens up with the warning about something about like flashing pictures and epilepsy and shit like that. Like, don't watch this film, but it's kind of true though, man, because there's some scenes in this where you're like, if you suffered from epilepsy, man, motherfucker, you're going down. Right? It's kind of, but it's not like overly bad, but it's to that point where I can see that actually kind of happening and shit like that. But yeah, dude, man, blood and gore and just fucking, this one really kind of delivers on everything that I love, man. I'm a very visual person. I love soundtracks. I like blood and gore. I like hot women with titties, and I love art. And I think the progression of the painting and how that thing's developing in this film is fantastically done. It's really, really fucking cool, especially on the second watch. I really noticed a lot more and stuff, but great film. So
ratings,
Mikey.
What am I gonna rate this guy? That's a tough. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and give it an 8. I liked it even more the second time I watched it. So, I think a lot of stuff was explained the second time I saw it. So, my enjoyment level went up. So I'm going with an 8.
All right. I gave it an 8 initially, but after thinking about it a little bit, I really liked it. It's definitely one that I would want to rewatch at some point. I give it an 8.5.
Nice.
Yeah. I fucking love, because like when you're watching this film and you're thinking to yourself like, the landlord that was the most perfect casting ever for the landlord. Like, that was the guy that probably owned that fucking building. He was just like that total seedy fucking just greasy looking motherfucker. And oh man, I love that
like
shit,
a fucking meatball.
It really, man. It was like, that dude that you can totally picture owning that fucking building. Even though it's kind of interesting, like she's kind of like a struggling artist, and she really, she's not only struggling with, just the money wise thing, she's struggling with her personal identity, hence the drugs. And, and there's a scene in the film where a fan recognizes her at a bar, and she's been drinking heavy because she's like really fucking out of it now. She's with her boyfriend and stuff. And this guy comes up and he's like, "Hey man, you're Desi so-and-so." And, he's like, "Yeah, I have an original print of your picture and blah, blah, blah." And he wants an autograph for a picture or something like that. And she's just like, "Fuck off, get the fuck out of here." And like, I was just like, holy fuck, dude. It's a great representation of her character and her downward spiral too, man. It's crazy. But, first time I watched this,
she's into sex, drugs, and punk rock.
Fucking rights, man, and it's represented so well, man. The first time I watched it, I think I gave it an 8. Second watch, I enjoyed it so much more. I don't know why. I just really, I think it's because I was watching on my TV and had the Blu-ray, and I caught the 60 millimeter and fucking, it just, the look of the film is so perfect. I'm so glad that he put the effort and the money into doing that look. He didn't just shoot it digitally and then, put the effects over to make it look old and stuff. It looks authentic. And when you watch authentic, 60 millimeter prints and shit like that, they just, oh my god, that's film, dude. That's fucking film, man. It just looks so awesome. Big ups to him, man. I'm coming in at a 9 out of 10 on this one. Definitely one of my favorites of the year. Definitely one of my favorites of the year. I really, really dug the shit out of this movie.
Cool.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
Alrighty, so getting into the main reviews here on episode 171, another Patreon pick, and I don't know who this is by. JP, can you help a brother out? I didn't even look before.
I don't remember because he didn't do it through the Patreon. He actually did it through PayPal.
Okay.
But you know who you are.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at it.
We
now.
have another show coming from you in the next at the beginning of 2020, which will be a Cronenberg spotlight. So thank you. You picked two good shows.
Yeah, like we'd mentioned earlier in the show that we actually originally planned to do all four of these Invasion kind of in the same realm type thing. That
Years
thing
ago.
fell through years ago. Yeah, it fell through. So it's kind of cool that we get to do, at least two of these anyways. And Mike was kind enough to fill us in on the third one tonight.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
But starting with the original film, directed by Don Siegel from 1956, called Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Synopsis: a small-town doctor learns that the population of his community is being replaced by emotionless alien duplicates. Yeah, thoughts on the movie?
It's excellent.
Yeah, it's a very good movie. I mean, I think that like one of the coolest things about this film is just like the paranoia. If you really put yourself in the situation, it's like the paranoia is so strong because you take people, loved ones, family members, people you respect, and kind of replace them with soulless beings, but they still look like who you know. And this is, I mean, we've seen this so many times since, but at the time, very original. In fact, watching it this time, because I have seen it before a long time ago, I was actually feeling like, wow, like this really did inspire so many types of movies like this. Everything from, other versions of this to like They Live to The Faculty, you know what I mean? Like body snatching is a very, I was getting mad Halloween 3 vibes. I didn't realize how much influence Halloween 3 probably had from Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but yeah, it definitely did. It's a very cool premise that really works every time you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, Invasion of Body Snatchers, man, is a quintessential film, man. And in my opinion, it's one of the absolute best films of the 1950s for so many different reasons, because this is one of those films that really was a product of its time, and it was, it was packing so much social commentary to, Joseph McCarthyism and shit like that. I mean, this movie was dubbed as being a big nudge to McCarthyism and stuff like that back in the day, but it really did do exactly what it was trying to do, even though people that were involved in making this movie were kind of denying the fact that that's what they were doing. The director, Don Siegel, even said, it was like, that's pretty much what we were trying to do with this and stuff. So, but I love the way this movie's even told. There wasn't a lot of movies done in the 50s where, it started out with, a narrative, kind of flashbacks and stuff.
It's a guy telling a story.
Yeah, it was telling a story, and it actually was like a full-on structure. I mean, a lot of movies back in the day, we know that, the way narratives are told, they kind of start like in the middle of the story kind of thing. But this one really does kind of start at a point, and it goes right into it. And I love the structure, man. It's really great, man. It's got really good pacing. And it's got so much paranoia, man. It's got so much suspense in the movie too, man. That's another thing that really, a lot of films from that era, especially like the sci-fi kind of horror ones that are in this realm that don't really have, is just like too much suspense. But this one really fucking packs the, the whole paranoia into there and shit like that. And
yeah, there's actually, some scary moments. Like you have, whenever the lead goes to check on his friend or something like that, and he like sneaks up to the window and he sees they're already potted. Mm-hmm. And then the other person shows up behind him. I was like, whoa, shit, like that's actually kind of scary. And there's other things in here that are actually just scary on a personal level of like everybody against you type thing, like because it almost has like some Hitchcocky influences a little bit too, like a Man on the Run type stuff that you see a lot in Hitchcock movies. I'm always a fan of that. Like it's like and that's what I was talking about with like Halloween 3, where you have like Dr. Chalice and the chick, and they're like it's like a conspiracy, us against them, like the everybody's turned and evil and stuff. Like I like that stuff, man. It's just like really easy to digest and watch, and I get into those things.
Yeah, this is just conceptually, it's pretty much like a timeless theme, because this one taking place in the 50s, you could definitely say like the allegories for the communist scare. The commies are coming. The commies are coming.
Well, that's what I was alluding to with the McCarthyism thing, because the reason why this movie is so amazing is because Joseph McCarthy was actually a senator. I think he was Wisconsin senator at the time or something like that. But the term McCarthyism comes from him and his paranoia about the communists basically taking over America at the time. And this was what he was known for. Like he was
like
convinced,
spies and shit.
Yeah, Joseph McCarthy was convinced that the Russians had sent spies and Asia had sent spies from their communist communities or countries to the American. They were infiltrating the government, and he was like fucking
the government and Hollywood.
Yeah, and he was just dead set on this shit. And this is what this became a huge thing, right? And that's where the whole anti-communist And so, I mean, you can kind of see that here, right? It's like, the alien, the people that are, the aliens in this film are representing communism, and our doctor is representing America kind of thing, and like, the paranoia and shit like that. And it's just like, it's kind of a nudge to Joseph McCarthy saying like, honestly, dude, like, you see how ridiculous this looks on film kind of thing? Like, you think this is actually happening in America, right? Like, because, I mean, in reality, I mean, there probably could have been spies and hints at communism and stuff like that. But like, when you look at the bigger picture, like everybody is being taken over by this shit like that. I mean, I think it was essential. And the thing I like about this movie too, is that they did it when he was still alive. Maybe this is what killed him, because I think he died like the year after or something this movie came out. But I really like that nudge at him, man, being like, dude, you really think what we're showcasing in this movie is happening? Because that's what you're saying is happening. It's, it's not just being brainwashed, it's literally being taken over kind of thing and stuff. I really like that commentary, man. I think that's absolutely phenomenal. And it's so effective because, the whole paranoia. I mean, paranoia has been a thing.
The allegory is really timeless, because this specific iteration is, about the communist scare. But as different versions of the movie gets made throughout the years, the pod people could represent like anything that's going on in modern time.
Absolutely. Because in 1978, people had kind of grown through the whole paranoia of communism taking over America and stuff. I mean, you got to think about this is like 20 years later, 22 years later kind of thing, right? I mean, this is after the Vietnam War is completed. The mindset of America had changed quite a bit, right? So, when they did the 78 version, it's not, I mean, the social commentary could be there if you're looking for that, but I mean, that's not what they were trying to do. They were literally remaking the content of the movie, but with, possible different social commentary, hence being maybe it was just immigration at that time. I don't know what was going on in 78, but I do know about the McCarthyism, because it's a thing that I've actually studied a little bit before with the totalitarianism and shit like that. And like all that type of stuff. Like I remember talking about this in film class and, just really kind of digging into it, but it's like a perfect film for that, man. I think they did it so well.
Speaking of McCarthy, the main guy in this, Kevin McCarthy,
yeah,
he might be in like every single scene of this movie. I was trying to make an effort to like pay attention to see if there's ever a scene that he's not in, but he just is so great in this. And I love how, like, the beginning he shows up and he's all disheveled, and when he goes to recount a story, you could see how, like, at the start of it, he's very clean cut and well put together.
Well, he's a doctor.
And right, exactly. And throughout the movie, as he's going through this and discovering stuff, he slowly just becomes.
But isn't that a great angle? Isn't that a great angle for
it's
setup
fantastic.
Though, too? Because these people are being taken over, and he's a doctor. He should know what's going on.
Yeah, and he's very skeptical at the beginning,
of
too.
Of course.
And that's what makes it so great.
That is what makes it great, yeah.
by the end of the movie, the way he looks, that's kind of how when I was growing up as a kid, because I knew him from later movies before I had a chance to go back and watch this, and he almost ends up looking like the version of him that I've seen in like other stuff like the Twilight Zone movie, and just later on when he was older, just because of how kind of messed up he looks by the end of this movie.
Well, what about his cameo in the 78 version?
In the 78, yeah, that's
he's
fantastic.
The fucking guy that runs up to the car and is like freaking out and shit. And it's kind of funny because it's almost an extension of the end of the movie where he's just like losing his mind and shit like that.
He's almost saying like the same dialogue. It's like very similar dialogue.
He's wearing the same suit too. Like he's literally wearing the same.
I don't think
fucking...
that was on accident.
No, I think it's done purposely actually. And the 78 version actually is kind of interesting because there is a scene in the film too towards the end where Donald Sutherland and his girlfriend, or the girl he's with, are riding in a cab. The cab driver is the director, Don Siegel, of this movie. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. And actually, I was actually reading in the trivia too that the interesting thing about that scene was that Don Siegel was almost legally going blind, and he was literally driving that vehicle. So they were like actually scared shitless while they were driving up this dark San Francisco road.
They're
like, are you fucking?
They're like, just take your foot off the brake. Don't press the gas.
Yeah, I mean that's the filmmaking in the 70s, right? So, but yeah,
yeah.
Right? Just doing shit like that. You're
Dangerous.
legally blind. Oh, fucking! Here's the car. Go drive it, man. We'll just film.
We're not filming to code.
Yeah, right. It's just so good, but. I have to admit, man, the whole premise of Invasion of the Body Snatchers is obviously became a thing because of what was going on politically in the United States and things like that, the paranoia and stuff. But, put that thing aside, like, there's really great performances in here, man. I think that, honestly, dude, another thing that really sticks out for me with this movie is the cinematography, man. There's a lot of really great shots in this film. That's something you don't catch a lot in the 50s. It was more kind of stoic shots and things like that. And just kind of, they didn't really concentrate a whole lot on doing, special things with shots and stuff. But there's some really interesting, like, kind of angled shots in here and just shot from different ways, like things that you just really notice. This film seemed to be a little bit higher elevated. It was like elevated horror for the 50s, I guess, really. But yeah, good performances, man. And also the effects. I mean, some of the fucking, the effects and shit that they use actually weren't too bad. I mean, they're a little bit cheesy and shit for the 50s, but in hindsight, they're actually not too bad, man. It's really good, man. Really, really good,
bad.
Man.
And then also with the era this film came in, we got to talk about the score. Very overly dramatic.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny,
the score kind of guides you through the movie. Just like everything is like that kind of. It almost sounds like noir like type score where it just drives every scene. Just like every time something happens in the movie, you get the very dramatic classical music pounding through the speakers, and it just drives, I think, the tension in the movie with what's going on.
That's good. That's awesome. You pointed that out because I mean the noir era had kind of ended by then, but they were still kind of, I mean, using those.
Dude, the whole opening credits made me. If you didn't know what this was and you're watching the opening credits, I would almost think it was a noir, murder mystery movie.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny too because like like a lot of movies, like the score right in the beginning of the film, where everything's kind of hunky dory with the doctor and shit like that, and it almost feels like you're watching a fucking family movie at first though too, but it's kind of dreadful and haunting at the same time. I like that whole setup, man. I think it's pretty cool. So, yeah, dude, like just really just a lot of classic stuff here, man. Just really a lot of classic ideas, and I think this movie is definitely, it's groundbreaking in a lot of aspects. Just storytelling. Having that real, I mean, a lot of films in the 50s had social commentary. I mean, it was the fucking atomic age kind of thing, right? And stuff. So a lot of films were playing off that and stuff. And the
50s had a lot of the Red Scare.
Exactly. Right. So, I mean, this was no different to have social commentary, but it was very specific to a certain thing, which is paranoia, which is very prevalent and stuff. But I do like that they introduce this idea of, it's just such a fucking scary idea, because what they're saying here is that essentially these particles have flown from or come from outer space and have landed on Earth, and you know that's what's kind of creating these pods and things like that and stuff, but how they reproduce, how these kind of like alien life form essentially reproduces is when you sleep. That is fucked up, because when you're watching the movie and once you learn these things in the film, you know that there's no fucking end to this, because once they start creating your clone, once you fall asleep, it feeds it more. Yeah,
toothpaste back in the tube.
Exactly. Like you have to, like, you know, physically we have to sleep to survive. There's no doubt about that. So therefore, you're going to fall asleep, and that clone is going to absorb all your memories and all your body tissues and shit. And it's essentially just going to. It's weird how it's done though. Like it sucks you in somehow. I don't know. Your body just kind of depletes into that. It's never really shown at all on how they do that in like really either film. But it's a scary fucking idea, man, because you have to sleep. So really, there's no escaping this. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up.
It feels like you're always on borrowed time. That's what it feels like, and it feels hopeless. And
agreed.
I mean,
but that's why I feel that the performance by McCarthy is so good in this film, because you know, like he just puts every valiant effort into like selling it that like he is convinced that he's going to fucking make it through this and stuff, but he knows the truth. Like you fall asleep and this shit is like, you know, fucking absorbing you and shit like that. It's ridiculous, because he saw his girlfriend, you know, his current love fucking succumb to this type of shit, and it's like, man, dude, like
and I think it's
so devastating.
It's so well written, like his arc itself, because from where he, not counting the opening scene when he's at the police or hospital or wherever, but it was starting with when he's recalling the story of how everything goes, how he starts out just a regular dude that's kind of skeptical, and he slowly just devolves into realizing what the hell's going on, and it's just such a great performance by him.
100%, man. 100%.
Ratings. I believe it's me first. I really love this movie, man. I just think that it works so well. It's classic. There's a reason why it's considered, a classic horror movie. I'm coming in way up at a 9.
Who's next? Me?
Moods.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, I think this movie is just, again, one of the best films of the 50s, you know, just technical levels, storytelling, social commentary, just performances. I think there's just so much to offer. It's got, honestly, man, it's got really great pacing too. It runs like 80 minutes. It's interesting too, because this story is told in 80 minutes. And to me, this movie fucking flies by. Like it was done before I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. The remake is interesting because it's 115 minutes. It's like 35 minutes longer with the exact same story. So we'll get to that in a minute. But, I always used to have this dilemma, back in the day. I'm like, which one do I like better? I've completely chose which one I like better since we've revisited these films. But I think this movie is a masterpiece, man. 10 out of 10. Absolutely perfect to me. I can't find any flaws in this movie whatsoever. And yeah, it's an amazing film.
Yeah, in the past, I love both of them, and I always assumed that 78 took a great concept and made it even better. But it's like because this isn't the first time I've watched both kind of back to back for just whatever reason, and I don't know. It's I just think this one's better, and I'd like to. We'll get into the next one, but I don't see any flaw in this one either. It's perfect, and what it kind of what it spawns, no pun intended, I guess, what comes after, it spawns a lot of great movies after this, but I still think the OG is where it's at if you want the kind of flawless interpretation and adaptation from the novel. So shit, I'm going 10 out of 10 as well.
Awesome.
Wow.
And that means
First
it's
Hall of Fame in a while.
Yeah, a long fucking time, man. It's another thing this movie does really well. It feels like it doesn't force the the kind of the love aspect in this movie at all. I feel like the love interest between the doctor and his girl there and stuff is like, I just feel like it's actually, it feels super real. It doesn't feel forced at all and shit like that. And you really do feel the emotion at the end of the film and shit when she's obviously kind of fall into what's really gonna come and shit like that. And I think it just works, man. It just works. It's hard to pull off in these type of films. And it's kind of interesting. I was reading a little bit more on this, and I guess the original script actually had like a lot of comedy in it, and it was a little bit longer.
That sucks.
Yeah, so they had a bunch of comedy in it, and they did a screening, and the people that watched the film were so fucking confused because at the time there wasn't really a great blend of comedy and horror in films. So people were like, I don't really know what this movie is. Is it a horror movie? Is it a comedy and shit? So they went back, they did some rewrites, cut out some things and stuff like that, and they decided not to put any comedy in it and keep it a straight horror film. And I'm glad that they did that because this is the product that we got. I mean, really, you know my feelings on, like, if I'm watching a horror comedy, I'm cool with it. But if I'm watching a horror movie that has comedy in it and it kind of falls, I feel like it falls super fucking flat sometimes and it kind of ruins shit and ruins tone. I think in a movie like this where you're trying to be serious, you're trying to say something about, there's, the social commentary, throwing comedy in there is just like, it's almost goofy and it takes away from, what you're trying to prove or what you're trying to do and stuff. So I think that's a really, really great idea what they did. And I'm glad that it went this way. So yeah. And that is the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
They come from a dying world. They drift through the universe, pushed on by the solar winds. They adapt, and they survive. The function of all life is survival. Sleep.
Alrighty, so moving along into the 1978 remake, directed by Philip Kaufman, also titled Invasion of the Body Snatchers, starring the one and only Donald Sutherland, my Canadian homeboy. Brooke Adams is actually in this movie, and I kept thinking to myself, like, rewatching this movie, like, where the fuck do I know Brooke Adams from? I'm like, I can't quite figure it out, and I'm like, fucking Shockwaves. Yeah, she's a chick from Shockwaves. So I'm like, yep, I recognize her from that. So, yeah. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I mean, do we need a synopsis? It's literally the same thing, but when seeds drift to Earth from space, mysterious pods begin to grow and invade a small town, replicating the residents one body at a time. It's literally the exact same story, and it's, there's differences in this movie. I would say it's a little more drawn out. There's, a little bit more, I mean, the characters are a little bit different. Our main character is not a doctor. He works for the city. He's a health inspector. Donald Sutherland's a health inspector. It's kind of like a, not as much of a love interest in this. The doctor, there is a doctor in this film who's a psychiatrist. It's actually played by Leonard Nimoy, of course.
Dr. Spock.
Yeah, he's fucking Spock from Star Trek, which is really interesting casting in the movie. I actually like Nimoy in this film, man. He's kind of, he just comes across as being a little bit evil even before he's like evil and shit.
Yeah, he kind of comes off as like the
authority.
God damn, I can't even pronounce it.
Authoritarian. Yeah, he does. He really does, actually. Yeah.
Kind of like the boss man. Like, I'm here to fucking set things straight. Don't give me this bullshit about pod people. I'm a professor, scientist guy. I don't want to hear it.
Even though the scene where, Donald Sutherland and Brooke Adams, I think Jeff Goldblum and his girlfriend or whatever, that's another person in the film, Jeff Goldblum, which, honestly, dude, I've never really cared for Jeff Goldblum as an actor. I don't know what it is. I think he just has one of those faces I want to fucking punch. It's weird. There's something about that guy that just, I don't know. I find him awkward. Maybe it's because he's so tall and lank. I don't know. It's weird.
This was before people knew of Goldblum, right?
This is earlier Goldblum. I mean, he was obviously made super famous from like probably Fly remake and shit like that, but which, you know, he's actually been in 2 pretty good remakes. Yeah, so the characters are a little bit different in this movie. We mentioned earlier that there is a cameo from Kevin McCarthy as he almost seems like he's homeless in this film, but he's just in a scene where he attacks his cab, freaking out that, you know, shit's going crazy.
Man warning the world.
Yeah, they call him the Running Man in this, which I thought was pretty funny. And then, of course, we have the cameo by the director.
Technically gets hit by the car, right? And
he does.
Gets killed.
He does, actually. Yeah, you know, this movie is really essentially the exact same film. It plays out the same way. I mean, our lead character, Brooke Adams, has this boy, or her husband. No, is it a boyfriend or husband? It doesn't really matter. Love interest. And, you know, right away she starts to notice that, you know, things are a little bit odd with him. Just like in the original film where people are just, there's no real reason why people are, I mean, there is a reason because people know their family members and stuff, and they just assume that it's like, it's not them, you know, and that's the exact same thing is happening here. The cool thing about this movie is that it's obviously in 1978. The effects are a little bit better and stuff. So they expanded the story by actually showing a little bit in the beginning during the credits of, you know, these particles and stuff that are actually in space. I love the opening credits. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, that is a really cool thing. I like that too.
It is cool. It's simple, but it's showing you that they're actually coming from space, and then it shows them landing in the Bay Area, which it takes place, you know, very, very close to where Mike actually lives. This is in the Bay. In San Francisco, it takes place. He's up in Sacktown, so a little bit
the
away,
Yay area.
In the Yay area, which is kind of cool. So, but it's cool because, you know, these things fall to the earth and stuff, and then the water kind of like almost pollinates them. The water starts raining there, and then you literally see them kind of growing and turning into what they are and stuff. And I like that, man. It expands the story a little bit visually. You know, theoretically, it's pretty much the identical story. It's, you know, these pods and you know, and taking over. It's pretty much the exact same thing. There's really no differences at all. So what are you guys' thoughts on the film, on this remake?
So I think that this one is interesting because I think of it as like one of the other remakes of classic horror. Like I think of The Thing, I think of The Blob, I think of The Fly, and I think of this one. I think what the other 3 have that this doesn't have, maybe because this one was done in 78 versus the 80s, is it doesn't have the oomph of the improvement. Like the Thing, Blob, and The Fly are special effects, like sort of films, you know?
Yeah, good point.
And a lot of gore. They up the terror in a different way of more of like a visceral type of horror. And I think that this one just doesn't really do that. So I almost find it like the exact same movie, just more, you know, they take certain scenes and just extend them throughout.
100%. And there's literally
and I don't think I like that, actually.
No, it feels unnecessarily drawn out in the beginning. It takes a long time to kind of get where we're going.
Yeah, the pacing of the original film is a lot better.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to like about this. There's still a lot of the same tension going on. I like Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland does a lot of walking around the city in this movie.
He knows a lot about fucking rat shit. Obviously, he's a health inspector, but like, that's a caper. No, it's a piece of rat poop. But I like that. I love that scene. It's like, if it's a caper, then eat it. Like, it's the greatest simple thing, right? Because they fucking know it's not a caper. I love that. It's great. Yeah. So.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, like, you know, the effects, special effects, practical effects, there's going to be an improvement there, which was cool. You know, a lot of similar themes, obviously, in it. I think it features, you know, one of the most iconic endings in all of horror sci-fi, with the Sutherland, where I can't remember the character's name, where she thinks, you know, oh look, we made it and we're gonna do something now.
Oh, that's Jeff Goldblum's girlfriend in the movie. She was
an alien, right? I think. blonde chick.
Was she in Alien? I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, but I mean, it is interesting the structure of this film and the way the ending actually happens and shit, because you don't really see it going that way, because the way it's kind of leading up to that, like you could actually almost kind of forget about her and stuff.
Veronica.
Yeah, the thing that always bugged me about the ending of this movie, like it's cool the way it goes down and stuff, but I'm just like, I just have a hard time believing that she was the one that outsmarted him, right? Like, you know, to that point and stuff. It just seemed like the way it kind of plays out, it almost feels like she outsmarted, because she was like the one that figured out, hey, if you just act emotionless and, you know, you just kind of like blend in with them and shit, but she managed to last that fucking long. I was like, that's crazy to me. I don't know. It just seemed like he was the smarter one, you know, that he was the one that wasn't going to be turned. So that's just me, but
I assume, because I've watched, you know, other times I watched, and I was like, when exactly did they get to him? And I'm assuming they're alluding when he's kind of hiding under the bridge and the dude flashes the flashlight, like they cut the scene. But I guess after all that, did he get found over there, and they just don't explicitly say it because they can't let you know for sure in order to have that final scene.
I swear it's a flaw, because they specifically say in the narrative that you need to be asleep to fully develop the clone. You have to fall asleep. So the problem is with that whole twist is that we're never shown that he falls asleep. So we just have to assume that he did, because that was the only way that it was gonna, you know, fully, you know, develop, right? It's kind of bullshit, actually. It's kind of almost like a cop-out, because we don't see that, and then they just kind of throw this twist at you like, you've turned. And it's like, excuse me? When the fuck did he fall? He was hell-bent on... He just destroyed a whole fucking pod warehouse. with no... like, and you know, he did all his own stunts and shit, man. I'm like, this is fucking crazy, man. When did he fall asleep? There's no way you're fucking falling asleep after, you know, accomplishing that.
Did you find the sequence where he's destroying the pod house or the pod warehouse? It's like similar to Halloween 3 when like Atkins was up there and like did the thing with the mask and all that.
Yeah,
shit.
A little
Halloween
bit. Yeah.
3 is definitely borrows from these movies.
It definitely does, actually, man. But I thought that was really interesting. Donald Sutherland was like hell bent on, you know, he said to the, you know, producers and shit, he's like, no, I'm doing my own stunts in this film, and he was actually up on those beams without harnessed and without a net and shit, and he was really cutting those ropes, and everything was happening, like, it was fucking nuts. And when he had to jump out of the building when it explodes and stuff, apparently he just got out, and I guess one of the guys that was on the set didn't quite get out in time, and he got all burnt up and shit. I'm like, this is fucking crazy, man. 70s filmmaking. Jeez. Glorious, man. But I was like, because when you watch those scenes when he's up there, it's like, that's fucking him, dude. Right? Like, this is not nowadays where they can CG that shit out and stuff. I'm like, that's not a stuntman up there. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. He actually got hit on the set in a car, too, for real. While he was filming, a car actually nailed him. It's kind of funny, but I mean, don't you kind of agree, though? Like, the twist ending's cool, but, I mean, really, there's a little bit of a hole there.
Yeah.
It's cool. Like, it's an iconic scene, isolated.
Yeah, it is iconic, because I haven't seen this movie before, but I've seen that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, there's so many, like, shirts and posters with the Sutherland, like, scream and, like, pointing and all that, like, if you see this movie for the first time, it would click and be like, oh, shit, that's where all that stuff comes from. It is iconic, but it's like the only way to accomplish that within the context of the movies, they have to purposely cut the part where the dude flashes the flashlight down where he's hiding. So you have to assume, okay, they found him and give him a sedative to make him go to sleep in order for that ending scene to make sense. Because otherwise it's like, well, when exactly did he turn? They don't want to explicitly say, but
it's one of those things, though.
It has to be at that point. I mean, it's just like Halloween 3. When did she become a robot?
It's one of those things in filmmaking
but at least with
where
Halloween 3, they could just like kind of do it and don't need a specific set of parameters.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But see, like, you know, in filmmaking, it's like, you know, if you show him being turned, the ending doesn't work. Right?
Yeah, but if no shock to it.
Yeah, there's no shock to it. But if you don't show him being turned, then you question it. It's like, it's kind of like a no-win battle, right? Because it's like, when the fuck did this shit happen? So,
oh yeah, and Veronica Cartwright, yeah, she is Lambert in Alien, like the short hair blonde girl.
Oh, okay,
that is her. Yeah,
yeah.
But, I still enjoy this movie. But I still think the OG is like better.
I think watching them back to back is a bad move for this type
I agree.
I watched them back to back last night, and I've seen both these movies before quite a few times. So like, I mean, I even remembered a lot of shit from it too and stuff. So, and I do agree though. I think if you watch the original one, say, a night before and you watch the remake the night, it might have a little bit of a different
I don't
impact.
even mean that. I mean like in close proximity together. I think that the new one would benefit, or the 78 version would benefit from not even having the original in your head. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then you're doing less comparing and you're just taking it in for what it is, and you don't like, because if you go from like that great original one, you're not, it's the suspense isn't there as much in the second one because you just seen all this, you know what I mean? So I think that if you're gonna watch this film, don't watch it any time near the other one, like watch this one this year and watch the other one a year from now or 2 years from now, you know what I mean? And I
set
think
it on your calendar for 2 years.
Yeah, but with that being said, like I do own the 93 version, and like I was like, man, I'm about to watch it. I feel like watching that just because like I've never seen that either.
It's solid.
I mean, things that this movie does do, I mean, obviously improves on the effects and stuff. I mean, it's kind of cool to see the those huge kind of buds and just the pods
bigger too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It just feels like a bigger movie.
It feels bigger also because it's like a bigger.
It's a bigger city,
in the Bay Area, bigger city.
Yeah.
I do think one of the problems with watching them back to back, like JP said, I'll give another reason I think is because the running times are so different. This is like 35 minutes longer.
Yeah, it's 1:15.
So when you watch the OG, it basically accomplishes the same story in such a quick, tighter running time with no waste. There's no waste to it.
No waste to it. Yeah, and it makes you like even more appreciate more the and that fact that one was made so much beforehand, like 20 years difference, that you're like almost like, hey, what's your excuse, new movie?
Well, that's because they spend so much fucking time, and I don't know how these things work in Hollywood and stuff, but they spend so much time with the Leonard Nimoy character and stuff. Like, the first time you kind of get introduced to him at that party and stuff, there's like a really long extended scene with him, and it's just kind of like a lot of lollygagging, and then there's that scene where they
I think that's the main issue with, like, if they're I
still
really like this, but my main issue with this one, watching them back to back, is
this
notice shit like that much longer to get kind of going. Like, it's like we're just kind of hanging out with these characters for a lot longer, whereas the OG, it's like right up front he walks into there and says, okay, I'm gonna tell you what happened. It's like it sets it off right away, where this one is just we don't need to hang out with these characters so much before things get going. Like, hurry up, just get to it. But that's also that's a matter of because you're watching them back to back, like JP said.
Yeah. I mean, you notice these things though too, right? Like I said, the pace in the first one's a lot better because they don't extend a lot of the things and stuff. But when you're adding in more characters, like when you add in the psychiatrist character of Nimoy, there's another scene where they all, like I was talking about before, where they confront. They're talking to him and they're trying to confront him, and he's totally not believing them. He's like, like pretty much everything they're telling him is like insane because he's a psychiatrist and he's kind of looking at it from that angle and stuff. And it goes on for like 10 minutes, this whole scene. And then the scene ends with him getting into a car, and then you realize that he's one of the clones. Mm-hmm. You're like, that just went on for that long to do that. You're like, okay. And between those two scenes, it's like fucking 20 minutes, man. It's so extended. Like, they just don't need to be that long.
About this movie,
they just don't need to be that long.
It had a December 21st, 78 release, so like technically like a Christmas film.
December 20. Oh wow,
a Christmas release, not a Christmas film, but it's kind of a weird place to place it.
One thing I took away from this film, what? I don't fucking understand mud baths. What the fuck is the point of a mud bath?
It feels good.
Okay, I get that point, but what is the other? Is it supposed to like soften your skin and come out like so? Like, dude, it just looks like you're fucking soaking in diarrhea. It's messy. Like, I don't understand mud baths at all. It's like the weirdest shit.
You never played in the mud when you were a kid?
Yeah, but mud baths are warm though. That makes a little bit more sense. But I don't know. Mud baths just kind of weird me out. It seems like a rich white person thing to do. I don't know, man. It's fucking weird to me, man. I don't know. Do you guys ever think that, the scene where Jeff Goldblum's character discovers the clone inside the mud bath cafe or whatever the fuck you want to call those things, house or whatever, that scene is very awkward because all of a sudden it just seems like that clone is there.
Yeah, because it takes time to do.
Mm-hmm. But why there though?
Because the dude fell asleep in his mud bath, I guess.
Did he fall asleep in the mud? Because I was trying to think of that earlier, like afterwards. I'm like, okay, did he fall asleep and it started developing inside another cubby inside the mud bath cafe or whatever the fuck? And I'm like, wait a minute, did I miss something? It's weird. I don't know. I just don't know why it developed right there because I don't remember him falling asleep. It's fucking strange, man. It's really, really strange. Maybe it's just editing wise it was odd. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I don't, because
it's weird, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's like I'm not 100% sure on how the process works from the pod to making the clone or the pod person.
It is true. It's never really fully disclosed on how, we understand the falling asleep thing, mm-hmm. but we also are shown that some of these pods and stuff are developing when our characters haven't slept.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it's like it feels like they're already developing, but then like later, or you'll get scenes with like, I know with Donald Sutherland's character, I think his name is Matthew, where like the pod is kind of actually reaching out to like touch him. So then I was like, okay, so does it have to have some type of physical contact in order to replicate?
Well, and then as it. Yeah, they do showcase that too, because there's this really odd fucking scene in the film where you get to see the dog face. the human face on the dog. That is, but we get to see prior. It's actually a homeless person that's passed out on the street with his dog or whatever, and there's a pod hooked up to them and stuff, and it obviously mutated somehow, which is never explained. It almost seems like it's comedy in the film because when you're watching this film,
it's almost like The Fly, like two things from one pod or something.
Yeah, when you're watching this thing like 41 years later, you're like, those effects are. It almost comes off as as being comedic in a sense, right? Because they just kind of throw this in there with no explanation to why this thing's doing that. But apparently it infects animals too with humans. I fucking don't know.
I mean, I guess it's just an organism that any like organic life it can replicate. That's mm-hmm. what I would assume. Any living tissue can replicate, I would assume. But.
Yeah, because you see them transporting these pods and things like that, and you assume that like they almost need to be by a human to like attach themselves to clone it and stuff. But we're showing that, and then we're also shown the other aspect of these clones being there, like, and it's like, well, what the fuck, man? It's just it's kind of weird how they do the story, but I mean, we get the idea of what's going on, but and I really honestly wish that they had somehow kind of shown like the full kind of absorption. Somehow that would have been really cool. I think that's if this movie had been made in the 80s, you would have seen like that blob type effects where you would have seen the body fully,
Yeah, that would have separated it from being the same movie. Yeah, like because I even watching it, like I don't know, for some reason in my head I've always thought this film came out in the 80s, maybe just because like the other three that are like popular remakes of like 50s horror movies, but a couple years ago, I like realized that it was from the 70s, and I just even still I expected it to be like sort of a gore film, but it really isn't. So mm-hmm. yeah, I think that subconsciously I like want that.
There's like one scene in the film, I think, when Donald Sutherland's character sees his clone and he fucking takes an axe to it and he kind of hacks it up and shit like that. Is it his or is it another one? I don't know. But it doesn't matter. He takes an axe and he fucking just demolishes the face and shit. It's totally those effects, It's like it's not bad, but you can tell it was just like a big rubber fucking dummy that he put an axe through. It's kind of funny, but I mean, it's a little bit of blood and gore and shit like that. But I mean, all in all, I mean, I do like one of my favorite scenes in the film is actually the end warehouse scene where he's just like demolishing the whole thing. And you're right, man. I mean, it is essentially duplicated almost by. It's almost cloned by Halloween 3 in a sense, right? So, but I mean, this movie has a lot of good points. I mean, the narrative is there. We can interpret the social commentary, even if, I mean, who knows? I mean, you can just say that it was about, immigration and things like that. I mean, they're definitely not pointing at, the McCarthyism thing and communism and that type of paranoia and shit like that. But this film, you kind of take it for what it is. But again, when you watch it right after watching the original one, you notice the pacing in this film just isn't the same. It's a little bit more drawn out, and it's too bad they don't do a little bit more with it. But it's still a great film, no matter how you look at it.
I think that it's still really good. It's just
I think Donald Pleasance. I just really have always liked Donald. You know what's really fucking creepy is watching Donald Sutherland, talk and move around in the film, and then you think of his son, Kiefer, and like they're the same fucking person. Like their mannerisms, their voice, the way they talk, like the way they move, everything is the same. Those two are like identical, man. It's crazy. One of the creepiest things in the film is not any scene with pods or aliens and shit like that. It's actually a scene in the beginning of the film when our character, I think Elizabeth, when she finds one of the like little flower things, and there's a scene where there's a bunch of kids on a playground and stuff, and there's this really fucking creepy scene where there's this priest swinging on the swing set. What the fuck is that shit about? That has to be the creepiest shit ever. It's like out of the blue. There's all these kids, and there's just like this full-grown, old, fucking probably pedophile priest swinging with the kids. And I'm like, this is so fucking wrong. Maybe that is what the social commentary is. I don't know.
Summed it up.
You could dwell into that and kind of dissect that a little bit, but doesn't it seem weird? You guys notice the scene I'm talking about? It's right in the beginning of the film. It's like a scene where she's walking down the path. She finds that little bud, and it kind of slows down a little bit. And there's a couple kids on the swing set, and there's this like full-grown priest like swinging with them, and that's what it is. That's the end of the scene. I'm like, why is he swinging with the kids on there, man? It's fucking strange. I don't know, man. That's just me. It's fucking 4 a.m. here, so I'm like just rambling on, I guess. But
it's like almost 5 a.m, right?
What? No, it's 4:45 here, so it's almost 7 o'clock your time.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's 3:44 here, man. We've been recording for 6 hours and 10 minutes. Wow.
And man. I was an hour late. So
yeah, that didn't really help with the whole situation too much.
Yeah, I'm really gonna try to be on time next week. But yeah, let's get into ratings and finish this one out so I can go to sleep.
Yeah, for sure, man. I have my Christmas
party.
So
you can go to sleep. Shit.
Got my Christmas party. Fuck it. I was gonna go to the gym in the morning. I don't know about this. I got to go buy new clothes for the party too. So, anyways, ratings. Who's first? Mike? No. Who went first? What?
It's you.
Oh, it's me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I said pretty much what I had to say on the film. I don't really have to recap that, like I always do. I still really enjoy this film. I think it has a lot of great points. Got great performances. It doesn't really do anything to expand the narrative and stuff really at all. It's kind of the same shit. I think some of the cameos are pretty cool in it. That's really fucking cool what they did with that stuff. And I'm still going to come in at a solid 9. I think it's a great remake for what it is. I just, when people talk about the original and the OG and shit like that, most people lean towards the remake on this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. It always comes up in greatest remakes.
But I'm glad. This is why you remake. I mean, as a remake, it definitely is up there for great remakes. But if we compare the original to the remake here, I think that the original is better. 9 out of 10, still a great film.
Mike.
All right, so I'm pretty much along the lines as far as thinking the original is just a flawless movie. I still get a lot of enjoyment out of this one. I think there's a lot to like in it. The cast is great. The special effects obviously are improved. I just think the flaw in this one is a little bit of the pacing and a little bit of unnecessary running time and stuff with the characters at the beginning. I'm going to say 8 for this one.
All right. I think it's a great movie. It's really fun. I'm sure if we did a top 10 of 1978, it could definitely be in that top 10 category, although 78 is a strong year. I think that it, is a film that for seeing it for the first time, it was good. I just think that it's not good to watch so close with the original because I was like really, into that one, and that one really had an effect on me, and it just was a lesser effect. So in turn, it probably made me enjoy this one even less than I would have if I just took it on its own, because they are so similar. But yeah, I'm still going to come in at an 8 on Invasion of the Body Snatchers 78.
Cool. Yeah, definitely no Hall of Famer on that one, but I'm very glad to see a Hall of Famer.
I know, it's nice.
Again,
right?
it's the first one.
Well, we almost had the Faculty. It's only a half point off.
Oh, really? Oh, shit, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, because we've reviewed that.
Looked. Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess we did the 2002 show, so it would have been, reviewed on there.
Nope. We did it for the show that's titled The Faculty, The Curve, and...
Oh, fuck that show, man.
Murders.
I forgot about that show. Oh, my God. How the fuck did I forget about that show? That show sucked.
Yeah. Faculty's 98.
I know. It's fucking 4 a.m. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, man. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking the movie that we got wrong for 2001. That I think was 2002.
The Frailty?
The Frailty. That's what I was thinking. I'm having one of those brain fart moments. For show. For show.
Yeah, that's the show.
That is the show, man. That is going to conclude.
That's the show for show.
Yeah, man. That's going to conclude episode 171 and our first episode of December. Got a couple more coming for you guys next week. What do we got coming on next week, man? We got our Christmas extravaganza. This is a listener's choice show, and we have the original Inside. We have Dead End, and oh fuck me, help me out, man. P2. That's right. That is what was picked this year. It was inevitable that Inside was going to be picked this year. I just knew that shit. Pretty cool. So 3 Christmas films are based around Christmas films, so that'll be the Christmas show. Guest next week is going to be the other half of Mikey over here from No Room in Hell, and Jerry Cortez again. And Jeremy is going to be back, apparently. Yeah. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed. I don't think that's 100% confirmed because he's talking like he's going to be, but who fucking knows with him. So, but Mikey, thank you once again for coming back on the show, man. You're always welcome, man. I love having you on, man. How you feeling? You feeling hungover by now because the show was so long, or what?
No, actually, because of the show length, I pretty much was able to
sober
ration the beer as we went. It's not like I was downing them back to back to back because I've been in here so long, so I'm actually pretty level.
Nice, good stuff. Okay, man. Well, that is going to conclude the episode. JP, you want to roll us on out of here?
Yeah, so catch the Christmas show next week where we review the 3 films that you guys voted most deserving of this year's listener choice. We also will be taking a break after that for 2 weeks, and then you'll get the top 10 of 2019 show.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that should be fun.
You know why I'm looking forward to that shit, man? Because this year has been a complete fucking weird, messy, odd year. I think everyone's list is going to be so different. I know I say that a lot about, lists and shit, but I think that there's going to be a lot of differences in lists this year.
Yeah.
Guarantee my number 1 is going to be your number 10, so that's usually what happens. So.
Possibly. But this is a year that I'm pretty excited to do. Round out the decade. Should be fun. I always get excited to do the top 10 shows. Still got some more prep to do. But again, everybody who has Patreon picks, we got to a handful of them today. We'll get to some next week. And then once, the new year rolls around, we don't have any major things planned besides 85 eventually. So we'll be able to get to everybody who had, that their stuff didn't get talked about in December. So yeah. And, check out our Letterboxd. I've been having fun with that. And I highly recommend anybody out there who doesn't have a Letterboxd account, make one for 2020, man. It's a fresh decade. Start logging your films. It really is a nice little time capsule. I have stuff logged in there for almost a decade, from 2011 to 2019. And it is I look back and I'm just I remember watching that back then. It's really fun. It's cool I like seeing what my friends are watching. It's fun. I think that people who don't do Letterboxd are missing out on a fun little thing. So do that. Mike, you too, make a Letterboxd in 2020.
I have one. I suck at keeping it updated, but starting with 2020, I'll try to be consistent.
Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, check out all the stuff, all the places we are. Remember, we are on Spotify. We are on iTunes. We are on horrorphilia.com. We are on Miz's YouTube channel. We're on Stitcher. We're everywhere. It's always funny when someone's like, tells me they can't find us. I'm like, what the hell? I was like, you got to be looking. Like, if you looked under a rock, we'd probably be there.
It's true, man.
You know what I mean?
Just type the name into Google. It should come up with, like, every
Dude,
place
I can
available.
say, like, okay, Google, and then my phone will be like, I'll be like, play 22 Shots of Mids and Horror. I'll start playing the newest episode. Just like that. But anyway, see you guys next week. Jeremy should be back, and Venom will be here, and we will have a merry, awesome Christmas.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody. I had fun.
I gotta be good.
Nah, I forgot.
They told me to be good
TF, ... I'm out this bitch.
They told me to be good tonight.